Hawaii was admitted as the 50th most recent American state after a referendum in 1959, a referendum which independence was not given as an option, mind you. Tourism to the island from the U.S. mainland continued to accelerate even further, to the point where it eventually became the state's most vital economic pillar. In 2018, nearly 10 million tourists visited the Hawaiian Islands that year alone, and they spent more than $17.5 billion doing so, contributing massively to the state economy and supporting more than 200,000 jobs on the island that are dedicated to the tourism industry. We're still an independent country, likely one of the most visited in the world, with more annual tourists than either the United Arab Emirates or Greece. Today, tourism represents about 21% of the entire Hawaiian state economy, while the defense industry represents about a further 9% of the industry, and both of them are centered around Honolulu and Pearl Harbor on the island of Hawaii. No other airport on the island has anywhere near the capacity as Honolulu International has today, with 44 direct destinations all across the mainland United States and Canada, in addition to Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. There are airports on the other islands, of course, but their routes are far more limited than Honolulu, increasing the difficulties and expenses involved in visiting. And of course, Pearl Harbor continues to remain of the utmost importance to the United States Department of Defense in the 21st century as well. It continues to be the headquarters of the U.S. Pacific Fleet and is a deepwater port. It is one of America's largest and most important submarine bases today. It is the home port for 11 of America's Los Angeles-class nuclear-powered submarines, and 6 newer Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines as well. Both classes of these submarines are attack submarines who aren't armed with nuclear weapons, but are rather designed to instead engage and destroy enemy surface ships and submarines, or covertly insert special forces somewhere. Of the U.S. Navy's 50 total nuclear-powered attack submarines as of 2023, 17 of them, or about a third, are all stationed at Pearl Harbor, while another 5 of them are stationed further west in the Pacific and Guam. And the reasons why are fairly obvious. America's greatest emerging geopolitical rival of the 21st century is the People's Republic of China, and there are increasing risks of war erupting between them across the Pacific. The People's Republic has made it abundantly clear that they consider Taiwan to be a rightful part of their country. They have never renounced the right to use military force to press the issue. If and when the day comes that the Chinese finally decide to launch a full-scale invasion across the Taiwan Strait, the United States has a very high chance of getting itself military involved to defend Taiwan for reasons that fall outside the scope of this video. America's military strategy to defeat the Chinese invasion of Taiwan and keep the island de facto independent hinges on many different maritime objectives, blocking the Strait of Malacca and the various narrow waterways zigzagging all throughout the Indonesian archipelago, but denying China's ability to continue importing oil and gas from the Persian Gulf in order to starve China's war machine and economy dry, while simultaneously blocking all further maritime choke points between the Philippines, Taiwan, and Japan, and could otherwise grant Chinese warships and submarines access into the greater Pacific, seeking to expand the scope of the war beyond the immediate theater in the Western Pacific to America's naval bases and interests in Guam, Hawaii, or even the West Coast. America's closest military bases to Taiwan are in Okinawa and South Korea, but America's closest naval bases to Taiwan and China are Guam and Pearl Harbor. And just as in the Great Pacific War of the 20th century against Japan, Hawaii and Pearl Harbor is the most strategic asset the United States possesses in its potential upcoming conflict, because it grants the 17 nuclear attack submarines and 9 destroyers based here the ability to rapidly sortie out westwards to accomplish all of America's strategic maritime objectives during the Chinese invasion of Taiwan. And also the Chinese the ability to expand the scope of war beyond Taiwan. That's why there are still over 40,000 U.S. troops, Department of Defense personnel, stationed on Hawaii still today, and why the U.S. military will never want to get rid of its access to Pearl Harbor. Hawaii was simply where all the island's most important industries got established following America's annexation of Hawaii, and it's simply where the highest demand for jobs in the state all emerged. Following the jobs came all the people. That, by a long is by far the most thinly populated island in the Hawaiian archipelago. Hawaii will probably always remain so, despite only making up 9% of Hawaii's total land mass. But with such a high concentration of people in a geographically small, no place like Hawaii, also comes by high prices for all the people living there. Hawaii in the 21st century is literally the least affordable state in the country, with the highest home prices in America by far. As of 2023, the median price for a single-family home statewide was a whopping $970,000, while in Hawaii specifically, the median home price is more than $1.8 billion. In comparison, California experiences the second highest median single-family home value in the country right now, at only $762,000. Still expensive, much less expensive than in Hawaii. Homes in Nevada average only $431,000, less than half the price they are in Hawaii. Texas, for only $305,000, less than a third the price for a home in Hawaii. And average rents in Hawaii are much better either. The average 2023 rent in the state for an 850 square foot apartment being $2,400 a month, the fourth highest in the country, only behind Massachusetts, New York, and California, and nearly $1,000 a month more than an average of Nevada or Texas. Hawaii residents are currently spending an average of 42% of their entire income simply on rent, which is by far the highest percentage of any state. California once again ranks in second place, where residents only spend an average of 28% of their incomes on rent by comparison. It's not just housing that's more expensive in Hawaii either. It's about everything else as well, because shipping everything away from the U.S. mainland is more expensive than any other state. Groceries in Hawaii are the most expensive in the country. As of 2023, the average monthly grocery bill in the state was $557, $200 more than the national average, only $355 a month. Gas prices are also the third highest in the nation, only behind California and Washington, and well above the national average. And because of all of this, a state analysis that was published as recently as 2022 concluded that a single person working 40 hours a week had to earn at least $18 an hour just to pay for their housing and other basic life necessities in Hawaii, with nothing left over afterwards. Despite the current state minimum wage only being $12 an hour, the end result is that many long-time Hawaii residents get increasingly priced out of their homes. The effects are disproportionately felt among Hawaii's native residents. Most recent 2020 census revealed that there are about 309,800 people Hawaiians living in the state. The very first census ever reported that shows the native population had fully recovered from the previous collapse following the arrival of the British in 1778. The number is a little misleading because there's a further estimated 370,000 native Hawaiians who live beyond the island today, primarily in the U.S. mainland, and largely been priced out of their ancestral home. This means that there are more native Hawaiians living outside of Hawaii today than within Hawaii. But native Hawaiians themselves only represent about 11% of modern Hawaii's overall population, and that, in my opinion, is a historic tragedy. Hawaii is one of the most beautiful and unique places in the world, so it's a very desirable place to visit and live. Because of its long history of relative isolation, colonial discovery, and subsequent colonization by Western powers proceeded to Asia, the first century Hawaii was one of the most diverse and unique cultures to be found anywhere in the world. It is by far the most ethnically diverse state in the United States, and the only state where Asian Americans represent the largest ethnic group. It has a very unique combination of Hawaii and East Asian and Euro-American culture, and consequently, the food scene in Hawaii has become legendary and well known all across the world. A lot of which I worked previously with today's sponsor, HelloFresh, maintains an archive of all their delicious Hawaiian recipes on the website, ranging from teriyaki food levels to Hawaiian chicken poke bowls to the famous Hawaiian pizza, and so much more. You see, HelloFresh will give you all the insights you need on how they make the they give you recipes every single week, and a box arrives on your doorstep with all of those ingredients and recipes you need to cook meals. This cuts out all the time-consuming bits, chopping and cooking prep, so you can get straight to the most fun part, actually cooking. Then in only about 30 minutes, you get a delicious, fresh, home-cooked meal. If you need dinner even faster, they offer a series of fast and fresh options that are ready in only 15 minutes or less. It's also all cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% cheaper than takeout options. Personally, it really allows me to fit more delicious cooking into my busy schedule, and that means I can avoid ordering more expensive delivery food or eating unhealthy frozen meals. That's why I've been using HelloFresh myself now for more than 2 years, and regularly order some of my all-time favorites, like this amazing buffalo spiced chicken. All around, HelloFresh is just a better way to eat, and it's often cheaper too, especially since you can click the button that's here on your screen right now, or I'll link down in the description below, both of which will take you directly to HelloFresh.com, where you can use the code 50RealLifeLore at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. It's a great way to help support Real Life Lore and eat well too. So once again, that's HelloFresh.com and code 50RealLifeLore for 50% off plus free shipping. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
very kind of you.
Oh, no, you don't! Now's my chance. Faster!
In this Baldur's Gate 3 Barbarian class guide, I'm going to be covering the Barbarian class, including all 3 subclasses, and providing you some useful information. I'll be doing more build guides for the Barbarian for Baldur's Gate 3 later, but for now, let's look at how a Barbarian functions and its basics. Barbarians are a martial class in Baldur's Gate 3 that focuses on melee combat, typically favoring offense over defense, which allows them to shell a lot of damage.
And they didn't warn you of any of this before.
No, they haven't. I also have
etc. They're doing this to show that this is an enterprise that that is strong. All right. So next we got defendant Turtle and associate YSL did commit felony offensive terroristic threats when, while Christopher May attempted to inform him that he was no longer welcome at perimeter wall, William stated, "If you continue to approach, I'll shoot you in the face with a gun." In violation of Georgia law pursuant to OGCGA, which is an act of racketeering activity under the RICO Act, or an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is crazy to me that talking shit like basically terroristic threats is considered something that can be pursued for racketeering activity. Guys, because I'll be honest with y'all, like a lot of the time, when someone gives terroristic threats, it could be some bullshit like, "I'm gonna beat you up." Like that could be considered as terroristic threats. When I was in Texas, they used to throw that shit at everybody. If you talk shit to the cops, whatever it may be, they'll hit you with terroristic threats. All right. So next we got defendant Jerry Williams and his appeared in a video released on social media titled "Slime Shit," where the lyric states, we'll go right into the video. They say, I ain't gonna lie, this is kind of buff. I can picture the prosecutors like, hey, listen to this shit. But let's go ahead and play this bad boy. All right. So the first one is, hey, this that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, killing 12 shit. Hey, bucket jail shit. Oh man, again, doesn't sound too good. Could you imagine like some white prosecutor with glasses? Okay, Your Honor, so let me read these lyrics. Hey, this that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, killing 12 shit. Hey, which by the way, 12 means police. Hey, bucket jail shit. Hey, fucking white prick. Your Honor, I think that refers to cocaine. It is definitely gonna be a fucking. It would not look too good. What? Let's go ahead and play a portion of this bad boy. Let's see here. I'll play it for y'all so you guys can hear it. Right? I don't actually have to share the video. So. 12 is police guys, by the way. Can you imagine? They're just bumping that shit in the back like, yo, we gotta get these boys. They probably were listening to this on the way they went to Goranian's house. All right, so that was the first portion of it. Hold on, guys, because I gotta play it by second, so bear with me here. So we're on slime shit. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go white brick. So we're gonna go at the 40-second mark. So now we're here cooking white brick. Okay, now we're gonna go into the next lyric, which is, I'm not new to this. Hey, so I'm true to this. All right, and that's gonna be. Actually, no, we'll skip that one. We're gonna go to the 100 licks. All right, that's gonna be at 51. Fair use, guys, fair use. So what is he saying here, basically? I'm not new to this. I've been true to this. I put a whole slime on 100 licks, which is a fellow, gang member, licks, robberies, hurting somebody, whatever it may be. But licks are typically robberies. Okay. So next, we're gonna go into a discussion on the VIP. Oh yeah, go ahead.
We've got guns. Can you do a breakdown of the G-Fredo and 7981 Cal case in Boston?
G-Fredo? Oh yes, I already have that case saved. I will break that one down. I have that one in the chamber, guys. We'll see what service I did that one. That was fraud. So I got y'all.
And then we have, based on Jordan Smith, $5, based on 10K views, I bet YFN and YSL members watching my room break all this down.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining.
I got y'all, man. Like, you guys gotta do better, man. You guys gotta do better. Real talk, like, if you're a musician and you're, like, committing crimes or any other stuff, like, real talk, you should be consulting with your lawyer. And before you put any record out, before you do anything, you should consult with your lawyer. Hey, what do you think about this, blah, blah, blah. It's all privileged information. Like, they can't, listen to your conversation with your lawyer unless your lawyer's involved in criminal activity with you. Then that's a problem. But for some of you guys that, still got, got one foot in the music studio and then another foot in the streets.
Don't incriminate yourself.
Yeah, like, don't incriminate yourself, man. Right. Like, just don't do the street shit, guys. I know it's tough to get out of it, but, like, just don't do the street shit, man. If you better consult with your attorney on everything that you do, bro. Any project that you're gonna release, any social media post, any of that, you should consult with your attorney.
We have one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have Speed to Go. Myron, can you do a edit on what would have happened to Juice WRLD if he was alive to take charges for 70 pounds of weed and guns he had on his PJ?
I can tell you right now, more than likely what would have happened is 70 pounds. I mean, that's not that much, man. But it was in Chicago, so they probably was there guns on it too? They said.
Yeah, they said guns and weed.
Oh yeah, then yeah, he went to jail. They would have got him with 924C probably, 18 U.S.C. 924C, which is possession of a firearm while committing a drug trafficking offense. Because even though 70 pounds of weed is a joke, it's still illegal federally marijuana, and then whenever you have a gun involved with weed, they're gonna come after you. That's why they went after Rollo so hard.
With Mojo's World 257, you don't need a permit to have a gun. You need a permit to conceal carry marijuana with guns. Is a charge though.
Even if you got to conceal carry, but you're carrying around marijuana, you're gonna go to jail.
A lot of questions for cases. Can you review the case on my homie James from Skinny Myron?
I don't know. We'll be able to do that, my friend. All right. Okay, cool. All right. So next one here is I'm in the VIP. In the VIP, and I got that pistol on my hip, aka VIP. Praying to Allah, and again, guys, I'm stopping you every little bit to make sure that we don't get hit with the copyright or whatever. Spraying that I hit, whether it's op or maybe a hot chick, I don't know. Okay, so then we go. This lyric is hilarious. All right, so it goes fuck the police, fuck them in high speed. All right, so that is gonna be at 135.
And again, for those of you guys think you guys should bear with me, it's YouTube. You know how they be. They're, oh my God, copyright. So I'm one of the only guys right now that's actually playing music for y'all, so you can hear it in real time. Because when I play it out, like, just read it. It sounds terrible, you know. Police, I don't bleed. Yeah, fuck the police. And then it goes. Next one we're gonna go 226. All right, we're gonna talk about monkeys here in a second, allegedly. Got a banana clip for all these niggas acting monkey. Okay, all right. And then this is that slime shit. This is that mob shit. All right, so we're gonna go. Actually, no, we're gonna go right into the best part. Fuck the judge. YSL. This is that mob life. Oh man. All right, so we got. Where's that at? That's at 460.
Honestly, with how many viewers we have in here, can we do like 20? Because I'm at the $2, $5.
Okay, yeah. So guys, from this point forward, I'm only gonna read 50 and up super chats to make sure that I go ahead and get through the checks. We got 10,000 in here, but every single super chat is gonna be shown on screen. Okay, so don't worry, every chat's gonna be shown on screen. However, we're only gonna read 50 and up. All right, guys. And then Destiny, do me a favor and like make a note of any cases that you want us to cover that come up is good. All right. So next year, guys, we're at the fuck the judge part. All right.
Go check for the judge. Why I say all the them out like.
Could you imagine, Your Honor? I have Jeffrey Williams here. We're gonna play a song, "Slime Shit," where the lyrics state, "Hey, this is that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, killing 12 shit." That's murder police, by the way. Hey, fuck a jail shit. So fuck incarceration. Hey, cooking white brick. And then he just skips this part. Fuck the judge. YSL. This is that mob life. I rest my case, Your Honor. Could you imagine how fucking crazy that'll sound? All right, let's keep going on here. We got defendants Sergio Kitchens and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of theft by receiving stolen property when, while possessing property with a firearm, the property of Trevon Lewis, that Kitchens or Williams knew or should have known was stolen in the intent of depriving Trevon Lewis of said property in violation of Georgia law. So you guys are probably wondering, well, how the fuck do they know that the gun is Trevon Lewis's? So anytime, guys, we'll break down here. Anytime a gun is reported stolen or whatever it may be, it's there's going to be done an e-trace on that firearm. And e-trace is done by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, aka the ATF. Okay, it's a federal law enforcement agency here in the United States with the Department of Justice. So they're going to go ahead and trace the gun back and see who the original owner of the firearm was. So let's say, remember, going back to that scenario, right, where me and Destiny and Fresh and everybody were up the bank and we get arrested. Well, Destiny shoots the gun, right? Kills that motherfucker. They're going to seize the gun, okay, from Destiny. They're going to take the gun from him. Hey, give me that shit. You know, that when that guy raids us. And the next thing you know, we're going to lose the gun, and then they're going to do an e-trace on the gun. And hey, give me that shit. You know, that bank we get arrested. Well, Destiny shoots the gun, right? Kills that motherfucker. They're going to seize the gun, okay, from Destiny. They're going to take gun from her, like, hey, give me that shit. You know, that when the FBI raids us, FBI, open up! And then next thing you know, we're gonna lose the gun, and then they're gonna do an e-trace on the gun, and when they do the e-trace on the gun, they're gonna trace it back to whoever the gun was originally purchased by. They're gonna go back and interview that person. Let's say it was bought back in 1995 by some guy named, I don't know, Custer James, okay? Custer James III in New York. They go to him, track his ass down. Hey, where did this gun go? Oh, well, it was stolen by me on this, it was stolen from me on this day, and then bam, now they're able to go ahead and go after you for having a stolen firearm. So this is pretty much how firearms are figured out to be stolen in the United States, guys, because they're all typically tracked through e-trace. All right, that's why when you purchase a firearm, that gun is going to be tracked to some degree, unless you do a private sale or whatever else like that. But let's say he sold it, he better have a bill of sale, baby. You know what I'm saying? When ATF goes to interview him, it's going to cover you. So if you're going to sell a gun privately, guys, always get a bill of sale. All right, a little bit of game for y'all right there.
Real quick, 3 Diglets. We did see your super chat for $100. FNF put him in a wheelchair. Myron read that earlier. Just so you know.
Yeah, we saw it, Diglet. Shout out to you, my friend. Okay, so 9/24/2017, defense Sergio Kitchens and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute a controlled substance in violation of Georgia law. Now, I wish we knew how much it was, but it could have been a small amount, all right? Again, guys, it's because they're in a gang and they're in possession of the drugs and makes it much worse, okay? If they weren't in a gang, this would be a throwaway charge, more than likely, okay? Because they're not listing the weight here, which makes me very curious. Defendant Sergio Kitchens and Jeffrey Williams. Remember, guys, Sergio Kitchens is Gunna. All right, so this is Gunna. This is Young Thug. Did commit the felony offense of possession of hydrocodone with intent to distribute a controlled substance in violation of Georgia law. Okay. Then we got defendant Sergio Kitchens and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of possession of marijuana with intent to distribute in violation of Georgia law. Okay, so they're throwing a book at these guys, and notice it's all on the same day. So they all got arrested the same day. Can you look this up, by the way, this arrest, Destiny, real quick for me? September 24th, 2017. All right. Then we got here, again, defense Sergio Kitchens and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of participation in a criminal street gang activity when, while associated with a criminal, when, while associated with a criminal street gang, so with YSL, participate in criminal street activity through the commission of at least one of the offenses enumerated in paragraph 1 OCGA, theft by receiving stolen property, possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute, possession of hydrocodone with intent to distribute, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Guys, you just see what the fuck just happened there. So all those charges from before, okay, these charges here, even if they got thrown out, whatever it may be, they're coming back and hitting them with it under racketeering statutes, okay? Because they are members of YSL, okay, guys? There's a reason why 50 Cent runs around and says, I am not gang. The reason why he says that, guys, is because the police, law enforcement in general, okay, have more wiggle room to charge you and enhance certain charges simply by your association with being in a gang. Let me make this very clear. It's not illegal to be in a gang, but it is illegal to commit criminal activities while being in a gang. And on top of that, the criminal activities that you're getting charged with are going to be enhanced for being in said gang, okay? So let's use a Dragon Ball Z reference, all right? Let's say you are a regular Saiyan, all right? You're over here just robbing people and everything else like that. No big deal. You're just a regular street guy, all right? Then you decide, hey, I'm joining the Bloods. I'm joining YSL, baby. I'm wiping noses. I'm doing all this shit. Well, now it's over 9, and you pretty much now you're gonna go Super Saiyan, but not in the way that you want. You're gonna basically become a Super Saiyan fucking criminal. And then the government is going to look at you like, it's time to do. And the next thing you know, bro, it's going to be an L. You triggered my trap card. Racketeering. Okay? So, guys, do not join fucking gangs. All right? Don't do it. These are all, somewhat probably mediocre charges. But the fact that these guys are in a gang, they're able to lump it all together. Go ahead and hit them and say, yo, you guys are associates of YSL, participation in street gang activity. Bang. Done. They got you. You know what I'm saying? All right. Hopefully that keeps someone from being on the streets as part of a gang. You want to be a criminal by yourself, guys. All right? Defendants Antonio Sumlin and Jeffrey Williams. Where are we at here? Okay. Did appear in a video released on social media captioned original flames showing Williams flashing YSL gang signs with lyrics stating murder gang shit, YSL until we're dead, and pale, an overt act of the furtherance of the conspiracy. So guys, we tried to find this. We looked all over the place, me and Destiny. I mean, it was tough, right? I mean, we couldn't find it anywhere.
No, nowhere. This was...
We spent like 30 minutes trying to find it.
I looked on Twitter, I looked on Instagram, I looked on Google.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised his team, YSL, like the management, whatever, they're probably getting rid of some stuff, which I don't blame, whatever, you got to do some damage control, so I get it. And that was on December 30th, 2017. How are we looking so far? Yo, are you guys enjoying this? Give me ones in the chat if you guys are enjoying this breakdown, all right? I know I'm being a little bit meticulous on this, but I really want y'all to understand. I want to be thorough on this thing. So, give you guys a little bit of education because this is something I really am passionate about. The only reason I left the government is because they didn't like my YouTube channel. So it kind of put me in a spot where I had to leave. But it was a great job. I had a lot of fun doing it, man.
And shout out to Doodle Bob. I know we've been seeing a lot of your chats. There's only 2 of us here, so if I miss one, I apologize. But we do see you in the chat.
We got a lot of ones in the chat. They're enjoying this thing?
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. So, as you guys can see, the self-snitching is pretty bad here. So let's keep going. Now we got defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, did appear in a video released on social media captioned, anybody, with Williams stating, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. All right, we got the song here for y'all. I'm going to play it for you guys.
I never killed anybody, but I got something.
Never killed anybody.
To do with that body.
I got something to do with that body. One more time for you guys, man, in case you missed that joint. Man, this dude, bro.
I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body.
All right, next one. I told him to shoot 100 rounds. Ready for war like I'm Russia. I get all types of cash. I'm a general. An overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So let's keep going here with anybody. 25.
We have a $50 check.
Can you read it for me?
Sure. From Mojo World. So is it safe to say that the government has so much circumstantial evidence that they are using the RICO charge to round them all up? I mean, they could have locked up plenty of times, but nothing would have stuck.
The RICO is the glue to put everyone together. That's really what it is. Like, think of like, you got a s'more and you put like, cookies in it and, M&Ms or whatever. Think of like each of the charges as like a graham cracker here, an M&M here, a piece of chocolate here, maybe a gummy bear here, whatever. The marshmallow is the RICO that keeps it all together stuck. All right? And that RICO is based on the foundation of what? YSL. That's why I made sure to read to you guys the beginning of the indictment where they were referring to YSL as the enterprise. Okay? So, and here's the scary part. Georgia, you don't even necessarily need to prove like it doesn't even have to need to be like an enterprise long term. So, for the feds it does. But that's what, it brings everything together in a package.
Real quick, excuse me, we have a $100 super chat from Takizo Kensai.
Hey.
That anime reference example was fire. It deserves a Don DeMarco. Goddamn, we up, baby. 10K, let's fucking go.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that greatly. And I know a bunch of people probably like, man, this nigga a nerd, bro. I'm out. All right, that's cool, man. It's all about entertainment value. I watched anime growing up, bro. What do you want me to do? I'm 32. So anyway, so here's the next lyric. I told him to shoot 100 rounds.
Shoot 100 rounds like you're trying to.
And then the next one is going to be ready for war like I'm Russia, which is so fitting because this thing came out before the Ukraine-Russia war, which, by the way, if you guys want to know what's really going on in Russia, we did a whole video on that on our Fresh and Fit channel with Coach Red Pill, a.k.a. Gonzalo Lira. So go check that one out. It's called What's Really Going On in Ukraine. Ready for war like I'm Russia. And then the next one, I get all type of cash. I'm a general. Okay, and I'm going to tell you guys why that's significant here in a second. Because when you say stuff like that,
Good at this.
the government's going to be like, oh, really? Okay. Bam. So right there, guys, the state is going to use that to describe him as a high-ranking gang member. Okay? And that's what they're trying to paint Young Thug as, is basically the financier / the leader of YSL, a criminal street gang under the umbrella of the Bloods, an international gang at this point. Of course, they're a national U.S. gang. Everyone knows who they are. But there's blood sets in different parts of the world as well. Okay? So that is why some of these lyrics are relevant. And then also, it ties back to that murder we talked about with Nut. Okay? And not to pause. That was his nickname. But you guys get what I'm saying. All right? So now we got May 18th, 2018. Sergio Kitchens and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, were the subject of a traffic stop for speeding. Involved in the stop were two vehicles, one being driven by Williams and another vehicle closely following Williams, containing 4 individuals who were armed with numerous weapons with a high-capacity magazine to include an AK-47 with a 30-round magazine, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Which, hold on to that, guys, because we're going to talk about why that's relevant here soon, okay? With them driving around with the guns behind them, all right? And they also mentioned that another lyric, hey, I'm in the Bentley with people behind me with the snipers, all right? If you guys remember, and I think it was a Slime Shit song, or was it Ew? And then we got here, January 15, 2019, defendant Jeffrey Williams and associate YSL did appear in a video released on social media titled Bad Boy, with lyrics stating, "You better watch the way you breathe around me here, for that breath be your last." Okay, so what are they talking about here, guys? Rest in peace to Juice WRLD. This is what they're talking about. I'm going to share the screen with y'all here in a second. We're going to play some of these things. Let's see here. Bam. And guys, check this out. You can see here, I don't know if that's Juice WRLD throwing up the rakes, I just so happened to like stop the video at that part when I was going through it earlier, and yeah, it just looked like that. It probably is, because he makes a mention of smoking someone like a blunt, and then he throws up the rakes, and it looks like, and smoking a blunt. But anyway, let's go ahead. I hope I don't get hit with copyright here on this bad boy, but let's hey, who dares wins, right? As the SAS would say. So this song right here, Bad Boy, we're gonna go start with 119 and 122. All right, and this is the first lyric here. And this was actually a very cool music video, the concept. Better watch the way you breathe around me before that breath be your last, boy. Which is interesting to me that they're using Juice WRLD's lyrics on this against Thug. But again, and the other thing too I want to say is Anybody, guys, was written by Nicki Minaj. So I don't know how the state's going to go ahead, and we also might get into some First Amendment issues as well here. And for some of you guys that don't know, we got a lot of international viewers. The First Amendment is freedom of speech, freedom to dress how you want, freedom to express yourself how you want, etc. The issue is that when you express yourself the way that you want, or you speak about certain things, and the government's able to corroborate your statements to actual crimes, that's when your protections of the First Amendment pretty much diminish. Okay, so there might be something that we don't know about this lyric in particular that Juice WRLD is saying that the state may know. Because remember, the indictment, guys, is kind of giving you an overall broad sense of what's being charged and why they're charging it. But we need to actually look at the goddamn police reports to know the intimate details of why they're using these specific lyrics, and are they able to tie it back to actual criminal activity. Let me make that very clear for you guys, okay? Please rewind that. What you guys got to understand here is that, right? So you guys can see the lyrics right here, right? You better watch the way you breathe around me before that breath be your last, boy. And Juice WRLD was the one that said that lyric, right? So you're probably wondering, well, why the fuck are they charging Young Thug, right, on lyrics that Juice WRLD is saying? And the thing is that does this infringe on the First Amendment? And the thing is with the First Amendment, guys, is like I said before, the First Amendment protects you unless the government's able to identify your speech is actually connected to criminal activity, because that's considered confessions and or comments of a party opponent, right? And when you are, a defendant, well, you are a party to the case, just like the state is a party and you're a party, and you're saying it, right? It's basically, it's free use, right? They can use it against you if they're able to tie it back to some kind of criminal activity. And keep in mind, we don't necessarily know what the state knows, okay? They might have a situation where they're able to tie this specific lyric back to some criminal activity committed by Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. We don't know because we don't have the police reports, we don't have the recordings, we don't have all the meetings that were done, etc. It's very obvious that they used electronic surveillance on this investigation. That's a fucking fact at this point. The fact that they're having, they're able to say conversations were heard. Like, how are you hearing these conversations? It's one of the ways that I named before, which we're going to go into more detail about that later on. But we're not going to really know the full picture, guys, until the prosecution hands discovery over to the defense, and then the defense attorneys are able to see how the hell they were able to gather this information, how the hell these lyrics are relevant, and does it actually infringe upon their First Amendment right? That's where the key is going to be. So we're going to need to look at the police reports, we need to look at the recording, we're going to need to look at surveillance footage, everything that was put into this case. The investigating this case, you guys seen it, from like 2012, all right? So they're going to have mountains of evidence at this point.
I have to make a comment
on
one of these super chats. It's really funny. It says the one time he decided not to mumble rap, he self-snitches. You can't make this up. So actually what's really funny about that is while I was looking up these lyrics, you guys, like they have videos, with the lyrics in them for his music videos, obviously. And some of the lyrics were wrong because they couldn't really even understand what the hell he was saying. So I thought that comment was pretty funny.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead to... So this is a part where Young Thug kind of says some crazy shit, man. All right, so let me pull up the indictment here. So the next one here, guys, you're going to see is, I think this is going to be it right here. I shot at his mommy. Now he no longer mentioned me. Okay? I shot at... Ah, man. God damn, bro. I shot at his mommy. Now he no longer mentioned me. All right? So now we're going to go to the next part. 146. And again, guys, I got to be very careful and play just very small portions of this bad boy. He goes, I had on Margellas when I shot at the cunt. And then bam, look at that. Throwing up the race. I think he's throwing up the race there, guys, while smoking the blunt. All right? So, yeah, so you go here. Act like you want war, they're going to smoke you like a blunt. An overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy. What I think here, guys, is they're referring to YFN Lucci. YFN Lucci had his home shot in Atlanta. Okay? It's been shot up before. So he may be referring to that, which if that's the case, not a smart move, my friend. Not a smart move at all. But let's go back to it. So what's next here? Here, let me enlarge this thing real fast for y'all. Can everybody see that thing? Is that like big enough? There we go. All right, so next, we're halfway through, guys. Over halfway. When the Jeffrey Williams and Associated Press posted an image on social media tagging YFN Lucci, stating, "Flashback, if I had like for your mother and kids, I would have been killed in overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy." This is what we're talking about. Just so you don't like it, nothing was going to happen to him. That's one thing. But when you go on social media, as the audience that you have, knowing that there's a street beef, knowing that the police are looking at Sean, knowing that there's potentially something that could happen to him, even if you don't, let's say you don't even kill him. Let's say some other dude, like, you know, he gets involved in some other altercation, he gets killed at a bar. They're going to come talk to you anyway, because they're going to know, well, this dude is going to be a suspect just off the fact that they're ops. You know? So guys, man, if you got an issue with your opponents, don't go on social media and tell them, I would have been killed you. Guys, please don't fucking do that shit, man. Alright. Next, let's keep going through this indictment. We got defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate wife, posted a video titled Just How It Is, with lyrics stating, I escaped every one of the lyrics. All right, so let's have some fun. This is the music video that we're talking about here. All right, got it queued up for y'all. Hopefully I don't get hit with copyright, but we're going to play it by second by second. So we're going to start here with 158 first. This song is some pretty bad self-snitching. I'm not even going to lie to y'all. This made me say, what the fuck is going on? Okay. So let's read the lyric first. It goes... I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about no cop. I'm telling you just how it is.
Everyone because I was supposed to be rich.
Okay, you beat adversity. That's what he's talking about. I beat all the adversity.
I don't care about no cop. I'm telling you just how it is.
I don't care about no cop. Just telling you how it is. Even at the potential of going to jail. All right? So next, we're going to go with... Let's see here. We're going to go at 247, guys. You guys can go ahead and listen to these lyrics for yourself as well. Okay? So this one goes...
Last nigga tried me off.
Hold on. This one is Last Nigga Tried Me. Where are we at? Him with the Mac now. Last nigga tried me, almost got popped in Lennox. Okay, so let's go back. Last nigga tried me, almost got popped in Lennox. Ask the cops, ask the detective, they know all the business. Ask the cops and the detectives all the jurisdictions. God damn, bro. Fuck. And it kills me too, because he's a talented artist. I've been listening to quite a bit of his music, preparing for this, and man, this is disappointing. So all right, let's go ahead and play that again. So 246, guys. You guys can hear in its entirety. Popped in Lennox, he's referring to a street in Atlanta. Of course they know the business. That's why you're in jail right now, my friend. All the jurisdictions, yeah, definitely. You got Fulton County and Atlanta Police Department, man. Fuck. All right. So, and again, guys, I gotta stop and play it because of fair use and copyright, all that other stuff. Next one. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handled all the killings. We don't speak about shit on wax. It's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. We don't speak about shit on wax. Bro, this is talking about things on wax. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead to 258. Okay, gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handled all the killings. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Okay, so now we're gonna go to. We're gonna fast forward, guys, to 306. Okay, I think you guys should be impatient with me here. Throws the gang sign up, right? You guys can see that. Let's go back real quick. On 306. Bam. Okay. Knowing the biggest, you kill all the biggest cats of all kittens. We don't speak about shit on wax. It's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. God fucking damn. Probably, I would say that was one of the worst things snitching right there. Alright? Defendants Marcavius, Huey, and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did engage in a conversation where Williams and Huey were discussing the vehicle theft, and Williams directs Huey to tell another, if he don't take it back, he gonna die. An overt act and further into the conspiracy. So this right here also has me very suspicious. And I want you guys to notice here that now, going into 2020, we have one recorded conversation in 2015, I believe. But now going into 2020, okay, you're going to see more of these conversations, which has me extremely suspicious. All right? So before, actually, let's break this down a little bit. Actually, no, we got more song lyrics to break down. Any chats we need to read, Destiny?
No, they're all over.
Okay, cool. And they're being all shown on screen, guys, so thank you so much for that. Shout out to Destiny, by the way, helping out. Alright. So the next one, actually, Destiny helped me with this one. This is going to be mob ties, okay? Or no, hold on, excuse me. Next one is taking the trial. Can't make this shit up. Defendants, Demonte Kendrick, Sergio Kitchens, this is Gunna, by the way, and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, appeared in a video released on social media titled Take It to Trial, with lyrics stating, take this shit to motherfucking trial. So let's go ahead. That's right, Destiny? Okay, shout out to her, she helped me with this. So we're going to go ahead to take it to trial here, guys. We're going to start with 31. What was your thoughts when you were breaking this one down?
It was just ridiculous. Like, hold on, what's the next one? Let me see this really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
The line that he said, the Bentley is an Aston Martin line. We'll get there in a couple seconds.
Okay.
After, okay.
All right.
It was just wild. I couldn't believe that he would say this in a song to the public. Like, I don't know.
All right, let's do it right now. So we got the first one here, which is take this shit to the motherfucking trial. All right. All right. Now next we're gonna go 116 and 118. And again, guys, we gotta be careful here because of copyright. I wish I could play it all through for y'all. So let's see here. We're here at I done beat it twice, state, Fed, I'm undefeated. Like Feds came and snatched me, I don't know, no point asking. I was on Blevlin, right? Which we talked about that, guys, Cleveland Street, where they started the gang. What they call it? Blevlin, yep. Stuck like a magnet, bitch ass nigga, I shoot at your mommy. Need to stand down, I up my stamina. Take it to trial, get in the field, take it to trial, yeah, you gonna whack them. Alright? So, oh yeah, this is a long one, right? Okay, alright. So I'm gonna have to freeze it after every bar, guys. So bear with me. I don't know, no point in asking. I was on Blevlin, stuck like a magnet. Bitch ass nigga, I'll shoot at your mammy. Need to stand down if you can stand me. If you can't stand me, I don't turn down, I up my stamina. Oh man, take it to trial. So if he loses, I'm gonna take it to trial anyway and get an appeal. Yeah, you gonna whack him. Now I see why you're laughing, because you were laughing before. I was like, why is she laughing? Now it makes sense. This is some crazy shit. Paper the casket, that's just if we whack him. Bro, holy, what the fuck? All right. What else do we got here? I think we got to go to 140, 142, right? Yeah, 140, 142. Where we at here? Yeah. My young niggas pulling up. Bentleys, Ashtons, Martins, Ferraris, and Teslas. Strapped with an F and N.
Choppers, Carbons, and Notes and Sevens. I was dying. Like, what?
So now it's brought to our attention, guys. F and N is a gun, slang in Atlanta for a gun. So F and N, choppers, carpets, Notes and Sevens. God damn.
I mean, he basically just said he was pulling up in whatever vehicle strapped. And
and they got arrested. Remember,
right.
They got arrested with all those guys in the back with the AK-47s and shit, man. So.
And then they were.
So now we see how they're using the lyrics back against it, guys. Like I said, there's probably things behind these lyrics that we don't necessarily know, that the police know, which is why they're using it as evidence. All right. So we got 201 to 203. Why sell slimy and shady, right? Which is right here. Where are we at? Why sell slimy and shady? Watch me whack that bitch, pop him like an assist. Glock with the assist.
That's not like a assist. Ew.
All right, let's go to 220 here. Guys, do me a quick favor, man. Nobody has the balls to play the actual song. So, guys, do me a favor, man. Please like the video. All right, so this video can at least get pushed in the algorithm so more people can learn. Because real talk, I know we're having fun, you know what I'm saying, enjoying it. You guys get some entertainment value. But, bro, this might get pushed out to an artist that might say, damn, I need to change my shit. I need to move around differently. You know, and this might keep someone off the streets or keep them out of jail, man, or dead. So, real talk, man. Because a lot of people don't know this stuff. So the lyric here that I think we're going to break down is, watch me whack that bitch, pop him like assist, Glock with the assist. Oh, it's 220. No, my bad. 219, okay. Okay, whatever. You guys, you got the idea. so next is gonna be, we're gonna pull this indictment back up.
Oh, the chat's correcting us. FNN is a gun manufacturer, apparently.
Okay. Okay. So next we got the defendants Woody Lee, Trontavious Stephens, and Jeff Williams, associates of YSL, did engage in a conversation with Williams states, YSL ruled the world, kid. 24M on a nigga head. Y'all start bringing me the money. Man, y'all niggas stop playing with me and overact and further into the conspiracy. So guys, again, now we see that there's still conversations going on that the police are intercepting. Okay? So let me break this down for y'all real quick. Alright? As I get my sip of water real fast. That's you going to anything for the people before I go on this little rant here?
Just be sure to follow me at Alien Bunny, Twitter, Instagram, and don't forget my Twitch is Manifest Stats. For y'all can catch some exclusive behind the scenes FNN and it's fun.
Cool. Alright. So, okay, awesome. So guys, when it comes, so there's something called electronic surveillance, okay? And I know this because I used to do this myself all the time. So let's break down what a cooperating defendant is versus an informant versus everything else like that, right? So first you got a cooperating witness, right, or a cooperating defendant, and this person basically is, you basically can charge him, all right, and he's cooperating to either minimize his charges or not be charged, all right? That's a cooperating defendant. Next, you have a confidential informant. A confidential informant, guys, is someone who basically is being paid. He's documented with a law enforcement agency of some kind, whether they have a code name, they got a number name, whatever it is. Every agency documents it differently, but they're on paper. They're on the books as an official informant. And these guys are basically, going in, wearing a wire, introducing undercovers, whatever else like that. These guys are actually on the payroll. A lot of them are professionals, okay? They're typically middlemen that facilitate some type of criminal activity to allowing law enforcement to make, to enter into the criminal organization, all right? Then you got basically undercovers, all right? And the undercover guys is a law enforcement officer, all right, who carries a badge, a gun, everything else like that. He's sworn in everything. He's a sworn officer. But he gets into the organization as an undercover, and he's able to commit criminal activities, in furtherance of, the investigation. All right? So these are the main types of people that infiltrate criminal organizations. So you got your cooperators, whether it's a cooperating witness or a cooperating defendant, okay? And sometimes a cooperating witness isn't necessarily a criminal. Sometimes it's just a good Samaritan that wants to help the police, okay? So, or a source of information, right? Someone that just calls in and says, hey, I got this information or whatever. So that could be like someone that calls into Crime Stoppers, whatever. But whether you want to call him a cooperating witness, a source of information, a cooperator, or whatever else, that's one side. Then you got the cooperating defendant where he's either facing charges or he's going to be charged if he doesn't cooperate, right? And then you got the confidential informant who's typically on the payroll to some degree. He's a documented informant. Okay, sometimes they're career informants. A lot of informants make quite a bit of money if they're very good. And then you have your undercover officer and or agent. Okay, so that's the different tiers, all right? Now, when it comes to electronic surveillance, all right, electronic surveillance, guys, is typically when someone's wearing a bug or a recording device or whatever else like that. And that's considered a consensually monitored electronic communication, all right? Whether it's a recorded phone call, it's a meeting, and someone's wearing a bug, whatever else like that. These are because one of the parties is consenting, okay? So since one of the parties is consenting because they're cooperating with the government, they're able to gather this electronic evidence legally, all right? Now, when there is no consenting party, right, which is typically the government, whether it's an informant, a cooperating witness, an undercover agent, whatever else, these are all considered agents of the government, by the way, okay? When there isn't one of these people, you need something called a Title III, or court-authorized intercepts, also known as wiretaps, all right? And to do wiretaps, it's extremely extremely difficult. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've done a wiretap myself. Most federal agents have never done a wiretap in their fucking life. And what I mean by doing a wiretap, I mean as in, I was the actual affiant. I wrote the affidavit. I swore that to the affidavit. I've done Title IIIs, okay? And I will tell you guys, they are not easy at all. Now, you have federal, Title III, then you have state or court-authorized wiretaps. Now, to get court-authorized wiretaps from the state is a bit easier than doing it federally. However, it's still difficult because you're going to need to be able to demonstrate that the device that you're going to tap is used for criminal activity. So, let's go on. Do you guys want me to give you a scenario on this? Give me a 1 if you guys want me to give you a scenario on this to explain it, or a 2 if you guys want me to keep going through the indictment. Let me know. Give me 1 if you guys want me to keep going to give you a scenario of how this works, or 2 if you guys want me to keep going through the indictment. Y'all tell me. I always look at people to say.
Waiting, we're waiting. 1 or 2 in chat. 1s. We got a lot of 1s.
1s? All right. Okay. You guys really love this shit.
And apparently Gunner was on Crime Stoppers. I did not know that.
He was.
Okay.
He was.
Interesting.
Yeah, I saw that clip as well. So I don't know. I saw the clip. Okay, so mostly 1s. All right. So let's give another scenario so you guys can learn. All right. So let's say, all right, I'm going to use the example of drug trafficking. This is the easiest way to break it down. So let's say Destiny runs a drug trafficking organization where they peddle, I don't know, fucking makeup, right? They peddle cocaine through makeup, all right? And they sell it and they distribute it. They import it into China, right? It comes in from China in makeup pallets, and she's the head honcho, all right? And she got a couple runners underneath her that, you know, take the drugs, go ahead, you know, distribute it, put it in makeup stores or whatever else, and people are getting the makeup from it. So I am the investigator, right? So I go ahead and I know someone that works underneath her, but he's kind of just like a lower level guy, all right? But he's associated to her because, let's say, he's friends with one of her friends, okay? And what he's able to do is he has her phone number. So he calls her, all right? And he's like, and he's able to, you know, build rapport. Then he comes to me, the investigator, says, hey, bro, listen, there's this chick, she's a crook, she's out here distributing cocaine through makeup, all right? And I'm like, cool. Do you have her contact information? Yes, I do. I have her phone number, and I can actually call her. Really? Okay. Call her right now. Let's record the phone call. So he calls her and says, yo, I know I don't do coke, but I got a buyer. This dude wants, you know, you never want to say a fucking kilo. You need to start small and work your way. I need a couple grams, all right? Drugs. Cool. I'll hook you up with one of my people. I got you. She'll be like, all right, yeah, I got you. You know, she's going to be brief on, all right, I got you. All right, done, quick, right? So next day, someone shows up, brings the guy, her friend, right, some of the drugs. We identify that guy, and then we get his phone number, okay? So now we have 2 people identified in the conspiracy, right? So he calls him as well. He calls him, and now we have his phone number, her phone number, and he calls him and he says, hey, and here's the thing. We've established now that he used that phone number to coordinate the drug trafficking event, and we also know that Destiny used her phone number to coordinate the drug trafficking event. So we have 2 phone numbers identified now that we know are used in criminal activity. Bang, now we can start writing an affidavit and demonstrate that these 2 telephones are involved in criminal activity. And then that's the general sense. It gets a lot more detailed. But you need to establish that the phone is used for criminal activity, and then you can start preparing an affidavit to swear to in front of a judge to get court-authorized intercepts of the phone. Okay? Now, bugging a place is also considered a Title III, and that is, requires a little bit more work as well. You need to establish that vicinity, right, is being used for criminal activity. That's how they got John Gotti. They bugged his place up because they had an informant that was going in there, and she was privy and heard the conversations. They were talking about racketeering. They were talking about running the mafia, whatever else like that. So she goes to the FBI, hey, I know that they're using this room to talk about certain shit. So what do? The FBI sends her in there. She's wearing a wire. She's able to hear all the shit. So the FBI is able to use that as a probable cause. We need to bug this place because we know from this cooperator that we're able to hear all this criminal activity. Bang. Next thing you know, John Gotti's not there. The FBI sends in their team surreptitiously. They bug the fucking place up. it's a Title III, bang, they're able to listen in on everything, and they have monitors listening in to everything going on. That right there, guys, is how a wiretap in general begins. You ain't got nothing like this anywhere else, guys. What's up?
It was Dateline, not Crime Stoppers. Let me clarify. With the Gunna thing, they're very upset with me in the chat. So
Oh, are they? Okay.
let
All
me
right.
clarify, Jesus.
Yeah, she made a mistake, guys. I got you. Don't worry. Stupid. So, yeah, I forget what it was. It was Dateline or something like that. I didn't watch the full interview, but I heard about it because everyone was like trying to say, oh, goodness, snitch, whatever. Yeah. I don't give a man, but yeah. You guys, listen, I'm a former vet. I don't care if they're a snitch. I like the music, bro. I don't fuck. So did you guys enjoy that? Give me one thing to chat that made sense. You guys enjoyed that little breakdown there. Give me a 2 if it was trash. Keep it real. If it was trash, I'll take the L. How we looking?
We got ones. We got ones in the chat. We got more ones.
All right,
You're
ones.
doing-
All right,
you're
cool.
doing
Y'all
good.
like it. All right, cool. They're like, yo, you don't know our culture. Yeah, she does. She doesn't, guys. She a white girl. So anyway.
Thanks. I grew up in the hood. Y'all don't know.
Okay, so the next thing we're gonna go. So let's pull up this indictment again. So that is what has me concerned, guys. Here. So they probably either did a consensually monitored conversation, right, where someone was snitching that was privy to this conversation, or it could have been a Title III where they wiretapped the phone, or this conversation could have even been done on like Instagram or Telegram or something like that, where they were able to do a search warrant or be able to intercept this conversation. Okay, and the government knows, the state here knows what they're doing by saying they engage in a conversation. They're not going to say what kind of conversation for obvious reasons, because they're gonna basically blow their cover with they're gonna burn their informant. All right, because I guarantee you someone's involved. Okay, all right, so cool. So next, where Jeff Williams and Associate Westell appeared in a song released by media titled "Really Be Slime," with lyrics stating, "My nigga really they slime, and we command them crimes." All right, we got right here, guys. When you're really that slime, they committing them crimes. Next is gonna be hop out and shoot, rolling up for the gang. Oh my God, these guys, man. So that's gonna be at 28:29. Let's fast forward this bad boy, man. Hop out and shoot, baby. And then we got 45.
Rolling up for the gang.
Rolling up for the gang, which is a referral to someone getting killed. Okay, rolling up for the gang right here. And then hop out and shoot. Next is gonna be 103, 104.
You wanna be slime, go catch you a body. They read it.
Wanna be slime, go catch you a body. You wanna be slime, go catch you a body. And then we got 206 to 210. And again, guys, I'm playing this like this because, you know, copyright.
One to the four, me and little bro, we was still on the stove. We had to stick it and go.
Bam, me and little bro, we used to steal from the stove. We had to stick it and go, an overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy. This is YNW Melly and BS Slime involved in this as well. And you guys can see here, you know, here's Gunna and Young Thug and a couple other people here. And guys, the thing you gotta understand, YNW Melly, don't even get me. I did a whole breakdown on YNW Melly, guys. I know you guys probably are wondering, hey, what's gonna happen with that case? I might go and watch some of the trial if I get some time. But guys, it's not looking too good for him. I predict he's gonna get found guilty. I broke down the YNW Melly case. You guys don't believe me? Go ahead and check it out. It was one of the first videos I broke down. It has a bunch of views. We'll go check it out. All right, next we got, let's see here. Next piece. Defendants Martinez, Arnaldo, Sergio Kitchens, and Jeff Williams, associates of YSL, appeared in a music release on social media titled Ski, with lyrics stating, I fuck with slats and we come to eat rats, and I came with some fucking piranhas. I told an FN on me, call Nietzsche, it's a Glock he keep. Duke rolling 60s, he locked in C's, an overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy. So this part right here, guys, Duke rolling 60s, he locked in C's, right? They're referring to this right here, pretty much. Bam. You got some guys there throwing gang signs up. They're throwing up the C's, right? And I know you guys were wondering, well, hold on, wait, what fuck, Myron? Aren't Bloods and Crips like enemies? Yes, they are in general. However, there's certain sets that get along with each other, guys. There's Bloods that hate other Bloods that are warring with each other, like Wi-Fi and Lucci and his gang. They're basically fighting with YSL, and they're both Bloods, Blood gangs. But there are alliances between certain sets of Crips and Bloods, okay? This is very common in New York City, for example. You got the Wu. The Wu, right? You got people in there like Pop Smoke, etc., right, who are Crip. But then you got other people in there like Soseki, who's Blood. And they all rock with each other. They're all friends. And they align, right, to fight off the Chos, or the Blicky gang, or the Chos and the Blicky gang, all right, aka Coach the Ghost and 22Gs and all that. So there are situations where Crips are cool with Bloods. It's not always like, oh, red, blue, we gotta fight. No, it's not always like that. All right, so we got Ski here. Are these the lyrics for Ski, or which one? Oh, now this one I think is one of Young Thug's biggest songs, actually.
No, it's on your paper on the back.
On the back. Oh, this one? Oh, okay. So we got Ski here, guys. All right, so we're going to start at 114, 116. I think this first lyric is going to be, let's see here. So this first one, 114. Okay. Fuck with slats, and we come to eat rats, and I came with some fucking piranhas. Okay, I came with basically some Bloods, right? And we come to eat not rat, I think it means eat rats. And we came to eat some fucking piranhas. And again, what do snakes do, guys? They eat rats, right? Snakes commonly eat rats. Anyone that has a python or anything else like that, you feed them mice, okay? So 133, 135. This is the second lyric here, which I believe is...
That's that whole line there.
Oh, it's this next one right here? Okay, I told you that. Okay. This is gonna know. I told the FN on me. Just a Glock Kiki. We rolling 60. The Crips. Rolling 60 Crips.
Right. So that Glocky Key, actually, the lyrics are wrong. It's Glocky Keep.
Oh, Glocky Keep.
It's
okay.
actually in the actual indictment in the words. That's why I was saying the lyrics were wrong.
Okay, gotcha.
I can't really understand him in some of his lyrics.
It's a Glocky Keep. There you go.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what I was trying to explain to you earlier.
Duke rolling 60s, the locked in C's. And this is, look, if you guys look here. No, fuck it. We'll go back. All right. And now we got one. Oh, I think we're good. All right, we're caught up on this one. All right, so Ski. So those are the lyrics in Ski that they used. And then they hit a screenshot, which I think the screenshot was what I showed you guys with them throwing up C's. All right? This is fucking terrible. Can't even see. All right, so next we got here. Defendants Martinez Arnold, Miles Farley, Quantavious Grier, Wooney Lee, Trontavious Stephens, Antonio Sumlin, and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did engage in a conversation where Williams asked, y'all ain't beat him up yet or shot him yet? Then states, y'all niggas getting soft and overact in furtherance of the conspiracy. I wonder who he's talking about. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He's talking about Lucci, guys. All right, we're going to confirm that here in a second. Defendants Marquavius Huey, oh my God, these names are tough. Tenquarius Mender and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, conducted a recorded video call while Tenquarius Mender was an inmate at the Fulton County Jail. He said video call being recorded in the normal course of business, and during that call, Mender stated he needed something. Williams pointed to Huey to take care of the Mender, a YSL being signed an overt act to further the conspiracy. Bro, I don't fucking... Guys, they did a recorded video call while Tenquarius Mender was an inmate at Fulton County Jail. Said video call being recorded in the normal course of business hours. So they basically told them, yo, this thing is being recorded, okay? And during the said call, Mender stated he needed something. Hey, yo, bro, I need something. And Williams pointed to Huey, right, the other guy, to take care of it and flash Mender a YSL sign, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. God fucking damn, bro. Defendants Marquavius Ewing and Jeffrey Williams, associates with YSL, did post for a photo released on social media captioned "From lockdown to a jet slat fizz, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy." So we weren't able to find this one, guys. We looked all over for it. We couldn't find it. If anyone in the chat can pull this one up, okay, please let me know and we'll show it on screen. All right, mods, if you guys can pull this one up. But yeah, basically, they posted a photo on social media captioned "Lockdown to a jet slap blit biz, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy." And the reason why they guys did this, guys, was I think it was a reference to snakes on a plane, which again is a reference to the blood, which we discussed earlier in the show with at the top of the indictment where we defined YSL and everything else like that. So next we got here, defendants Marquavius, this was on November 14, 2021. Marquavius Huey and Jeffrey Williams, associate YSL, were communicating when Huey stated, "I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama and overact and furthers the conspiracy." So let's break this down. He goes, "I'm ready to handle the business," aka he's willing to commit acts of violence, in furtherance of the gang, all right? And go sit down if I got to, which means he'll go do his time in jail, all right? And then for any one of y'all, right? So he'll basically go and do the time in jail for any of y'all, and then he says, "on my mama," which basically means on my mom, I swear, on my mom, okay? So translate this to English, he goes, "I will commit acts of violence on the behalf of the organization and go to prison if need be for any one of you guys, and I risk the life of my mother. That is how honest I am being." Okay? There's the English translation for y'all. Hope you guys, So, yes. And the thing that scares me here is it says, they were communicating when Huey stated. So, again, guys, this is very fishy here. Was this on a Title III intercept? Was this on a consensually monitored phone call? Was this through search warrants, whether they searched on their Instagram or Telegram or Facebook Messenger, whatever else? The government is being extremely ambiguous about how they were communicating. I want to know how the hell they were communicating. All right? I don't want to say it was wiretaps yet, but it could be any of those things that I mentioned to you guys before. So next we got defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate YSL, did post for a photo released on social media wearing a YSL pendant with his index finger wiping under his nose and overact in furtherance of the conspiracy. I got y'all right now with this photo. This is what they're referring to. Bam. December 31st, 2021. Here you go. Wiping the nose, right? Which also, guys, wiping your nose is also a slang term used in other places. Well, hey, we'll wipe his nose, which means he's going to get shot, killed, attacked, robbed, whatever else. It's typically wiping your nose is a term to define committing an act of violence against opposition.
You said it's correlating to like the throat slit.
Exactly. It's similar to the throat slit. Exactly is what it is. Yeah. So in their case, it has a double meaning. It's committing acts of violence, wipe someone's nose, and also because, remember, they're slimy. So that's what it means. So let's go back to the indictment now. Defendant Jeffrey Williams and associate YSL did appear in a video released on social media flashing a Bloods gang sign and overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. I tried to find this as well, guys. I could not find it, man. I think the team might have got rid of this one. So... And I'm looking here at the mod gang, if anyone sent me this picture. But if anyone gets it, put it in the chat for us, guys. Let Destiny know. Okay? If anyone has it. And then next here, we got defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, did post for a photo released on social media wearing a YSL pendant, a bracelet with the word slime, and with a red letter B tattoo on his chest, and overact in furtherance of the conspiracy. So what are they talking about, guys? They're talking about this right here. So here he is. You can see the B on his chest, right? February 12th. Okay, here he is. It's right, but it says YSL. We're gonna keep going here. Here he is posing. You can see here clearly YSL. Professional photos too. He had a photographer take professional photos that could hurt him. Goddamn. And then also you can see right here slime. Okay, the bracelet, which goes back to the indictment here. Letter B on his chest, and a social media wearing a YSL pendant, a bracelet with the word slime, and with a red letter B tattoo on his chest. So let's go back here one more time. So, boom, B on the chest, YSL chain. You see it here better? You see a little part of it here where it says slime, and then bang, you can see slime. And then here's a better shot of it. Slime. SLIME. And then there you go.
And another thing with the wipe my nose thing, a lot of people in the chat are saying it's correlating to using some kind of drug, which it could be. But however, we actually looked up, the details of this gang and their symbolism.
Yeah.
And that's actually what it means.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's go back to the indictment now. So we're almost done here, guys. Okay, defendants Christian Eppinger and Antonio Sumlin, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of conspiracy to commit murder by discussing how to obtain the permission of Slime, a.k.a. Jeffrey Williams, to make a second attempt to murder Rayshawn Bennett, a.k.a. YFN Lucci, while Rayshawn Bennett was incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail. Said first attempt to murder Rayshawn Bennett being alleged in Act 144 of this count in violation of Georgia law. So this right here, guys, is probably the most dangerous one, right? This, along with the rented vehicle, these are some charges here that could really fuck him up. And let's go ahead and play this right here. Again, shout out to Hip Hop Daily, fair use.
Bars. In February 2022, he claimed someone stabbed him from behind and there was a bounty on his head. Then, TMZ released a report of a fight between him and another inmate who both had sharp objects.
And he tried to get bond after this, guys, and it did not give it to him.
Allegedly, Lucci yelled, "I feel like killing this," during the fight, and was later treated for a cut on his head. It ain't clear if it's a targeted hit on Lucci or just a random fight. Prosecutors in the YSL case are claiming they was behind the stabbing attempt. According to authorities, Big Briz and a YSL affiliate named Antonio Sumlin asked Thug for...
So I think this is Antonio Sumlin right here, guys.
...permission to take Lucci out behind bars. It might not have been anyone associated with YSL who actually attacked Lucci, but the police have evidence that they was at least planning the hit.
As you guys, yeah, and again, I want to see how the hell they know, like how they got this conversation. This right here is very worrying for me. But, if you're a fan of Young Thug, this right here is very concerning because even though they didn't kill him, conspiracy to commit murder, guys, has no statute of limitations, and you can get 20 years for that. Potentially even more enhancements.
After Thug was arrested, rumors started going around that it had something to do with the death of Lakeivia Jackson, the mother of one of Thug's sons.
Look, red hair extensions here.
She was shot and killed at an Atlanta bowling alley back in March after allegedly getting into a fight with another group of people. The Atlanta DA, Fannie Willis, addressed the rumors.
That's the same DA prosecuting this thing, and she's been going hard in the paint against these guys.
And said she don't believe there's any connection between Thug's alleged gang activity and Jackson's death. Willis did say that she believes gang activity is...
All right. So that kind of gives you guys a background as far as and Christian Eppinger, yeah, he's the one that said the lyrics from before that fucked himself up. But, and he also shot at a cop and he got charged again. So yeah, YFN Lucci, guys, and him, they've been having issues for a long time. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on, let me go here. I got y'all. Some of you guys might have a little bit more curiosity as far as this YFN Lucci and YSL beef.
Someone had asked if Playboy Cardi is involved. I haven't heard anything about this.
Gang, which is a branch off of the Inglewood family Bloods from Los Angeles. The street. And things played out in the streets, too. In an interview in January 2015, Zone 3. In 2014, leading the rumor.
All right, so we're going to go ahead. Oh, and then we'll talk about Lil Wayne here, too, in a second. But this gives a little bit of a background as to the issues between Lucci and Young Thug.
They might sound like Cash Money. Then, in 2014, he dropped the track Stoner, which became his breakout hit. On the song, he even shouts out his old crew, dropping the bar, "Hear my song went from YTC, ROB, SMN. Now we YSL Venom. YTC stands for Young Thug in Charge, and ROB stands for Raised on Cleveland, what the Bloods call Cleveland Ave, where Thug grew up, and SMN stands for Sex, Money, Murder, which is an East Coast gang.
Yeah, which they're very big in New York City, guys. Sex, Money, Murder.
So basically, he's talking about how he ranked up through other Atlanta gangs to make his own collective. But while Thug was blowing up in the industry, another rapper from Zone 3 was also getting in the buzz. YFN Lucci is a rapper who grew up in the Summerhill hood of Zone 3, not far from the Jonesboro Projects where Thug grew up. Lucci went to Southside High School and played football. But after practice, he said he and his friends used to be in the streets trying to make money.
So Lucci claims that he's not actually a blood. He's been saying this a lot. So I just want to let y'all know that as well.
Lucci's from a
And also fair use.
blood set called ABG, or Atlanta Blood Gang, which is a branch off of the Inglewood family Bloods from Los Angeles. He, his brother, and their close homies perform their own clique called YFN, which stands for Young Fly. Just like YSL, Lucci denies that YFN is a gang and says that it's just a music group and record label.
And that's exactly what YSL does. This is common between the artists. They'll always say, "Yo, we're not a gang. We're just a music group." But guys, as soon as you start putting bandanas in and you guys are committing acts of violence, that shit all goes out the window, man.
But police look at it differently and say it's an influential set of the Bloods that Lucci controls. Lucci's brother, YFNK, was the one who encouraged him to start rapping, along with his best friend's older brother, Big Nut. Big Nut was a respected dude in Atlanta.
That was his homeboy, guys, and this is what really set the war off.
Who also had ties to Young Thug and the RLC crew. He heard Lucci's music and believed in his talent, so he started plugging him in with people in the industry who could help his career, including his current manager, Fly. Fly also managed Rich Homie Quan, who was featured on the track Exactly How It Was from Lucci's first mixtape, Wish Me Well. At that time, Rich Homie Quan and Thug were still close because of Rich.
And both these guys are still in jail right now. Lucci and Thug are in jail together at Fulton County Jail, guys.
Gang. But there wasn't any beef between YSL and YNF. But as Thug was reaching the top of the rap game, and YFN Lucci was building a buzz for himself, a crucial event would cause a big split in the city of Atlanta. In January 2015, Big Nut was killed in a drive-by at a barbershop on McDaniel Street in the Castleberry Hill neighborhood of Southwest Atlanta. Nut was standing outside the barbershop when a car drove by and someone fired an automatic weapon. Another dude in his 20s and a 14-year-old boy also got shot in the leg.
And I think that was his brother.
But survived. Even though police ain't have a clear motive, they said the shooting was gang-related. Big Nut was a major figure in Atlanta, and his death was a loss to the city. Besides being close with YFN Lucci, he was loved and respected throughout Atlanta's hip-hop scene. It's not clear who killed Big Nut, since his murder was never solved. But there's rumors that the YSL crew had something to do with it. Even though no one was ever caught,
They think Tick and a couple of the other guys that we mentioned before were involved.
Atlanta police said Big Nut's death sparked as many as 37 other crimes, including 4 murders. So not only were the streets of Atlanta hot because of his death, it also led to a major split in the local rap scene. Lucci often talks about how much Big Nut helped his career and was a genuine friend to him. Rappers from Atlanta were forced to pick sides between YSL and YFN.
And there's a bit, obviously, so it's going to be a big split, because there's someone influential died as part of the camps.
Many past collaborators turned away from Thug, like Rich Homie Quan and Bloody J. But the beef wasn't held to just the industry, and things played out in the streets, too. In an interview with Karen Civil, Lucci said that his childhood home got shot up multiple times.
Remember how Thug was talking about shot at his mama, and now he don't mention me no more?
Including once where his mother and her friend got caught in the crossfire.
Bam.
He don't reveal.
See? I'm telling y'all, man, there's a reason why they're using those particular lyrics.
Based on the timeline, many think he was the work of YSL. There's just tight connection between both sides, and not long after, YFN Lucci and Thug got into a public forum.
this up so you can kind of see the deep-rooted level of hate here, where that would drive a man to go on Instagram and be like, I should have killed you.
Daughter in the interview with Sway in the morning. Thug didn't publicly comment on Lucci's post of his daughter, but it's likely there was consequences behind the scenes.
And there's the Rich Gang chain, guys, by the way, which, you know, as you guys saw, he was wearing that hoodie before with that other guy from New Orleans, Rich Gang.
After that, the beef died down for a little, while both was focused on their careers. Thug was rising to the top of the rap game, hinting that he was working on a joint album with Kanye, while also appearing on 2 songs on Drake's More Life project. Thug then.
Yeah, Young Thug is a very successful artist, guys. You know, he's definitely going to go down as a very influential artist of the early 2010s into even like now.
He dropped his 4th official mixtape, Jeffrey, in 2017, which was a critical and commercial success, and quickly went viral because of his famous cover art of him wearing a dress.
That's the only thing that I've always been confused about this guy, but let's just keep going.
YFN Lucci is also making major waves in the industry, dropping the track Every Day We Lit with B&B Rock in late 2016.
Remember that song, Every Day We Lit, hey, Every Day We Lit, remember that shit?
That song peaked at number 33 on the Billboard chart. It was one of Lucci's highest charted singles. He followed this up with the EP Long Live Nut, which
That's his boy.
was dedicated to Lucci's dead homie, Big Nut.
And notice, it's the only thing that's showing is the red.
Later that same year, Thug released his 5th project, Beautiful Thugger Girls, on June 16, 2017, Tupac's birthday. A few days after.
All right, so now you guys got an idea of the beef and the deep-rooted hate between these individuals. Shout out to Hip Hop Daily. This is a great little breakdown of their beef. Okay, but now you guys know why he's, you know, hey, why y'all didn't? Because look, normally people would be like, what the fuck, like, because we had it here. They said, hey, why didn't you guys like beat him up or anything like that? You know, which is obviously like reckless to say something like that. But yeah, he wanted him gone. All right, so defendants, Sergio Kitchens, this is on March 9th, 2022. Sergio Kitchen and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did post for a photo release on social media captioned Slap Business, YSL 4L, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. What are they talking about? They're talking about this picture right here, guys. God fucking damn, man. And then what do they got? Slap Business, you know, Push and P, right? Marketing. And then they got the snake there. So, and then that's that. And then, and again, the government's going to use all this, guys, or the state in this case, which is still the government, you know, government entity. So, so then this is them, and the grand jury is apprehended in the name on behalf of citizens of Georgia, do charge and accuse basically all these guys. So now let's go over Gunna. What do they got on Gunna, right? Gunna is way less, guys. So we're going to go ahead and type in Kitchens. Oh, we're not going to be cooking anything here. So defendants Sergio Kitchen and Jeff Williams, and we read all this before, guys. This is when they got arrested. Remember how they got arrested for receiving stolen property, methamphetamine, hydrocodone, marijuana, and then you come back here. This is when they wrap it all together and make it under racketeering because these guys are part of what? YSL. Guys, again, I am not gang, all right? 50 Cent, remember that. I am not gang. I do not gang bang, all right? Do not do that shit. Because they'll come after you for some charges like this and trump it up. All right? So let's see here. Receiving stolen property, the gun that we talked about, right? We talked about this. Bam, so we'll skip that. Okay. And Jeff Williams, so we talked about this when they were being followed with 30-round magazines, AK-47s. And then this one is a new one. Defendant Sergio Kitchens and associate YSL appeared in a video released on social media titled Fox.
Just like normal amounts of money, like that you would.
Oh, they'll just give you money.
No, not give me money, but I'm saying.
Like a normal relationship.
Yeah, no, you take them on dates, you do shit, you live together, just normal stuff. You said
What's-
you had a 5-year relationship, so you know how much you spent on your girlfriend, right?
I think I bought her dinner once.
Help them.
I love men. I respect men. I spend my entire life fighting for men. But I have to be honest. I'm sick and tired of hearing men complain about their height holding them back. Look, I'm sympathetic to less attractive people. I understand that some people aren't the universal type. But you and I have both seen plenty of objectively unattractive men who found their way into happy relationships. They figured out how to land a girl. So why are you complaining? See, it's not that I don't agree that dating might be a bit tougher for Jonah Hill than it is than Ryan Gosling, Henry Cavill, and Michael B. Jordan. What annoys me is when the same men complain that women never take accountability, blame women for their lack of dating success. You're short. Does that mean you can't dress well, build muscle, groom yourself, be funny, be ambitious? ambitious. Those are incredibly attractive traits. You know what isn't? Complaining and quitting because things are a little tougher. Guys, I'm serious. I love all of you. But the complaining about something you have zero control over has to stop. If you followed me for a while, you know what you have to do to increase your value. Start doing it. I love...
I'm dead serious.
This is the old McDonald's menu back in the 2000s. This when I was growing up. $3 for a Big Mac, a big chicken, $3. This when families was together. This when everybody got along. All the kids were playing with each other. Even if the mother was in there by herself, a man will be a man and be like, you know what? I got the meal. I'm gonna pay for everything for your kids. Because of the prices. Now, since they jacked the prices up, all the families broke up. You don't even see families going to McDonald's no more. Do you know how much a McFlurry costs? $5. Do you know how much a double cheeseburger costs? Look, if this was still going on today, you better supersize me.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe a couple times I took her out.
Joe Biden, he at this rally was saying, "I've been doing this longer than anyone." Well, yeah, we noticed. By this, I hope you mean corruption, because that's true.
Someone said, that Biden, he's getting old, man. I tell you what. Well, guess what? Guess what? The only thing that comes with age is a little bit of wisdom. I've been doing
Well,
this
incontinence.
Maybe 5 years, by the way.
Well, folks, the U.S. Open is happening right now. It's a great American event. So naturally, a bunch of moron environmentalists showed up and glued their feet themselves, who were like, what the?
If you're starting a clothing brand, just fucking send your clothes to influencers. Literally say, yo, love what you do. I just want to send you a free shirt, no strings attached. Keep it up, bro. You send it over, 40% of the time, they're going to tag you on their story. So you just got that promo for free.
Everybody loves gifts.
Hide your intentions. That's what it is.
Conceal your intentions for you. Let's bow, right?
Yeah. If you're starting a clothing brand, just...
I feel very unsafe.
What?
Hold on, Nino, what you doing?
What? Show you what happens.
Hold on, Nino.
Show you what happens when you whenever
I bought a Lambo and I went broke. Can you walk us through the finance? Bro, sorry.
F? Goff was the eventual winner, was leading 6-4-1-0. Both players left the court. Stadium security tried to remove the protesters from the stadium. At least 10 New York City police officers were seen surrounding the disturbance in the loge level. There's some video of the incident.
I have a credit card, but there's a limit on it. And if you go over the limit, you don't get to keep it. But if you stay under, you do. Do you want to play?
All right, let's do it.
Wait, no, let me play. I want to do it.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, what do you want?
I want ice cream.
You want ice cream? Excuse me? I'll give you $300 if you can lay in bed for 5 minutes.
Just for 5 minutes?
Just for 5 minutes.
$300.
$300. Okay, let's go. You have to close your eyes and everything. Yeah, act like you're sleeping. For 5 minutes. Are you ready?
Ready.
This $300 is all yours.
All right, here we go.
Good night. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Subscribe, I feel horrible. He just got up and left.
My girlfriend McKinley hates mayo. And the last time she had it on a sandwich, she literally threw up. So today, I'm gonna secretly switch out her cream cheese with mayonnaise to test if she really doesn't like it. I started off by secretly adding a small spoonful onto her Starbucks sandwich and giving it to her without telling her.
Thank you.
No problem.
So yummy.
It's good? Mm-hmm. Good. Little did she know, things were about to get a whole lot worse. I decided to make her a sandwich for lunch, but this time I glopped a bunch of mayo on it. And then I gave it to her without her knowing. It is your sandwich.
Aw, thank you.
Subscribe if you think she'll notice.
What the fuck?
What? You don't like...
No! If you can rizz up any girl on this mall, I'll take you on a shopping spree.
I'm down.
You think you got W riz?
Yeah, of course I got W. I'll go with this, bro.
So do your friends want to pick or do you want to pick?
We pick it. Just rizzing up a mom. Get you a hill. Anything, bro. I'm ready.
Anything.
One in the red.
One in the red. Look, she's pretty. Go.
Bruh. One over here? I stole
don't speak English. My Spanish is flunk, bro. My Spanish is flunk, bro. Ain't gonna lie.
I don't know. I'll give you a second try.
Second try.
How old are you?
19. Where the fuck that, bro? I've been trying to tell you. But any girl that I see. What about that girl right there?
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, man. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I thought you was attractive.
What?
I thought you was attractive. I thought you was pretty. You got like a phone number?
No.
You're taking?
Yeah.
So you don't got no phone number or anything? No. Oh my god, bro. Bro, they playing hard to get, bro.
I'm sorry, maybe next time.
Bro, it's okay, bro. It's okay, bro. If we was somewhere else, bro, this would never happen.
Yeah, that's what they all said. If you can risk.
Oh, all right. Every time you can hula hoop is $1 added to your budget.
Bet, okay.
All right, your time starts now. She got tricks. Ow! What was that?
I think it was like 40.
All right, $40 is your budget.
Okay, bet. Let's go.
All right, but if you can get a guy's number, I'll 10x your budget, so $400.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'll try.
I think you got this.
Excuse me. Nice to meet you. Can I get your phone number? I can. Okay.
How old are you, beautiful lady?
20.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks, still, little girl. Nice try. All right, you get your $400. That's all we need.
Can we go to Victoria's Secret?
Only if I can see with them first.
Of course.
Big $400 budget.
$400 budget. I'm gonna go crazy.
Go crazy. All right, so did you find everything okay?
Yeah, I have a lot of options.
Can't wait to see. $470.
Flash your card.
Oh, buddy, I don't even know if we can afford this. I'm gonna get paid another way.
Okay.
Ah! All right, $500 is crazy, but here.
No, I'm so sorry.
You better. Oh.
What's your battery percentage?
Battery percentage? 63.
63.
TikTok famous. You guys want my TikTok?
It's okay. 63. Okay, that's your budget. Do you want to go shopping?
$60?
Yeah, you can buy anything.
Nah, I got class. I gotta go.
Gotta go?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Okay.
There's 1,000 right now. What's up?
Okay. What's your battery percentage? What's your battery percentage?
I'm about to make millions off of scamming Prime. This is a bottle of Prime. It costs about $2. And this is a box of unflavored Jell-O, which costs about $1. And to make these millions of dollars, all we have to do is take one bottle of Prime, pour it into a microwave-safe container, and then heat it up in the microwave. Now we add the jelly mixture and pour it into the gummy bear mold. And after about 4 hours in the fridge, we can finally take it out and start selling them. Let's see how good these are. They're amazing. Let's go!
We're at Boca Mall. We're gonna try to sell these gummies.
Everyone told me it was impossible to make Prime gummies, but they also said it was impossible to like and subscribe at the same time. And within 2 minutes, we found our first customer.
Excuse me, sir. Would you buy these gummies for $5?
What's in them?
Well, they're Prime gummies.
They're Prime gummies.
Yeah, they're yummy.
I love Prime.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And there you have it. We made $2 profit.
Time to do this 500,000 more times and we'll make our first mil. I'm about to make millions off of scamming.
Yo, what the
Let's see how
fuck?
good these are. They're amazing. Let's go!
We're at Boca Mall. We're gonna try to sell these.
How good these are. They're amazing. Let's go!
We're at What's your battery percentage? 76? Let me see. Okay. That's your budget. Do you want to go shopping? Yeah, where do you want to go? Foot Locker. Okay, let's go. You know what you want?
Yeah, what the fuck?
See any you like? You're gonna try them on? Do you think those are good? See, always try your shoes on, kids. 7. Yeah, let's see. Those are pretty cool. If you're following me, I'll double the budget. Do you think you're following me? Follow me, maybe next time. I'll make an exception, okay? But you have to follow me. Okay, let's get proof of it. Okay, did you follow me? Yay! Okay, let's get these, okay? You excited? 96.30. The budget was doubled only because you followed me. Follow, this could be you. Thank you. Enjoy your shoes. Make sure to follow, and this could be you. Back. What's your battery?
What the fuck?
I'll buy for you. You wanna play? Okay, go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Legos. Okay, well, good thing we're right here. What do you want? Ooh, yes. I love that. Do you collect Legos? Is that what you want? Yay. How long do you think that's going to take you? An hour? Wow, I think I would take forever. Yes, I would. So check out. What's the biggest Lego set you've made? So you have a really cool collection. Well, let's buy it. Let's go add to your collection. 1 Lego Ninjago. So how long is this going to take you? 3 hours. This guy is committed. Here you go. Enjoy your Lego set. Thank you. Whatever you do. What's your battery percentage? 26.
26. That's your budget. Do you want to go shopping? No? Why? You don't want anything? Do you want to go somewhere? Anywhere. You can buy anything. It has to be under $26. You go back in the store and just find something. Okay, let's go. You come to the mall, keep him company, and now you're getting something for free. If you're following me, I'll double your budget. Are you following me? You don't follow me? Shoot, maybe next time. Make sure you follow me. This, how much is this? 15. Okay, $14.95. Do you want
need to hurry!
Okay, let's check out. $14.95. Here you go. Okay, he's following me right now. Look, he followed. This could be you. What's your battery? What's your biggest? Okay, and I'll buy you whatever you want. You love mom? Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, do you want to go buy a toy? Yes? Okay, let's go. Okay, what store do you think that's at?
They have a little stand, not really a store.
It's a stand? I think we passed the toy stand over there. Let's go. What grade are you in? First grade. We're being bad? She's not bad. How does this look? Those are so cute. What's your favorite one? Kitty. Aww, so cute. Love it? Okay, let's get it. Of course. Follow and I'll buy you whatever you want. The toy store gave her this for free because you're so cute. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. What's your biggest secret? Don't talk in the mic and I'll buy you whatever you want. You wanna play? What's your name? You're not gonna tell me your name? Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, you win. What do you want? Yay, yay! You know what you want? Whoa, what is that? Do you like dinosaurs? What's your favorite dinosaur? T-Rex. Your best T-Rex impression. It's amazing. 10 out of 10, honestly. Are you ready to go get it? Okay, let's go. Are you excited?
Oh, I would
Has this ever happened?
play this or
No? Well, here's your first time.
you know, this video is on.
Of course. Yay, Apollo. Don't talk in the... Oh, Jack is back. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, Jack is back. Let's go. Oh, shit. Don't talk. Oh, Jack is back. Would you rather come home with me tonight or pick a mystery gift?
Oh, you want a gift?
You want a gift? Okay. Wait, why though? You don't even know what's in there.
I know, but like, you never know.
But you see me, you don't want to go home?
Hey, cute, but like, what's in the box?
Okay, I guess you're curious. Oh, Jack, would you rather come home with me tonight or pick a mystery gift?
Oh, you want a gift?
You want a gift? Okay. Wait, why though? You don't even know what's in there.
I know, but like, you never know.
But you see me, you don't want to go home?
Hey, cute, but like, what's in the box?
Okay, I guess you're curious. Go ahead. What do you think that is?
What's in
I don't know. You have to find out. Energy drink. Whoa, what is that?
Oh, wow. What's the number?
Yeah. So what are you doing later? What are we doing tonight? Would you rather come home? It has nothing to do with me. You got 15 minutes.
Really? You want me to get into that?
Yeah, get into it. I want to know.
I would walk right up. God bless you.
God bless you. Okay, bye-bye. Rate me from 1 to 2. Well, that's my brother.
Brother. What are you guys up to?
I think it's weird that we share a bed.
That's what I said. Your brother.
Yeah, I said it. Hey, yo.
Where would you think that?
You have a good relationship.
Everything comes as it wants to. Bruh.
Chase your mother with that mustache.
What?
What's your battery percentage? 21%. Okay, $21 is your budget. But if you're following me, I'll double it. Do you think you're following me? Darn. Maybe next time. But $21 is your budget. Do you want to go shopping? Where do you want to go?
Okay, so that's, you know what I'm gonna do to you? I'm gonna walk, grab your wrist.
So you're doing to rizz up a girl?
Yeah.
Good luck with that. You're probably gonna go. What's your best pickup line?
Okay, so that's, you know what I'm gonna do to you? I'm gonna walk, grab your
Tell me what year you were born.
2009.
2009? Okay, $2,009 is your budget. I'll let you pick out anything you want in this mall.
Wait, really?
But if you're following me, I'll double it.
I actually think I might be following you.
Alright, check right now. Logan 60. Yo! She's actually following. Show the camera. Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Oh my goodness. Why would you do that? I was just
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
If you don't let me shoot. I have a credit card. There's a limit on it. If you go over the limit, you don't get to keep it. But if you stay under, you do. Do you want to play? Excuse me? I'll give you $200. $200 is all yours.
My girlfriend McKinley.
If you can raise up any girl on this call, I'll take it. Think you got W already? So do your friends want to pick or do you want to pick? I don't know. I'll give you a second. How old are you? What's your battery percent? What's your battery percent?
Let's go!
I'm about to make millions off of scamming crime. This is a bottle of crime. You guys, and this is a box of unflavored Chips. It's about $1.
What's your battery percent? What's your battery?
I'm back!
Make millions off of scamming crime. This is a bottle of crime coming with a also said it was a cost.
We're at Pokemon. We're gonna try to sell these.
Yo!
We're gonna try to sell these gummies.
Everyone told me it was impossible to make crime. Let's see how good these are. They're amazing. Let's go!
We're at Pokemon. We're gonna try to sell these gummies.
Everyone told me it was impossible to make crime gummies, but they also said it was impossible to like subscribe at the same time. And within 2 minutes, we found our first customer.
Excuse me, sir. Would you buy these gummies for $5?
What's in them?
Well, they're Prime gummies.
They're Prime gummies.
Yeah, they're yummy.
I love Prime.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And there you have it. We made $2 profit.
Time to do this 500,000 more times, and we'll make.
What's your battery percentage? Whenever you can draw in 7. What's your battery percentage? Whenever you can draw in 7 seconds, I'll buy it. You wanna play? Okay, ready, go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is that? Mario. Okay, you ready? Let's go find one. Is Mario your favorite character? Why do you like him? Oh yeah, that's super cool. You see Mario? Let's get it. Great choice. Are you following me on TikTok? What? Do you want to get 2? You're following me? Yeah, get 2. That's great. Let's see. Has this ever happened to you guys? First time? Are you excited? Hey, here we go. Let's go check out. Do your best Mario impression. Mario! Yeah. There you go. Enjoy your toy. Thank you. Have a good day. Whatever you can. What's your biggest secret? And don't talk in the mic and I'll buy you whatever.
Oh, Jack is back.
Would you rather? Come. What's your battery? People have said that to me. How do you know who that is? Do you guys? People have said that to me. How do you know who that is? How old are you? Oh, 50. I do have a boyfriend. Is he hot? Can we see a picture? Yeah, this guy.
Oh, that's Gordy!
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's
Look, I'm not lying. Look.
Yo! Oh my god! Wait, that's Gordy kissing one of the islands.
Hey,
He
yo.
did kiss one of the island boys. Yeah.
Bruh.
No, I swear, you look like on a road.
People have said that to me. How do you know who that is? How do you guys think?
No, I swear, you look like on a road.
People have said that to me. How do you know who that is? How old are you?
I'm 50. Yeah.
Would you rather cheat on?
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the controversy?
Don't just buy the coffee and drink it and think nothing of it like every brokey. Why am I buying this coffee? Okay, I want a coffee. Why am I buying here? Well, this is on my way to work. Is there any competition around? Do I also want breakfast? Do they sell breakfast? They don't sell breakfast. There's a long line. Why is there one member of staff? I'm about to leave and not buy the coffee. They're about to lose money because it's taking too long. Why is there not a cute girl behind the counter? I bet if they paid a cute girl a little bit more, they'd still make a bunch more money because people come in here to talk to her. See, I walk into a coffee shop and by the time I've walked out, I already know exactly how to open up next door and out compute. I can send a few messages on WhatsApp, and 2 months later, there's a brand new coffee shop next door, my name on it, put my business. Don't just buy the coffee.
Surrounding Jimmy Fallon.
So I know I'm asking for the impossible here, but I need you to go inside Sephora and buy me one thing. Yeah.
One item.
One thing.
Just for you.
It's a test for you.
I can do it.
Waiting here.
Reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the controversy, then offer my analysis. James Thomas Fallon was born on September 19, 1974, in Brooklyn, New York. He goes by the name Jimmy. When he was young, his family moved.
I'm a gentleman, okay?
Didn't look with her either.
I'm a gentleman.
Was she ugly and fat?
No. Why would?
Just like normal amounts of money, like that you would.
Oh, they'll just give you money.
No, not give me money, but I'm saying
Like a normal relationship.
yeah, no, you take them on dates, you do shit, you live together, just normal stuff. You said you had a 5-year relationship, so you know how much you spent on your girlfriend, right?
I think I bought her dinner once.
Oh, but
I'm dead serious.
that's really
I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe a couple times I took her out to dinner. Maybe.
wow.
5 years, by the way.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a gentleman, okay?
Didn't live with her either.
I'm a gentleman.
Was she ugly and fat?
No. Why would? No, she's actually. She's actually.
Like that. Nick's giving yes.
No, she's
implying yes.
No, I don't think.
Can I see a picture of her?
I can show you a picture.
Show me a
I'm not going to
picture.
show you a picture now.
Right now.
I'm not showing you a picture now.
You're
but-
interrogating us, let me interrogate you.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go pull up her fucking Instagram right now.
She's a fatty.
No, she was not.
She was not.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It was That's the weird question.
I'll tell you this. I mean, she
His
was
questions
thinner
are
than you.
weird. It's just a funny thinner than me.
She was thinner than you.
Are you calling me fat?
Is that what I said? What are you guys talking about here? Go ahead. I don't know, there's been a little whispering back and forth between you two.
Can I say something? Or am I gonna be yelled at? I feel like when you're having a debate with someone, I've been on a lot of podcasts in my life, even debates with friends, you start making jokes, you start fucking with the other person, and you took it and you came at me so crazy that it like ruins the dynamic of like having like a funny.
You gotta speak into the mic.
They can hear me, by the way. I've seen a bunch of your podcasts on my For You page. When people are far away, you can hear it.
Okay,
But I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So what I'm just saying, when you're like going back and forth and like debating, you're like with one another, you're like saying your shit back and forth, and then you take it one way and then you like make it all serious. It just like kills the vibe of like everyone having like a fun, good time and like joking around making debates. When you like spin it in like a way. You like spun it to make it like weird, and it wasn't weird. It was like when I've been on so many podcasts, even just debates with friends, and then you start taking it personally.
Are we
That's
friends?
when it's just. I just gave an example of podcasts, and then I also gave the example of friends, and then you start taking it personally, and then make it weird and all serious. It was like nothing serious. Like, why did you make it into something where you had to like kill the vibe? Like it was like having
Kill the vibe. Okay, so
you did, and it was fun, and we were joking around, and I was just like, it's not fun anymore.
Well,
it was fun going into it.
Are you gonna let me respond? Okay, so this is precisely what zero accountability looks like. First off, we don't have the level of rapport for the jokes that you made to be appropriate, in my view. Perhaps you have a different sense of what you can say to somebody that you've never met before and you don't know. The two things you said were, I was talking about the relationship with my ex-girlfriend, and I revealed a couple details. We hadn't lived together. I wasn't like
Bought her dinner once or twice
a couple
in
times,
5 years.
and you said, "Oh, she must be ugly.
I said,
She must be fat."
I said, was she?
Oh,
Well,
that's kind of okay. So I don't see.
Can I say something?
No, hold on. So that's kind of a semantic thing there. You essentially said she must be ugly.
I said, was she ugly? That you
Was she
bought
fat?
her?
You said.
I said fatty.
Was she a fatty? Okay.
And I stand by that.
That's kind of rude.
It was a joke, by the way. Let's all.
Was it? What was the joke?
If you're dating a girl for 5 years and you only buy her dinner twice in 5 years.
Wouldn't the funny joke be that she's actually thin because she's emaciated because I'm not buying her food?
I think that's funny also.
That could be another joke. There you have it.
I like that joke.
Yeah. In any case, I don't see how. To me, it seems a little vulgar to call. Oh, your ex must be ugly and fat.
I'm a very vocal
Where's the
person.
joke? But explain the joke to me.
I just explained it. It was
This
funny
is
to
getting
me.
like Goodfellas here. Okay. You think I'm funny? Or what the fuck? Okay. Okay, look. And then the other thing you said was we were talking about a scenario with her where if there's some disrespect or something, you wouldn't expect your guy to protect you in some sort of scenario, and then you're like...
No, what I started off with was, I've never been in a situation like that. Have you? You said no. Everyone else here said no. And I was like, when is this even like a real situation that we get put in? And then I said,
None?
Have you been in a situation like that?
What do you mean?
What? Did I stutter? What do you mean?
Okay.
Did you guys
like,
all
have
get
you,
the question?
what she's saying is,
Or am
have
I
you ever been
delusional?
in a situation where someone was stuttering?
None of you have been witness to a violent situation?
I have, but I've never been in a situation like that with my partner.
Also, can I speak now?
Is it related to...
Yes.
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
it's not. Yeah. Well, you said you guys don't have the rapport for her to be saying those things to you, but just from my perspective, you were like being accusatory and making presumptions about them as well.
Give me an example.
You were saying you probably don't cook and clean, huh?
Real.
And when I said I don't have a
that.
sugar daddy, you looked at me like, come on, you don't? So from my
Play it back.
perspective, and I would actually be curious to hear what everyone else thinks, it seems like the same thing.
It's actually, it's kind of not.
I feel like the
Because-
first
Does
bit with the
anyone
mental
else know
jokes
that
was a
same-
little bit. I
does
mean, I
anyone
don't
else
know
have
if
that
it was a
same
real
point of
conversation
view?
happening
It's also
there,
another
but
thing if you're being like rude and interruptive. And
can I set a
repetitive.
contract?
I'm not saying.
Go ahead.
Were you saying it's rude when people interrupt?
Yeah.
Are you talking to
What?
him? Or are you talking to us? Because
I'm
I've watched this
talking
podcast.
to basically
Okay,
everyone.
perfect. So we're okay.
I mean, I was just told I wasn't allowed to speak as well, so.
It's
Wait,
because
what?
they were having a conversation, though.
Are we
But
now
you
having?
did ask, so it was a yes or no question. And then he let you talk after.
Okay. Well, my bad then.
Okay. So,
Are we good?
what do you mean? I don't know. You're the one who
We
kind
have
of
a record?
look.
Can we just?
In my view, you were being rude, and I told
That's
you
your
to stop.
opinion, and I respect that. And
Okay.
I apologize if you think I was rude.
It's not that I think you were rude. You were rude.
That's your opinion.
It's not an opinion.
That's an opinion.
Was the cooking and
I think if you were,
Real hot take.
I think questioning whether she doesn't cook or clean for her roster
Questioning
of
whether
10
you
men.
could
And that's
fuck
what
up a
zero
guy if a
accountability
guy
looks
you was
like.
being your girl. It's just like it's all opinions. Let's all be chill. Let's all have a nice debate.
But what? Okay, so we can go into the whole like, and then you said I could probably take you, right?
Because it's a joke. Get the joke. Get the bit.
But what's the underlying communication that you're trying to say there?
What are you trying to say when you're implying that we can't cook and clean? You don't know us. It's all jokes. We're all just making jokes here for content. Let's all move on. Let's make our content and have a good time, and without getting so serious and offensive.
There's obviously
We're both
scales.
into
Can you stop interrupting? There's obviously scales to it, right? So me questioning whether she cooks or cleans for her roster of 10 men is a little different than you ad hominem attacking my ex-girlfriend for calling her.
I didn't attack her. I attacked you. You bought her 2 dinners in 5 years.
No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about you saying that she must be ugly. She must be a fatty.
Roll the clip back. I never said must. I said was she.
It doesn't matter. Go pull up her fucking Instagram right now.
She's fatty.
No, she was not. That's you're shifting the goalposts here.
No.
Did you say ugly and fatty? That's the set. Forget the
I did,
boss
and
for
I stand
maybe.
by that.
Don't you think that's rude to say about somebody?
I think it's a funny joke. And you said the thing about her being.
Would you say that to someone's face?
What do you mean? Say to her
Would you
face.
say it to a girl's face?
I'm saying that to your face. Was your girlfriend ugly or fatty? Why you only bought her 2 meals in 5 years?
What? I don't see the connection between the frequency with which I buy a woman meals and her physical attractiveness and her weight.
One thing about me, I make a lot of jokes. So why am I here if I can't crack my jokes? Because I'll fucking leave. It's just like I'm trying to have a good time and you're making it so serious. I like to crack jokes. I want to make jokes. It was a joke. It wasn't meant to be that serious.
Okay.
I'm not going to explain why it was a joke. To me, it's a joke.
But
I do a lot of jokes.
you can't just defend saying, hold on.
I don't even
Can you stop interrupting? Can you stop interrupting? You've asked to have a conversation about it.
I know, but you keep
stop.
dragging on.
Can you stop? Let's stop interrupting.
You keep dragging on the same question.
I'm not dragging on the same question.
It was a joke to me.
I'm asking you to stop interrupting. Okay? Allow me to finish my point. I let you speak. Let me finish my point, and then you can comment. Okay? So, I fail to see how just attacking someone. I fail to see the truth.
Okay.
How
many times did I say?
Open it up to the table.
But it's an opinion.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'll get to you in a sec. Here's the thing.
I want to talk again. I said it's a joke to me. That's my opinion. We all have opinions here. It's America. I'm allowed to make an opinion and make a joke.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure.
Can we move on?
No. I'm gonna. You can't just initiate an argument and then just be like, okay, now we're moving on. It's my show. I'll finish my point, and then we can move on. But you're being really rude now.
I am not being rude.
Yes, you're trying to dictate the flow of the show on my show. We're gonna continue talking about it. I'm gonna make my point, and then I will.
Dictate the flow. You asked why.
You need to stop fucking interrupting. Why do you keep interrupting? Chill out. Okay. Jesus Christ. Look, I don't like this whole thing of like people saying really mean things about other people and just being like, oh, it's a joke.
If that's mean to you, then you gotta get from this game. Because we're on the internet. We get ripped apart to shreds. You gotta have.
Let me ask the girls here at the table. If someone to your face.
I said it about your girlfriend.
Stop interrupting.
Don't yell at me, or I'm gonna
You keep interrupting. It's very rude. You think it's rude that I'm yelling. You keep interrupting. Stop. You you not have the social grace to just stop interrupting?
Crazy assumption.
Are you not interrupting me? I'd like to ask the girls here, if someone to your face called you ugly, is that a joke?
I would probably just laugh because I know I'm not. But
Is it a joke?
yeah, I'm not gonna take anyone's opinion seriously.
We're all used to the trolling.
I mean, why would I take anyone's opinions of my appearance seriously? Like, why would I? And I think that if you if you do it, well, to me, it sounds like that you're expecting us to get hurt over people's opinions of us, and that's just not us. If someone's calling us ugly, I guess we're ugly to them. That's their opinion. It's valid.
Example of why women get treated like children.
I don't think women get treated.
If someone called you ugly, would you view it as a joke?
I get told that every day.
Yeah.
On the internet.
It doesn't mean that.
Roll back the chat. Roll back the chat.
Either way, it's offensive, especially when you're talking about someone that you don't even know.
I don't really feel
Martin
offensive.
donated 100
If someone like
you are curt, confrontational, and you carry your life trauma heavier than your makeup. You're unattractive inside and out. Brian has a podcast to run. You don't recognize masculinity because your father is weak and a failure.
Is that just a joke?
that's kind of a joke because her dad is a very nice man and not weak or a failure. I think that's a joke.
But would it perhaps be appropriate for someone to be upset at what he said about your father?
Can I be honest? I went in one ear out the other. I'm gonna sleep great at night. That shit,
like that one really bothered me.
That doesn't bother me because I know who I am. I know who my dad is. That shit doesn't bother me. I'm a very secure person, and I like wearing makeup.
So, I feel like since we're all subjecting ourselves to this and criticism, we should have like the wherewithal to not like take it offensively or to heart.
Best of luck.
And also, question. You're getting really defensive over this, so was she ugly or a fatty? Cause was that, just wondering.
Specified
no. I've repeatedly said she wasn't. Go ahead.
I tried to move on from this.
Let's get a picture.
5 minutes ago.
Can we get a picture?
I tried to move on from this topic. I said, let this topic go 5 minutes
It's
ago.
not your podcast.
Then
But
I'm done talking.
There's no point in being meta about it.
I'm not.
No, I said meta. We've already discussed it. You think it's a joke? I don't. That's the end of the story then.
Agree to disagree.
So we can
Looks like you found
move
something
on.
nice.
That's what I think is best. In any case, though, I fail to see how it's a joke, and I'll leave it at that. You think it's perfectly within the normal social graces to just call people fat and ugly. If that's your standard of conduct, then I suppose that's your standard of conduct, but it's not mine. And perhaps it seems like the other girls at the table here who want to defend her also think it's a normal standard of conduct to just call people who you don't know
One step closer.
ugly and fatties. I think you're really just desiring to defend her because she's on your team. I actually don't think that that's your standard. I think that's bullshit. Anyways, we're gonna move on.
That's what zero accountability looks like.
What do you mean zero
That's what
accountability?
you said, like, you can't see in any type of way, like, even a sliver of her perspective. I'm sorry. Like, you are choosing to think that she's just doing that and saying that because it fits your narrative instead of actually listening to her and taking what she says as what she says.
You're done for.
Because she's not agreeing with
I
you.
find it incredibly difficult to believe that you or most women would think that it's just a joke to call
You'll
a
knock
woman
this out in no time.
ugly or a fatty. I'm sorry if I'm a bit skeptical of the assertion that that's just like within the normal social.
Do you think we're operating right now in a normal social way?
I think it's
we're not all at a bar where
we are called ugly and fat on the internet. You have to
So-
get over it. You really took that and being dead serious. I don't understand that was a fucking joke. If we can play the clip back that was a joke. I said
That
it
was
in a
one of the
manner.
things.
So I'm saying it's like literally, and you don't understand that when I said that, it was a fucking joke. And if you don't get that, then I'm out. Like, if you, like, this is, like, I can't have this conversation anymore. It's so fucking stupid.
I think we're just like a little desensitized because it's like people call some crazy shit on the internet like every single day. Like people have said some really mean things, and like at first, yes, it bothers you.
Yes, the internet is toxic. We're right now though. We're face to face. Shit
Right.
that people will say anonymously on the internet would never fucking fly in person, and you know that.
I mean, if we were like in a full-on argument and like you called me ugly or fat, yeah. But if you just like jokingly were like, yeah, you're ugly and fat, I wouldn't even like think twice about it, just because it's like, I don't know. I don't really.
I fail to see what the joke is, though. That's where I'm still stuck. I fail to see, like, usually in a joke, there's a punchline, there's some, like, I'm failing to see the joke.
Like, there's different perspectives.
Like, I can't, for example, if I just walked up to a random woman in the street, and I just said, you're ugly and a fatty. Just joking. Just fucking joking.
Can I explain your joke? Because I think I understand it, and that's your problem. No one's explaining this joke to you in the way
You showed that monster what's up.
That's not my sense of humor. What I made, I wouldn't go up to a random woman and call her ugly or fat. That's not funny to me. That wasn't the joke. That wasn't the bit.
So calling a woman who you don't
I never said that.
In my
I
opinion,
never said that.
Never
if
said
someone came up to me and said you're fat and ugly and said I was just joking, I would think that was funny. Just because, like, what are you talking about?
Even if they weren't joking, I would think that was valid.
Most people wouldn't.
I would say most people wouldn't.
Most people wouldn't.
I agree.
Okay. Do you want to explain it?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. So your guys' whole conversation literally was like, you took her out to eat like twice or whatever, like whatever. And then she said that was a joke. So when you connect it and you want to go deeper into it, you're placing like, typically in our society, men who are proud of like men who have women, they're going out spending lunch, like going out to dinner all the time. So if you're only going like once or twice, not a lot, then of course it's gonna be like, so why isn't?
Whoa, you're interrupting, bro.
Intentionally or not, a healthy, mature person would have apologized. Joke or not.
I apologize that you thought I was being rude. So. Did I not?
Yeah, but when you say that, you're apologizing for his actions, not your own.
I'm sorry. It's like I'm sorry
that you feel that way.
It's not really an apology. I don't need an apology. But the subsequent comment was like, "Oh, Brian, you think you'd be able to take a guy? I'd probably fuck you up." It's just like, okay, bro. Again, I don't think we have that level of rapport. That's it.
That is one.
Anyways, the TTS interrupted you.
I'm all good.
She was saying if you're taking the woman out like 2 times and you don't want to show her off, she was asking like, maybe is she ugly or fat like to you? Like maybe she wasn't. She was asking like, is she ugly or fat because you haven't taken her out, I guess.
Because
I think that's what you were.
I've had this conversation with multiple women before, and they go up to the other guys and they're like, well, have you taken her out to dinner? I'm like, oh, once or twice, and they're like, well, is she ugly? Like, why are you taking her out more?
It's like
this is a normal conversation that men have, like that I've been a part of.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, exactly.
Like, I think that's where you get to the joke.
Yeah, that's where you get to the joke. So if you're not understanding that part, then of course you're gonna get offended. You know?
The joke is that because she could be unattractive, that I don't want to be seen in public with her. Is that?
The joke is not like bingo. Kind of say that. Like men have that kind of.
Yeah.
I've heard men talk about it too. I know.
Yeah, same. I've been in those conversations with men.
It's like, oh, she must be fat or ugly.
And I've been in like the position of like, well, why? What? That doesn't make sense to me. And they're like, well, we like to like show off our girls, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, the more, if they're prettier or whatever, they'll spend more money on them. They'll take them out more. They want to show them off. They want to make sure all the other men know who they're tapping, all that stuff. So if you're like not going out in public, you're not showering with her, all this stuff, there's gonna be a little like, so what's going on? Like, is he not? Like, you know, is she not that attractive? Is he not that attractive? Like, it's gonna be something. There's gonna be a little thing to think about.
Okay, so that's one component of it. Truthfully, though, the big blow-up that occurred happened after the comments about
Was it the
fighting.
yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, honestly, I kind of glanced to some degree over the ugly and fatty comment. All right, we have some chats here. We have, let's see, Puffy Vegas. I'm a 49, and I'm going to tell you women in their 20s don't care about age. P.S. I never bought a woman anything. Okay, there you have it. See, this guy knows what he's doing. He's 49. Never bought a woman anything. He knows.
Is he married or in a relationship?
He's on a chat.
But he's 49 and he's watching a live stream.
And do you want a cookie? What's up?
If you know who Puffy Vegas was, he is one of the preeminent Giga Chads in Las Vegas. Okay, we have Hard Body. First two chicks aren't adding anything of value, and AS Frog kicked them. Cold Chat wants at least blonde gone. Personal for the first chick. And we'll try to move on. We'll see. Okay, Puffy Vegas, I'm 100% on Brian's side. Blondie was mean. And you're protecting her and are all... Wait. You are protecting her... All are full of BS, because if you saw a hot guy and he called you ugly, all of you would cry. P.S. Blondie is mid. Okay. We have Sloan Fideli. Have a roster of super hot young women in...
But he just called her mid.
Okay.
Isn't that like...
It's just a joke, though, right?
Right, I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, you didn't bat an eyelash at that. You didn't even bat an eyelash at that. Yeah.
Defend yourself. If you want to say...
It's a joke. I just feel like this was a perfect opportunity and an example of exactly what you were talking about.
If you want to say something to Puffy Vegas, if you want to...
Puffy Vegas, we don't care.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just saying if he agrees with you but is doing the same thing, it's kind of like
I'm not co-signing on his statement.
No, I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying he is agreeing with you that he thinks it's rude and inappropriate for her to say she's fat and ugly, and then called her mid. So and then called her mid. So he's doing the same thing that he agreed with you that is appropriate. So it's just kind of hypocritical.
Okay, so...
Would you not agree? Would you not agree?
Could it be hypocritical? It's a bit too cocoa. What's that?
I feel like it's pretty cut and dry.
Fallacy. Okay, in any case,
so you wouldn't agree, or you would agree?
Mid is not nearly as insulting as ugly and fat.
That's your opinion, though. To you.
What?
It's different.
What? Mid means you're like a 5 or a 6.
It's still something that could be.
Bro, this girl argues to argue.
That's what we're saying.
This girl argues
You can
to
find
argue.
things as an insult. You don't say them.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Wait, you think mid? Hold on. You think mid is worse than ugly?
I'm literally just putting words into my mouth. I'm literally saying that some people, like other people, not me, could find mid to be insulting.
Both are derogatory.
So like, I don't know what you're.
It's like comparing ugly and hideous. You know, like both are derogatory comment on someone being less attractive.
Off the rails today. Okay.
So you
I
would
just
agree
don't
or
think
not?
I don't think mid is as. I'm not saying it's a nice thing to say to somebody, but it's not as bad as
Would
saying
you
ugly.
agree it's a derogatory comment on someone's appearance?
It could be a little insulting. Yeah.
Right.
It could be a little
But, like,
insulting,
we
but if they're
didn't
actually
see
mid,
that.
hey, fuck. He does. What's up?
Not to be rude, I swear to God.
We have an hour left, and we are actually kidnapping you. So you're kidnapped. We are keeping you here. I got some.
Hi, yes, it's me, Gum Dio.
Yeah, we're gonna try to wrap at 9. Can you guys? Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Can I get my fruit snacks?
Can I have some?
Yeah.
What you
Yeah, can I get my
mangoes?
chips too? Like gummy bears.
You guys can't hold out for an hour.
You just asked for some of my gummy bears.
Hold on. One second.
If someone was like, "Oh, you're short," it wouldn't affect you at all because you
Oh,
know
you should
that
at
you're
least
not
stay
short.
for the trays thing. By the way, it's been very rude that you've been checking your phone this entire show.
Hope you've got insurance.
What you did, I mean,
I know. I wanted to go on. But you didn't know it was gonna be. I'm so sorry.
you requested to be on the show.
I know.
And
Didn't you say it was only at 8? You said one more hour. I think 48.
well, I mean, as a not a concession, but we were going to try to wrap up around 9. But we go typically the shows we go for 4, and you guys were 30 minutes late too, so we delayed our start a little bit. But yeah, I mean,
I have no excuse. I have no excuse for that one.
if you go to the channel, the episode Adam was on was 5 hours. So if you gotta go, like you gotta fucking go. But It's not even so. It's not so upsetting that you have to leave. It's just like you've been checked out for the past hour. You've been on your phone, like pissy about the fact that we're going late, even though you requested to be on the show.
See, I just have like a social battery, and my social battery gets fried. Or I mean,
If you gotta talk, you gotta. I mean,
my social battery gets
sound good.
my social battery gets like fried. Where it's like at the beginning, I'm like checked in, and I'm able to like take part in the debates, but like I reach a point with my social battery where it's like I just can't.
Okay,
we also
that's
did a
fine.
shoot today. Just
It's still rude to be checking your phone, but like that's fine.
Life goes on.
Yep. All right, take off. Later.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Drive safe.
You,
This is
okay?
for my fellow hunters.
Let's well, we can't have you guys linger back to the studio if you're leaving midway through, so I mean we need you to just like we need you out. You can't just be lingering. We need you out of the studio, guys.
Now I have so much space.
Nothing
I
personal.
guess we could spread Can we out scoot now. down because this corner's stuck?
Yeah, we'll scoot people around.
Okay, Alexa.
Wait, what's the point of scooting if we only have 10 minutes left?
Studio if you're leaving midway through, so
Nice to meet you.
Drive safe.
Thank you.
let's well we can't have you guys linger in the back of the studio if you're leaving midway through, so I mean we need you to just like we need you out. You can't just be lingering. We need you out of the studio, guys.
Now I have so much space.
They were gonna.
I guess we could
Yeah, can we scoot down because this corner's stuck?
Yeah.
We'll scoot people around.
Okay, Alexa.
Wait, what's the point of scooting if we only have 10 minutes left?
You can be like here and all the way over here. And you can be like, what's up?
Nailed it.
Yeah. I can really kick back.
Sorry. Yeah, they were saying a little kind of whispering under their breath as they were leaving, but I honestly should have called out sooner. She was fucking checking her phone. I should have called her out
Together
sooner.
sometime. How's Hunts?
I was like, okay, I'll let it slide one more time.
Man, wish I could hit the gym.
Conversation. I should have checked it sooner. She was super rude. Like, well, here, let's take her fucking shit out of Instagram. I mean, out of the fucking show. I mean, they're talking shit as they're leaving. She's checked out the entire show. She's rude at the beginning. I try to make things cool, but
Can I
and they
be
were
here
fucking
now?
30 minutes late. What's up?
Can I be here now?
Yeah, that's fine. I think maybe we try to readjust something. Yo, can you scroll down? Yeah, I mean, look, it's crazy because they requested to be on the show. I'm pretty sure they probably got linked up with Adam, because Adam is her management, I guess. Adam's been on the show. The shows are 3, 4, 5 hours long. They were 30 minutes late, so I think we started the show a little bit on, I don't know, whatever. And she's rude during there, and she's checking her phone when we specifically instructed her not to do it. I was just trying to let it slide because I didn't want to get in another argument with her, especially. Normally I would check that shit if a girl's checking the phone that much, but I don't know if some of you guys are just tuning in. Major fucking argument before, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just let it slide, whatever, I'm just gonna bite my tongue, but alright, I'll put description, you guys fucking go, like, you're just gonna fucking be rude about it. So, it's funny too, I was actually gonna try to rap, what's that?
I just felt they walked in.
This will be easy.
What do you mean?
Like they were being
Wouldn't trade today for the world.
Were they?
They're just like pointless.
Oh, they were on their phone. Okay, so one thing I'll tell you, Madison, so I'm like, when you're doing the pre-show instructions, I'm like handling the cameras. I'm not paying attention to, so like, you have the authority here.
Yeah, but then
too.
I just stopped until they like put their head up and then I
No, feel free, Madison. Like, you have the authority to be like, yo, shut the fuck up, pay attention, get off your fucking phone.
Word.
No, I'm giving you, like, you can tell them to, like, get in the fucking line. Don't, like, I specifically said, hey, Madison has to go over some pre-show information. Please give her your attention.
Yeah.
And then, so, okay.
Puffy_Vegas donated $99. Every girl I met gives me a 10 out of 10. I will pay for a girl cause if she like you don't have to. It's funny that you didn't notice the thousands of girls on my page. Many of them are creators.
Every girl you meet is like
you don't
from.
undecided.
No, we want more kids, for
Okay.
sure. It's just when is, the timeline is hard to figure out.
Gotcha.
There's our target.
And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 6 p.m. Pacific today. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host back there, Ashley St. Clair. She got a name change. Used to be Kiki, now it's Ashley St. Clair. Okay, she's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs. Instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut as we have a large truck passing by. So if you do at 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Given our guest tonight and for the sake of a smooth stream, we have bumped up our super chat and tip triggers. Please see the description for full details. Guys, please keep the super chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships. Become a channel member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, do me a favor. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and Prime stuff if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I will reveal what the 7 on my lapel means if we get the over 70K followers. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm one of the plug. I'm 32 years old, and I'm an OnlyFans creator and a mom.
My name is Adam22. I'm 39 years old, and I am a podcaster and Dick Smith.
What is that? What's a Dick Smith?
I slang pipe for a living. It's at least one part of
You're
my
a pipe slanger.
Yeah, like a blacksmith.
But pipe, yes. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Nice. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Christy. I'm 33 years old. I'm an OnlyFans model and content creator.
I'm Brenna. I'm 34, and
Show me how it's done.
My name is Madison. I'm 18. I'm the secretary to Kiki on the Whatever podcast. I'm a host at a bar and
My name is Lila Rose, and I'm 34. I'm a wife and a mom, and the founder of Live Action, and a podcaster.
My name is Ruslan. I'm 38. I'm a follower of Jesus, husband, father, YouTuber.
It's infuriating.
My name is Isabella. I'm 23 years old. I am a conservative influencer, and I am a fellow at an international strategy think tank.
Positively unstoppable.
Rock and roll. Welcome, everybody. I'm 34. I'm a podcast host and not a Dick Smith. Okay, let's go around the table once more. What's your current relationship status? So are you single? Are you in a relationship? Talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycool, sex, cult. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's your longest relationship?
I'm married to Adam as of May. We've been together for 7 years, and that's the longest relationship I've ever been.
Yeah, 7 years, longest relationship.
Hi, I'm currently single. I've been single for 5 months now. I'm in this talking stages with a few people, but very single.
Longest relationship?
3 years.
3 years, okay.
I'm single. I think I've been single for 2 weeks. I don't know.
I'll send you to Kingdom Come.
A guy asked me to be his girlfriend after 2 dates, and then he broke up with me a week later, so there's that. But my longest relationship was 4 years.
I'm currently not single. My current relationship is my longest relationship, and it's been 11 months. I'm married for 5 years, and that's my longest relationship.
Married 15 years together. 19 years, so we're at that phase where we've been together longer than we've been apart.
I am currently seeing someone.
How long have you been seeing said person?
About like a
Let's
month.
really lay it on.
1 month. Okay.
Longest relationship was about a year.
Got it. A couple questions for everybody. Lena, how did you get the nickname Lena the Plug? What's the story there?
It's not an exciting story. I wish I could tell you it was about butt plugs, but at my old job before porn, I was like a really good employee. My boss called me the plug, and that is honestly where it came from.
Okay.
The 22, when I was 15, I started a live journal, which some people remember. It was like a very early blogging service, and I had to put a number. That's when Adam was taking.
How do you like this?
That was the beginning of the year.
Got it. And what's the story with the Lisa Simpson tattoo?
So, Lil Peep was a rapper that I was close with, died of a drug overdose in 2017. He had that tattooed when it was throat. I got it out of my head. Yeah.
Okay.
When he died.
Got it. So you guys have been together for 7 years. Okay. How did you two meet?
Keep your eyes on that one.
She DM'd me because she was working for a social media startup and she wanted to get me to interview some girls she was representing.
Yeah, they're like, get us outreach on podcasts, and I only do one podcast.
Time to surge ahead.
Yeah.
This is for my fellow
And he asked me if he was going to buy me a drink.
That was my line. I said, when are you going to buy me a drink?
Yeah, that's what he said.
You're going to take me on a date, something like that.
And you guys have, is it 2 kids or just one? Just one kid. Okay, is there plans for more?
When you do porn and your body is your job, deciding like when to get pregnant is a really big deal. But if I didn't do what I do for a living, I probably would already be pregnant again.
So she's a mere 32, so we're definitely going to probably crank out at least one more.
Crank out, yeah.
It's undecided.
No, we want more kids, for
Okay.
sure. It's just when is, the timeline is hard to figure out.
Gotcha. And so you guys shoot adult content.
Yeah.
You do content together, but then, Adam, do you also shoot with other women? Or?
Not really. I did one time because she had a stomach virus, but besides that, we only shoot together for the most part. And then she recently did her first scene with another guy, which is kind of the first time that we branched out into that.
And, I mean, that's definitely made the rounds.
It was a bit of a thing.
It was a bit of a thing. And so, actually, you know what? We have a clip from your Instagram, Nick, if you can pull it up, where you kind of announced that you were, going to work with Jason Love. And are you guys still close with Jason, or?
We're really close with him.
Well,
I mean,
our friendship has gone through
You asked for it.
just because he kind of was yapping his mouth on some podcasts and stuff, kind of talking crazy.
It's in quite
that
crazy
definitely
state.
made it. When we were talking about, we were thinking about doing like a sort of like game show type thing, like American Idol type tryout thing for us to find the next dude that we're going to film adult content with. And so we were saying that we're definitely going to have to like really have a group chat where we're filling in on all of our thoughts on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, since we are taking these sort of leaps with our content.
And as I understand it, was it a wedding present from? Is that?
it wasn't the actual wedding present. Before we got married, we had the discussion about if I should shoot with another guy, and Adam said yes. And after, when I was going to shoot it, which was shortly after the wedding, I made the joke like, you should say this is your wedding present, like you gave me all these threesomes, like hundreds of threesomes. Just say that I can like your path.
Do you guys no longer do threesomes, or?
We do threesomes every week.
Oh, okay. But you don't shoot separately.
Maybe we can find some items for trading.
Right. I mean, like, it honestly wouldn't really be a big deal, I don't think. I would do that, but I don't really make it my business. I only got so much time.
Do we have the clip? The first one? No. Lena's, excuse me. Yeah. With Jason, for the record.
Anyway, rounds.
Go ahead. Oh. Yeah. With Jason, for the record.
Anyway, rounds.
Go ahead. Oh, hold on. You gotta unmute it. Go ahead.
Guess who I'm shooting with today? Finally happening. Wow. I didn't know you were going to do that.
closet. So that's the guy who you did a scene with.
You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
Damn, Brian.
I have not
You
seen
have free sub.
What's that?
You have free subscription to my page.
That's like not listening to the new Taylor Swift album
Yeah.
or something.
There you have it. There you have it. I'm out of the loop. I'm a boomer, pretty much. How did you guys distribute it? Was it through your OS?
My OnlyFans page, yeah.
And to unlock it, did you just need a sub, or did you also have to pay like an additional?
It was $20 in the messages, which for a first of any sort is like kind of on the cheaper side. I hear of some girls charging like $1,500, $150. But
Okay. So in addition to having to sub to your OF, also there was a price to unlock. It was 20. Okay. Do you guys know how many downloads it's got?
I don't know.
Are you able to track that on?
I don't think so. Not per video like that. Well, you can see like how many people bought it.
Yeah.
But
Do you guys know the numbers on how many?
it's in the many 7 digits or 2 times.
Really?
But
Wow.
But as far as like, I mean, it leaked a lot. I would love to know like the leak numbers so I could actually know how many people viewed it, even if they didn't pay for it.
Yeah, I'm sure it got leaked.
Oh yeah.
Everywhere. Was it re-uploaded on various websites?
Yeah, I had like 3 different DMCA teams on it, like in different time zones.
So did you guys get any backlash?
Oh yeah. We had definitely never got like the conservative community backlash before. But then also, like, obviously I'm in the hip hop world, podcast wise and everything, so there's definitely an element of stigma from that. And you know, it's obviously all like, some of it's super serious, where it's like people who really think that it's like the worst thing you can possibly do, and then there's people that just want to get their jokes off. So it's kind of all over the place in terms of that.
Gotcha. So we have some other married people here. Do you guys have any thoughts on the sort of arrangement that they have?
I mean, I'm extremely grateful to be married. My husband's an awesome guy, and you know, I was sort of praying and waiting my life to find a man like him, and when I did, I was so grateful. So yeah, I mean, for us, fidelity is really, really big. We think that's part of being married, is that it's a sacred promise to each other. So I think that's obviously a difference philosophically that we have. But yeah, I mean, having that intimacy together, part of intimacy, I believe, is just for us too, and that has to do with sex. It's sacred. I believe it's sacred and is for just people who are married and committed to each other for life.
Well, let me tell you something. It's the first time we ever hooked up, we had a few drinks, but we FaceTimed a girl who was a mutual friend of ours during a BJ aspect of us hooking up. Which I say just to say that for us, it has always come very natural that we have like a little bit of that exhibitionist in us. And like, so there it is. I think a lot of people view the Jason Love scene or like different kind of stuff outside the box as being kind of like shocking. But I say that just to say that like for us, it wasn't really much of a shock. You know, like as time went by in our relationship, we started shooting professional content with other girls or just us or whatever. It didn't really strike us as super out of the ordinary. So for like most people, they would be going from being in a strict relationship where they're practicing monogamy to like then the idea of another guy coming in and like sleeping with their wife. Like a lot of people can't really seem to have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that for us it was content that she had just really been dying to have a new penis inside of her. And you know, we could have had that conversation for sure, but you know, this definitely wasn't really that. It was really more of like a business plan.
Yeah, for us it's not cheating or invalidation. Talk about, but everyone has their own.
I'm a teacher to play dead.
Of what's cheating in a relationship. You know, if I was texting right now, probably that would be cheating. Would be having gone at a certain time and place and told my husband like I'm gonna fuck him and we're gonna film it. You know, that was not cheating.
You're done for.
Are you guys familiar with?
You're a lifesaver.
Yeah, it's had sex with what, like 9,000 women or something?
Yeah. He said, I know what it's like to have sex with 1,000 women. He said, but in hindsight, I would rather have sex with 1,000 times.
No, I respect that for sure. I end up thinking about that a lot in terms of like, you know, I think before her I had sex with something like 300 girls, and then us being together probably like another 300, and it's like, I don't regret that by any means, because I think that in some way. You know, you have to sleep with some number of women before you can make some kind of educated decision about what kind of woman you want to spend the rest of your life with. Now, that being said, like, what is that number? Obviously, a lot of people think, or not a lot,
Subquest
some people
complete.
think that it's preferable to be a virgin before you get into a relationship. I don't personally really think you have enough information about what you're into or not into before you slept with anyone. And obviously, there's a lot of ways to get to know somebody besides just sleeping with them. But myself, I've personally had the experience many times of, you know, pining over a girl for weeks and then finally sleeping with her. And her vagina was just blown to smithereens. It was just no good. I couldn't get any kind of enjoyment out of it. And to me, that just, like, you need to find that out before you actually go for it, you know?
Well, if you're marrying a virgin, that kind of eliminates the desire.
I think some vaginas are just, like, inherently blown out. Like, I think
they come like that?
They just are fucked up, yeah. Like, it's just a genetic thing. Some, like, all kinds of different size vaginas, just the same way that, like, ladies, I'm sure you wouldn't want to marry some guy and then find out he had a 2.5 inch penis, right?
Yeah, you have to see it first.
I think it depends on like your view of the person. If our view of the person is what they give
Don't let up
like,
now.
the immediate sexual
Hope you're
gratification,
ready for a lesson
as
in
opposed to
pain.
is this someone that I want to choose to love because I think love is a choice, and someone that I would see raising a family with one day and I could be with together for life. And then you figure out sex together and you can keep optimizing sex by loving each other more and more and more. But ultimately, love is a choice, I believe, and it's one that is a gift of yourself. And you receive the gift of the other person.
But if I had started to hang out with her, the first time that I saw her vagina was a penis flat trap. It's just, I want to know that before I get into like a serious relationship. I think it's very valuable information. I think there are big vaginas, there are big dicks, there are small vaginas, there are small dicks, and realistically, they need
You're going down!
Wait, hold on. Penis fly trap? What are you talking about? Out?
Your time
well,
to shine
like,
now!
I'm just picturing like a bunch of like venom and poison and all kinds of like spiked teeth and stuff like.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I think it's like an energetic connection. Like when you're hooking up with someone, you either like energetically have a connection with them or you don't. It's like while you're like kiss with your eyes closed and stuff, you could like feel their
If
energy.
I have like bad sex with someone,
Yeah, but also, like, with that being said, I don't think it's about number. I think it's about the ratio. Like, certain people,
That monster's after you!
some people, just everyone wants to fuck them. And if they fucked 100 people and 7,000 people wanted to fuck them, that's like a pretty low ratio. You live in the middle of nowhere. No one really wants to fuck you. You're not that good looking. And you slept with 10 people. That's like kind of a big deal. Maybe only 10 people wanted to fuck you in your whole life. And you fucked all of them. Like, I think it's about the ratio.
It's got your number!
What is this like home math? I'm just trying to.
I'm just saying, like, it's about like the ratio.
I like
it depends where you live. It totally depends on the city. If you go out, how you fuck, like. Everyone, like, that, if you're going to the pool and you look a certain way and everyone wants to fuck you, and you haven't fucked everyone, and you're not a slut, but it's like, I don't know, you don't look a certain way, you don't go out. 10 people want to fuck you, you fuck all of them. 10 sounds like a low number compared to 50, but out of 1,000, 50 is not that big.
You got the math, you're into the
It's the ratio.
I'm just confused, like, the difference between, like, ratio and, like, body count.
Yeah. No, I'm saying body count doesn't matter ratio to body count. It's about the opportunity. So, like, if we both had, like, 100 guys wanting to fuck us.
Where do you think you're going?
No, wait, no. Like, if you had 100 and I had, like, 1,000,
It's hard to
it
know
would be
how
so
many
different
potential
based on the
suitors you
ratio.
have, you
Yeah.
know, but-
It's about how many opportunities you fuck.
You said something about energy, the transfer of energy. Is it fair to say that we all agree there's something that's spiritual?
Yeah.
And we all acknowledge that the higher your body count, the harder it becomes to pair bond down the road.
No, because I'm saying it's about the ratio.
No, I'm not.
But what if you already
talking about
bond with someone and then you guys decide together that you guys can go sleep with other people and it doesn't?
I think it'll
it
hurt
adds
the
to
bond.
your connection.
I think it takes away. I think it will hurt the bond long term.
Fuck that, babe.
Turn the tables, yeah?
I have a question when it comes to, like, you mentioned
Here comes the
and
pain.
what's your what's your sort of sense of how you like to talk to your kids?
Proper
child,
man
or
now,
like,
yeah?
more kids, which is awesome. What is your sense of how to communicate like your profession and your work to your kids?
I mean, I think there's a time when your kid is mature to have the conversation about like, well, this is, entertainment.
It's simple, yeah?
The same way
I
with
hit you, you go down.
We're just entertainers in this entertainment business, and everything. Like, I don't feel like we're doing anything unethical by having sex, filming it, and selling it legally, and then paying a shit ton of taxes on all of that. Like, there is nothing wrong with that to me.
You'll
and like,
come back even stronger.
I would, when she's mature enough, just explain that to her. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with two adults agreeing to participate in a sex act off camera or on camera, and I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody starting and running a business in which they sell a product to people who want to purchase it. So I have no qualms about doing porn, but I also I kind of notice that this always happens where people sort of lay out the terms of our relationship or acknowledge that, we're in a relationship that's a little non-traditional, and especially in our case, we're not really a polyamorous couple per se, because, compare us to Destiny and his girl, where he has full-on sexual relationships with other girls, and I guess she knows about it, but, that's a separate thing. And then, vice versa, she sleeps with other guys. That's kind of more
stamina, yeah?
version of what we have going, where it's more of just an on-camera thing. We almost never, the past 3-4 years, have really hooked up with anybody off camera. Not that we have anything against it, it just hasn't really, it's primarily a work thing from our perspective. But what people always do is that once you sort of lay that out, and everybody seems to be in agreement that there's nothing that you can really say wrong with adults engaging in whatever kind of acts they want to engage in, it just instantly becomes about the kid, because there's something inherently uncomfortable about us having the careers that we have, and then also having kids. Now, we know a ton of porn stars who basically hide their kids away from the world, and nobody knows that they have kids. And given the amount of intense scrutiny that we've gotten over the past couple months, I can kind of understand that and stop posting our kid's face on social media and stuff like that, just because we don't really want her to have a life that is so defined by what her parents did for a living. But I mean, I say all that to say that I feel like the argument against people engaging in sort of non-traditional relationships is kind of weak if you have to instantly pivot into well, what am I?
Yeah, I think there's a design of how we were created to function in a one-man, one-woman covenantal arena. Now, I think everything outside of that is unhelpful, and I think there is something wrong with porn. I think porn is a total net negative to society. I'm not sure how many of you guys are fans that watch regularly that person and how this affects them, but Andrew Huberman did a whole long thing about what happened after they opened back to its intended to be. I think it's very hard to make the argument that porn is helpful as much as it's harming. Let's get a lot of these guys from the rest of the incel community, regular stuff. A lot of the people that rail against you guys probably secretly don't watch this stuff, which is a really bizarre thing. You see it with depression fit girls. So I don't know, as a net positive, this is something, remove the kids, this is something that you actually to human flourishing.
Everyone tries to always focus on the extreme porn watcher, but I think that there's very healthy porn consumers, which are probably the majority of porn consumers. I don't think that women should consume porn too, and I don't think they're sitting around all day just masturbating to porn. I mean, we both consume it at a very moderate level. I don't know.
You guys create something different.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, if I was single and I was going to go on a date, or even if me and her are going on a date, I just want to clear the pipes up, because I think that's one thing. If we're going to get into our pickup artist bag here, we have a conversation about how to basically prepare for a night of intimacy with a woman. You definitely don't want to be going in there with 5 days worth of spunk inside your body. You want to definitely clear the pipes out so that you're going in there kind of fresh, and you're able to actually put work in. And for me personally, that's one of the big benefits of adult content, is that you just kind of clear your mind. I don't think I feel more clear-headed at any point throughout the week than right after I JO, because that's when I really don't have sex in my brain at all. It's a total clean slate, and that's why a lot of times if I have something to write, I gotta answer
another
for a
day,
couple
another
hours.
notch on
I
my
might
best
beat off
work.
beforehand.
You don't see any value to semen retention, guys being able to control themselves. If
That's the last shit I want inside my body. I want to get rid of it at any cost. Clear me out.
Interesting.
So that's why when she, surprises me with some top midday, you don't even know how important what you're doing is in that moment, because what you really are doing is like a stress ball. Like you're relieving the stress from my body and allowing me to be a better man. Thank you. Well, there you go.
There's a statistic I saw recently about divorce, and it was that 56% of divorces list pornography use of one of the partners as one of the top reasons. So, like to Ruslan's point, there's a lot of net large in our society. There's a lot of harm that porn does to families, to marriages, and then the top site that trafficked victims are at, according to the data, is porn show sites, meaning you're going to find a lot of trafficking victims involved in pornography. So I think, to Ruslan's point, just looking at the net large impact on society, we see a lot of that negative impact that pornography has.
Or the fact that a lot of the folks consuming it are underage, and I don't think we'd want any kids to consume this.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Besides for the underage, just to go back on your point, I think if people are watching porn, it's because their husband or wife or spouse or significant other isn't gratifying them properly, and that's why they're looking other ways to do it. So, it's not really like the porn industry.
It's like shifting out the air. I think it's the other way around.
Unfortunately, a lot of the porn, there's a lot of extreme stuff that happens in a lot of pornography. And so, the person might be kind of acclimated to want certain more extreme things.
Which I understand, if you're in a committed relationship and you agree upon certain things, and you should be looking elsewhere, and usually you do look elsewhere, it's because you're not getting what you thought you were getting out of it, and everyone has needs.
Okay, that's part of the role of porn, from my perspective, is that, let's say I have a huge black woman fetish, and then I end up in a relationship with an Armenian woman. Should I just live my entire life repressed, never getting to produce fluid to the sight of a beautiful ebony queen? To me, it's better for me to be able to handle that, cop the OnlyFans of this sort of creator, and then just be able to, do that. Whereas, same thing with, a lot of fetish stuff. The average girl that you end up in a relationship with, say you're a guy who likes to get pegged. Not really my thing, but Brian, I don't know. Ruslan, I don't know. But let's say you're into it. Okay, fair enough. But let's say that you're into it, and it's that's got to be a pretty hard conversation to have with the average girl of hey, I want you to put a strap-on and go to town.
Sweet.
What do you think?
I'm ready for this. Wish me luck.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you might want to see that stuff online and leave it out of your personal life because it would be so complicated to bring that into your personal life. And a lot of people's fetishes, it's just you don't really control that. If you're turned on by seeing some pagan stuff, I'm not into it. But it might be a little complicated to bring that into your personal life.
I dated a guy for 2 years. I didn't know he had a foot fetish at all. He never made it like that at all. He was way more OnlyFans and stuff. And I only found it from his search history.
How'd that make you feel?
It made me feel better because he didn't put me in a weird situation. I didn't know he was a weirdo.
Why does that make him a weirdo?
It's really good. Try it. I have done foot.
It's coming
but
for
again,
you.
I think to Ruslan's point too, and when he's saying porn is instrumental, this is what he's talking about, because people get so progressive and it goes so fast and people get so acclimated to their dopamine, kind of what makes them get off, that they need more and more and more, and it just funnels a deeper porn addiction. Nobody's a virgin starting off doing weird kinky stuff or having a foot fetish. It's not really normal, and so I think that's mostly what he's talking about and saying that's why it's just detrimental.
Angry is an
Just stay away
understatement.
from it. I completely understand. I'm super conservative, Republican, whatever. I'm not saying, I'm a huge patriot. Grab her by the pussy all day, every day. I don't know why anything is wrong with that. The girl should get off first. He's being very respectful by saying that. I hate when guys want a blowjob before they would grab her pussy.
Watch
I don't think that would be.
You need to recover. Melt the monster and show me what you can do.
Huge Republican.
I mean, that's your politics.
Well, I don't think
you do OF, correct?
Yeah, but it was all with my boyfriend. We just broke up, but
Show that monster you mean business.
I don't think for me it was a reality TV show. That's stuff that
You're quite good at this.
on actual TV.
Here comes the
But if
pain.
people want to pay me to see my dating life of what I'm already doing, and then I can just live like on vacation every day, all day with my own boyfriend. Like, why would I not do that?
I'll let you guys tell me really quickly.
You're a lifesaver.
Can you really consider yourself traditional without making a judgment on what you're doing? But can you really consider yourself traditional if you're engaged in sex work?
Well, traditionalism is not so much more of like.
It's not my fault he made that. It's just not. We're all supposed to be naked, fucking in caves.
Well, I don't. Traditional. Yeah, no, it's not really. I mean, traditional is not so much like a political. No.
No, because he ate the apple, so
Taliban fighters.
we can't. Should be.
Like, I know people who are Republican who are not traditional. Traditionalism is more rooted in like a biblical ideology, and it comes from more of a morality standpoint. So, like, would I consider someone doing OnlyFans traditional? No, not at all.
I understand that, but I am very traditional, very conservative.
How would you
huge
consider
Republican,
yourself?
huge patriot.
She is.
Well, no, again, you're like,
Republican,
yeah, but that doesn't mean, but it doesn't mean I don't want kids.
You like RFK?
Actually, yeah.
Well,
I'm just doing it with one person. I was just doing it with one person, just my boyfriend. It's like reality TV show. I don't really believe that the way society, like, first of all, who said societal norms are correct? I think that society is built up so horribly. Like, we're supposed to be in our roots, connected to nature, and everyone's just kind of like living in this way that we never were supposed to live. We're supposed to be like naked, living off the land, connecting to the universe. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not fucking a bunch of other guys. They're just me and my
And what's more traditional than the oldest profession in the world?
Exactly. That's what we're here to do. We're here to reproduce, right? Like if you're traditional, you're pro-life. So like we're here to reproduce. We're here to have sex. We're here to live off the land.
But you're not having sex to just have children. You're having sex to create content.
I'm having sex
for your only
I'm dating someone. No, I'm not doing it with anyone. I'm doing it with one person.
Thank you for that.
I'm doing it with one person.
I have a question. So I was looking at some research on pornography, and the average age of entry for people who use porn, not even addictively necessarily, but kind of regular use at least, is 13 years old. So that's typically when, usually a young boy, but sometimes young girl will fall into it more earlier. And that's just the stat. And, in Utah, as an example, they banned porn for underage kids. You had to get age verified. And the biggest porn company in the world, out of Utah, said we're not even going to do business there anymore. So many of their clients were underage, and they didn't want to have to deal with that. So, I mean, knowing that there are so many young eyes on the internet, back to the kids, like, well, one way you can bring the conversation, but there are so many young children on the internet.
That's up to the parents. The parents shouldn't be giving their kids iPads. I hate when I go out and I see parents and kids out to dinner and the kids are on iPads and their phones and stuff. Like, I would never let my kids have an iPhone.
But you're
stuff like
creating
that.
pornography, and you're saying
I'm actually what I think though is I have a reality TV show with my boyfriend at the time, now ex. If you want to pay to see it, you pay to see it. Okay.
But it's pornography, right?
It's the same, like, we have rated R movies that kids aren't supposed to see all the time. Are we not supposed to make it because they're accessing it? Like, there should be things put in place that they don't access it. And, like, if you don't want your kid to go on the internet and by themselves in their bedroom, you don't give them access to the tools that let them see those things. I don't plan on giving my kid a phone until they're, like, 16 years old.
Exactly.
So, like, that's not on us.
How old are you for someone? When I was 11 years old, me and my friends found a stack of nudie magazines in a dumpster somehow, and we, took a plastic bin out into the woods, and we preserved them in the woods because we couldn't keep them at our houses because we're so young. And I don't think that there's any army in the world that could have taken these magazines away from us.
So kids are going to see
what
it
ultimately
regardless,
took it away from
right?
us was the rain, because the rain
You need to
caused a lot
recover.
of water damage and things were sticking together. But I say all that to say that even though obviously I feel like there probably should be rules in place so that an 11-year-old can't see porn, it's difficult to see it. it also just seems kind of like almost pointless to even try because you know that this is like the most fundamental base thing that a kid is going to search on. Right? So I was
illegal to make porn in general.
No, I mean, I think also, like, as much anti-porn as I am, and as much as I would love to see it, like, completely banned, obviously that's not going to happen, but I think that there should be somewhat of a middle ground between people who are super anti-porn and people who are pro-porn, where at least there should be some sort of age restriction.
Oh, I am.
As you said, the average age of introduction to pornography is actually 12 years old. And the average age of a child gets a smartphone now is about 10 years old. So yeah, at some point they're going to be introduced to pornography, but a lot of these porn websites.
Why are parents giving 10-year-olds?
Yeah, but that's
I think you're missing the point.
No, I don't think I am. I think parents don't give your 10-year-old an iPhone.
My point is more so
Give your 3-year-old an iPad.
Here we go. World that you think is so harmful. Why finish this?
I don't think what I'm doing is harmful because you have to be 18 to see what I'm doing.
But that's what I'm
doing. Okay, this is the thing. What happens behind closed doors is always going to happen. Coke is illegal everyone's going to
Okay,
like,
Bella, finish your thought.
it's not my fault if people find a way to do things.
This is back to the age verification that I was talking about, that Lila was talking about. If these, like, you go on the website and they ask you if you're 18, you click yes. There's no, like, genuine, like, there's no actual age verification.
It's getting tired.
Like, anytime you go in and ask for pornography, you're saying parents shouldn't give their child screens to be able to be put in position to access them, but you're providing pornography to store and to be able to.
Children should be outside playing. They shouldn't be on iPads. They shouldn't be playing video games. They shouldn't be on iPhones.
It's a very counterintuitive. Anything nowadays is so easily accessible. Whether you give your child a phone or not, their friends are gonna have phones.
So this is the thing.
Around. But why is the solution
That's not really up to us. Maybe you need to ask like the owner of OnlyFans to do a better verification. The owner of
But they have.
credit card.
They
It's
have.
already got pretty good verification, right?
They have. You guys start a campaign.
You're my best pal.
Demand that OnlyFans and Pornhub does that.
I won't go easy
Yeah,
on you.
I'm fine with that. I don't think kids should be watching porn.
Would you work for, like, for example, Utah's law that says that there needs to be real age verification, and so Pornhub's left.
Yeah,
would you advocate for that federally?
Yeah, like I don't think little kids should be watching certain things, but also at the same time, people are gonna watch what they're gonna watch. People are gonna pay for what they're gonna pay for.
But if
it's not me, it's gonna be someone else. So I'm gonna make my money. So bad. I've been Pilates instructor. I have 2 different real estate licenses. I've been the general manager of my Pilates studio. I've been a whole bunch of things. I have multiple different degrees. I live like I'm on vacation every single day. I make more money than all of my friends do. And all I had to do was just open up to the world about who me and my boyfriend were. And we're supposed to live off the land. We're supposed to be in love. Girls are supposed to embrace their femininity. Men are supposed to embrace their masculinity. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong.
Christy, if you could do something else to make the same amount of money,
That'll teach you to mess with me.
No, because I'd have to spend a lot more time doing it.
okay, if you could do something else and not
What would it be?
if you could do
Well, we're making a podcast,
okay,
too.
if your podcast
This is
blew
the
up and
thing.
replaced your own
I would continue doing both because I'll double the revenue. So it's not stupid. I understand it. It's very controversial. And a lot of people don't get it.
On the one hand, you're saying it creates a lot of harm.
That's the end of that. Easy.
I don't think it's controversial at all.
Taking down any monster. And I need some of
No,
your
I'm not
parents.
saying a lot of kids access it. I'm saying they do. Parents need to parent better. Parents are also sending children to public schools in liberal states, and they're pushing transgender shit
But do you think it's fair?
all down their throat. Parents are also sending children to public schools in liberal states, and they're pushing transgender shit
But do you think it's fair?
all down their throat.
Do you think
There are. This is what I care about. In a lot of elementary schools, there are books in the library.
All right, we're not gonna talk about
Okay,
that.
we're not gonna. That's way worse. That's way worse.
That's
I just have one question. Do you think it's fair
to demand a standard of parents when we're creating this very pornified society with types of everywhere. To demand that
I hope I was a help and not a hindrance.
magically insulate their children from the extreme pornification that's accelerating in our society.
The only responsibility parents have is to parent their children, protect their children.
But should we as
so
a
why
society help parents?
children can't get an Apple phone, get a computer. They cannot pay for those things themselves unless their parents are providing it.
But should we
parents?
Yes,
I think parents need to parent better.
Should we take responsibility to help families and parents at large do better for their kids by not adding to the toxicity out there that is
You know what? My fans aren't kids. My fans are, because I know who they are, because I'm in there every day talking to these
Have you seen their ID?
I know who they are. They're unhappy married men that are afraid to get divorced because they made a commitment and they're scared and they don't know what to do. And they're not being satisfied.
Going on a quest with fellow
hunters?
These are the available quests.
I do not.
Situation, cheating on
No,
your wife, unhappy.
I don't.
Then why?
But it's not
benefiting
but
them besides
this is
you
the thing.
financially.
They should not have entered into that commitment in the first place.
I
That is a
understand.
bigger issue, way above me.
I understand.
And it's not going to stop with me.
But let me
Marriage is a
Okay,
big
final
commitment.
thought, Isabella, then we're going to
Why would you commit to a man or a woman if you weren't fully committed?
I agree with that, but why would we? I think we each have a personal responsibility to do good, right? And so if it's not, if it's hurting kids, if it's hurting couples that are on the rocks, if it's hurting addicts, if it's hurting these different people, why would we continue to be a part of it?
No, but it's not hurting them. It's them choosing. Everyone has choices in life, right?
Of course, but are
every
we
single
helping-
person can choose.
Are we helping or hurting those people that have choices?
They're gonna do it no matter what. If I'm in it, if they're in it, they're gonna do it no matter what.
It sounds like what a drug dealer could say. You know, they're going to do drugs no matter what.
Yes, everyone's gonna do drugs no matter what. Whether it's legal or not, everyone's gonna do all of those things.
But do you think
So
that
hold on.
I just want to finish this thought. You know, you say that you're more so traditional, and I know you talked a little bit earlier about parents should parent better. But I guess the same thing maybe someone could say the same thing about your parents in the industry that you are in. And, you know, to put the blame on the parents for giving their child access to screens, even though some of them may not even be accessing it through their own screens. It could be done through a library, it could be done through their friend's phone, it could be done anywhere. So to put the blame on the parents, but then have zero accountability on your part, be like, oh, well, parents need to parent better, but I'm going to continue to fuel out pornography as much as I want.
Because love, first of all, love is unconditional. My dad's my business manager.
Your
Second
dad
of all,
manages.
He's not my OnlyFans manager. He's my business manager.
Nick, don't
He
show.
looks over all my contracts. But second of all, there are way, way, way worse things that I can't talk about because he's a not you. In school libraries.
Be careful!
Way worse things in school libraries.
Found it by the power of
I said you can't. I said I can't mention you don't want me to talk about the books in school library.
Well, that's all
I don't know how we're getting to this. You made your point.
Let me
You go
just
ahead.
make my point. Adam said he was exposed to porn. I was exposed to porn at 6.
I
We just
needed
agree
that.
that kids should consume.
I wasn't
Let me finish my thought. It's like saying, I know kids are overdosing from fentanyl. They're going to consume fentanyl anyway. Might as well provide all we can. And I understand what you're doing is different, but it does seem like you're conflating ideologies. You're talking about conservative values. We're preserving something between a man and a woman in the privacy of their home, being a married man. And you're saying, well, we should just screw in the cage. It's a very contradictory.
Like, how can you say that? Like, you have a traditional view of marriage, but then say your own is filled with married, unhappy men. You don't think that's
It's not my
detrimental
fault
or
that they shouldn't have gotten married. That's why I'm 33 and not married, because I take it very seriously.
But this is the problem, because it's so easy for people to pursue and to go off in another direction instead of fixing their marriages. It's exploitive,
Those
it's
men need
detrimental.
therapy.
But
They
you
need
are
therapy.
also...
That's why I think
Yeah, but so are bartenders. So are personal trainers. When I was a bartender, they would use me as a therapist. When I was a personal trainer, they would use me as a therapist. It's not my problem that they're not going to therapy.
There's a difference
Regardless.
between... There's a difference
No, I'm not.
between
As a Pilates instructor, I'm enabling someone.
You're not
telling
kidding me
me
with
their
the
problem. I know, but
They're going to attack!
I've been all those other things.
I won't
There's a difference between therapy and
Very
There's a
good.
difference between therapy and talking to somebody about I'm having these issues in my marriage, how do I fix them, and going off and cheating on your wife behind her back. There's a huge difference. You put the blame on everybody else. The parents should parent better. They should pick better partners. When in reality, you have a big part of that blame, and that these men are going to you. And that these men are
Word
consuming your
on that. Okay, so I want to just bring it back to you guys really quick when it comes to the scene that you did with Jason. Was this a one-time thing for you guys? Are you guys looking to do something again? Or?
We're still communicating about how this might play out in the future.
We're definitely doing more stuff with other guys as well as other girls, but we're moving a little bit slow just because the whole experience, the media cycle was so insane.
But the next thing's probably going to be Adam, the other guy, and me together, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah. Okay. Could I recommend a few guys for your consideration?
Yes.
Is that?
Love throwing some names out there.
Okay, cool, Nick. If you can pull up the first one, it's the Instagrams. By the way, Nick, you gotta screen the super chats. You can't be pulling that.
No, I like the anti-Semitic one. Disavow
the fucking super chat. The fucking ADL is gonna make another fucking. Or not, sorry, excuse me. No. It was the
Media Matters.
Media Matters, man.
They got me a couple times too recently.
Better partners, when in reality you have a big part of that blame, and that these men are going to you. And
Okay,
that
that's
these men are
the
consuming
final
your
word on that.
content.
Okay, so I want to just bring it back to you guys really quick when it comes to the scene that you did with Jason. Was this a one-time thing for you guys? Are you guys looking to do something again, or?
We're still communicating about how this might play out in the future.
We're definitely doing more stuff with other guys as well as other girls, but we're.
The point is 6.
A bit earlier about giving their child parents, but then have zero accountability.
Can you heal yourself? Don't see the likes of those every day. Using a hunting helper.
On your part, be like, oh well, parents need to parent better, but I'm going to continue to fuel out pornography as much as I want.
Because first of all, love is unconditional. My dad's my business manager.
Your dad manages.
He's not my only business manager. He's my business manager.
Nick, don't
He
show.
looks over all my contracts. But second of all, there are way worse things that I can't talk about because you said not to. In school library.
Here we go.
Way worse things in school libraries.
I don't know.
I said you can't. I can't mention you don't want me to talk about the book in school library.
Well, that's on
I don't know how we're getting to this. You made your point. You go ahead.
Adam said he was exposed to porn. Adam was exposed to porn. We disagree that kids should.
Going to go down without a
Finish my thought. It's like saying, I know kids are overdosing from fentanyl. They're going to consume fentanyl anyway. Why do we provide all we can? And I understand what you're doing is different. It does seem like you're conflating ideology. You're talking about conservative values. We're preserving something between a man and a woman in the privacy of their home, a married man and a wife. And you're saying, well, we should just screw in a cage. Those are very contradictory views.
Like, how can you say that? Like, you have a traditional view of marriage, but then say your OnlyFans is filled with married, unhappy men. You don't think that's detrimental or
They
exploitive?
shouldn't have gotten married. That's why I'm 33 and not married.
But
Because I take it very seriously.
But this is the problem, because it's so easy for people to consume and to go off in another direction instead of fixing their marriages. It's exploitive,
Those
it's
men need
detrimental. But
They
you
need
are
therapy.
also...
They should get therapy.
You're
They
filling
should
out
get
voids instead
therapy.
of having them help.
Yeah, but so are bartenders. So are personal trainers. When I was a bartender, they would use me as a therapist. When I was a personal trainer, they would use me as a therapist. It's not my problem that they're not going to therapy.
There's a difference
regardless.
between there's a difference
No, I'm not.
between
As a
therapy.
Pilates instructor, I'm enabling someone, telling me their problem. I know, but
There's a difference between
I've been all those other things.
There's a difference between therapy and pornography. There's a difference between therapy and talking to somebody about I'm having these issues in my marriage, how do I fix them, and going off and cheating on your wife behind her back. There's a huge difference. Put the blame on everybody else. The parents should parent better. They should pick better partners. When in reality, you have a big part of that blame, and that these men are going to you.
Okay,
And that
that's
these men are
word
consuming
on
your
that.
content.
Okay, so I want to just bring it back to you guys really quick when it comes to the scene that you did with Jason. Was this a one-time thing for you guys? Are you guys looking to do something again, or?
We're still communicating about how this might play out in the future.
We're definitely doing more stuff with other guys as well as other girls, but we're moving a little bit slow just because the whole experience, the media cycle was so insane.
But the next thing's probably going to be Adam, the other guy, and me together, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah. Okay. Could I recommend a few guys for your consideration?
Yes.
Is
We'd
that?
love to throw some names out there for sure.
Okay, cool. Nick, if you can pull up the first one, it's the Instagrams. By the way, Nick, you gotta screen the super chats. You can't be pulling that.
No, I like the anti-Semitic one. That was
yeah. Disavow the fucking super chat. The fucking ADL is gonna make another fucking. Or no, sorry, excuse me. No. It was the
Media Matters.
Media Matters made it.
They got me a couple times too recently. Yeah.
So we do not disavow the fucking super chat. We're not. Nick didn't know not to pull it up. I'm sure Media Matters is gonna be fucking on it. It's the Instagram. It's not no, not the video. It's the Instagram profiles. It's the one right after the. It's the dudes. It's the guys. So I would like to. This is a good dear friend of mine. His name's Zach. Can you scroll down?
Because didn't I see this guy in the documentary about the Johnny Depp trial?
Oh yeah,
he was all up in that, right?
Do you know how big his penis is?
I think it's huge.
Then, yeah.
I think it's giant.
Perfect.
His name's Zach. He's a very popular Twitch streamer. Goes by Asmongold.
He looks tall,
you can scroll up to the top.
Nice.
I don't think he's got a big dick.
You don't think so? You can
looks
tell.
like he probably has bad genetics.
Oh wow. Okay.
I mean, has he ever excelled in any like sporting events or anything?
Have you?
He's a pro gamer. World of Warcraft. Like he's really good. Do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, just to be serious about it, we're really only technically interested in working with adult professionals because you'd be surprised at how difficult getting and maintaining an erection on camera really is, especially if you haven't been through the ringer of learning how to do this. So, I mean,
I think he's good.
I would love to see what he's got to offer.
Like, could you at least consider it?
Yeah, well, if he wants to be I could definitely give him some sort of review.
Sure.
A lot of my friends seem to have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that I need to be able to have like an objective opinion about a man's penis. That's just part of the job. I need to be able to say, yeah, he has a great one, his sucks, his is not a factor, etc.
So you have like veto on.
Not even necessarily for her, but because, you know, we film these sort of like orgies on camera and stuff. We do like a live stream. We're actually doing one on Thursday on the Plug Talk YouTube. It's basically like this, but then there's another room with an OnlyFans stream with like an orgy going on. So it would basically be like this with some of the people who go up in the other room. And so in that case, you know, I need to be able to like look at a guy and say, he's got a great dick. And a lot of people just have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that I could be a heterosexual male with really a perfect record of heterosexuality. And
I have somebody else too.
Oh yeah.
Hold it up.
You're not getting near the
I
village.
don't know if you guys know Felix XQC.
He might be hot, debatably. I love blonde with long hair, but he looks a little liberal.
Wait till you hear him talk.
But I have to say,
Wait till you see the way he sits. He feels like everything about him is so.
I like blondes with like long hair.
He's a dear friend of mine. Do you think he could be considered?
From a clout perspective, yes.
But you sell really well. You think it's good to get your friends into this business? You think it's good to get your friends into that business?
Well, they asked me. I'm just doing them a favor to kind of, you know.
But is it a favor?
Is it a favor?
Who did they vote for? That I actually.
I feel like it was gonna burn it.
Is it a spiral? A bad spiral?
It's hard to say, you know. It's hard
Is he
to say.
a Republican or a Democrat?
I'm not sure.
Because if he's a Republican,
it's exhausting.
Okay,
He's a reaction streamer. That's all you need to know.
Last one, and then further consideration. is Frederic. Scroll all the way down. He's a chat World of Warcraft gamer. He's a chat. He's an
actual chat, like how we have to take our glasses of Karen down.
One. That's him with Thunderfury. I don't know if that has a. What is Thunderfury? It's a sword. From World of Warcraft. Legendary sword. Very few people, you gotta go into Molten Core. You gotta get the drops from Baron Geddon and Magmadar.
How much time do you still spend playing?
I don't play anymore. I used to. Though.
Right? It seems like I'm too busy.
It just seems
I don't think Matt's stealing men by video. No.
Boo! God.
I really don't. Did he play video? Yeah. And not in the red pill way. Yeah.
Isabella, you.
Sorry.
He's just gonna move past.
I think if men play video games,
Get ready.
such a big turn off. I feel like more masculine.
You're gonna get a lot
No,
of
really?
hate.
Oh, I don't
can't agree with that.
Feisty.
But okay.
When they put on their
needed that.
headphones and they're like,
I won't go easy on you.
that's actually
Here's the question. Is it a turn on if a guy watches a lot of movies?
I mean,
What is the difference?
at all. There's a huge difference.
You're playing with like 12-year-olds in different countries. Like it's like
Not all games are
And
multiplayer.
it's way more hours than the movie.
Yeah.
In the movie, you might be cuddling with your girl. They also don't love the
Where's it going? Oh no, you don't.
Incoming! Active doing something on a nice date
It's
together.
going
But
so
watching
movies
movies
versus play video games is completely different.
Yeah.
No. They're both like,
You're living in an alternate.
you're sitting on the couch, you've got a big black screen in front of you, and there's something playing on it. One, you're just observing, and one,
Where would I be without you?
I hate playing
I do
video
agree. I do agree there's a burden of playing video games that's basically like me sinking into my own depression and playing Fall Guys for 8 hours.
Yes.
That is bad. But also,
It's way worse than porn, though.
I've
It's way
had
worse than porn.
transcendent experiences. You ever played Final Fantasy VII? You
No.
ever play Zelda?
No.
It'll change your goddamn life. Better than any Star
Playing
Wars,
video games is
Lord of
way
the
worse
Rings,
than
I
porn
don't care.
that's
It's better.
18 years or
That's like literally what I asked guys when I first met them. I say, do you play video games? Maybe they just have to
Wait, so
video games.
Post Malone plays video games on his off days. He's way more successful than anybody in this world.
one thing.
video games don't have an age requirement. Porn does.
Well, that's an age requirement without any age. Technically, is there really an age requirement?
But this is the thing. Porn does have an age requirement, and video games don't. And I don't think anyone should be playing video
But why are we
games.
comparing porn to video games?
Because
They're both forms of
wait, but
entertainment.
there's porn in video games nowadays. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
You're not getting near the village.
Matt plays video games. That's a big deal right
Oh,
absolutely.
That was surprisingly easy.
I want to
If
say
it's for
this.
Hinawa, I'll
The way
try
that
taking
you
down
feel about
any monster.
men who play video games is the way that men feel about the fact that you guys do OnlyFans.
I don't do OnlyFans.
She doesn't do
okay,
OnlyFans.
excuse
She doesn't
me.
do OnlyFans.
I do it not in the
I was my ex-boyfriend, and like, why was my ex-boyfriend? Like, why is every guy in the hospital it's why is he your ex? He's not my ex because of like political or OnlyFans reasons. He's my ex because I knew that my intuition was saying he wasn't the one. He wanted to believe me. If it was up to him, we'd still be together.
92% of relationships that are polyamorous
He's
have
still
sex
we're
outside of the
we're actually
relationship, and
he's
it's
trying to
ended
pay
divorce.
me for blowjobs now.
92%.
Because I
What does it say how he views you?
I would never accept a payment for a blowjob. But you're trying to say, oh, he's your ex because you do OnlyFans. He's not my ex because I do OnlyFans. He's my ex because I don't want him in my life.
Over
So you're
90.
attracting negative
Looking forward to next time.
Well, I'm an empath, so I naturally.
So you naturally attract
attract-
toxic people?
Well, yeah, they're hot as fuck.
I think when you do OnlyFans, and that's kind of like what you do, I think, yeah, there's maybe like a degeneracy factor that
So
the people
No,
that are attracted.
I don't do OnlyFans when I met him.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the men who are attracted to you, want to be with you, are not going to really be like a high value man.
I was on $1 Million listing. I don't believe. Yeah,
I mean, you could be on whatever show you want.
But you're not allowed to
Hey,
be there.
stop interrupting her. Let her
Okay,
speak. Go ahead,
sorry,
Isabella.
sorry.
I don't even remember my thought.
I mean, I think I finished it. I don't think I actually interrupted that much.
We have one chat here. We have.
You said why am I? I think you're.
Hey, quiet. We have Big Black Clock here. Oh, look, it's Lena and her Like Adam22. Do you have a response?
Very tricky. Switched it up on
Adam the plug.
Adam22.
All right, there we go. So
I can't believe you just made $100 for him saying that.
That was it. That was it.
I like his username.
Isabella, you had maybe this was a while ago. You had an incident with a Trump flag. Were you on a date when that happened?
No, it was not on a date.
Long time ago?
That was like 2019.
Oh, okay, long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was working with a company, and there was a women's march the same day that there was Amy Coney Barrett confirmation, and so that didn't go well.
So you got like jumped or something?
I got like assaulted.
You had a
by
Trump
women.
hat or?
I had a Trump flag, yeah, and so I was assaulted by the women from the women's march.
Was it recorded?
No, it was not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Did they catch him?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
That's why you should always be live streaming, because you could have gone viral as hell if that was on tape.
Huge. So something that's kind of recently been making the rounds, and Adam, you've actually commented on this, I think, on your TikTok and Twitter. Logan Paul is dating a woman named Nina Agdal, and Logan Paul has an upcoming fight with Dylan Dennis. And Dylan Dennis has kind of ruthlessly on Twitter been essentially just posting photos of Logan Paul's fiancée with other men, or in some of them seem rather platonic, some of them seem
romantic.
Nature,
yeah.
And then there's some videos too of her saying some, I suppose, sexual things. Let's just really quick, just to give people context. Nick, can you pull up just the Instagrams really quick? Starting with Logan. I'm sure most people know Logan. Logan Paul, he's
hot as fuck.
Disavow. Can you pull it up?
He's super hot.
The Wikipedia's.
He says we're living in the Matrix.
So we have Logan Paul is saying we live in the Matrix. I think you're thinking of Andrew Tate. Okay, we have.
No, he's not.
He may have said it as well.
Okay. So Logan Paul, famous influencer, etc., etc. He's 28 next. Nina Agdal, 31. So she is 3 years his senior. And she's like a model. And then Dylan Dennis, no photo of him there, but he's a jiu-jitsu guy. They have a boxing match coming up here very soon in the UK. Can you pull up his Twitter? We're going to just react to a couple of his... I hope it might be... I don't know if he's got any... Let's scroll down.
It's
just
so
scroll
many.
Down. It's a lot.
My God.
Scroll down.
By the way, he was the first person to DM me when that video with Jason came out.
Yeah.
It was the first one in my DM.
And he tried to use
we'll
the
come back to it really
we're
quick.
both Armenian thing as a way to get some, I guess. Yeah.
Wait, he DM'd you?
Yeah.
Just to say hi, or?
Well, to point out that they're both Armenian. I guess.
Yeah, but
you and him are both Armenian?
Yeah, but it's like that was his entryway to try to talk to me. He unsent it after we started talking shit. But, yeah.
Are you gonna have you wanted to try to get on the pod, or?
Oh, that's a good idea. I've never tried to get him on the pod, but I'm sure would. Yeah.
Okay. So he just DM'd you, to say.
There's guys will DM all sorts of weird things to try to shoot their shot.
Oh, he was.
I believe that was the entryway to shooting his shot. Yeah.
I mean, I assume he knows that you're married, so.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't care.
Oh, these jiu-jitsu guys, they don't care, right?
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Let's pull it back up. Scroll down. Just keep scrolling. Let's see.
This is from all the craziest today.
Keep scrolling.
That's a photo
keep
I've already
scrolling.
posted today, but.
So he's posting a bunch of photos. That's Kale Sonnen, Nina Agdal, which is Logan's fiance. Keep scrolling down.
Some of these are clearly photoshopped.
Some of these are photoshopped.
That one.
I think that one's
fake. There's a community note on it.
Nina Agdal. Oh wait, stop it. Oh no! Wait, I gotta be careful a little bit.
56,000 likes.
Wait, scroll back up. Scroll up a little bit.
That looked great.
Up. Oh no!
Switched it up on.
Adam the plug.
22.
All right, there we go. So
I can't believe you just made $100 for him saying that.
that was it. That was it.
I like
These might be a little. Play that video. Play the video. These might be. I guess that's going down.
Some of these are clearly photoshopped.
Some of these are photoshopped.
Like that one.
I think that one
says it's fake. There's a community note on it.
Nina. Doll. Oh wait, stop it. Oh no! Wait, I gotta be careful a little bit with wait, scroll back up. Scroll up a little bit.
That looked great.
Up. I guess that's Nina with one of her exes. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. And these are just he's blasting them.
I'd be careful on here.
Okay, yeah. Some of these might be a little.
I don't know if he's full X-rated on here.
I don't think so. In any case, play that video. Play the video right there. Yeah, you gotta.
Reason. Like, if you're just like, I don't want to you anymore, say that. Don't come up with bullshit reasons. Like, if you're just like.
In any case, he's posting a lot of photos with Nina, with other men. There's a couple videos of her where she's, like that one making some sexual comments. There was one where she mentioned that she was at a stadium and gave a guy a blowy at a stadium or something. I don't know. Basically just posting photos of her with some dudes and some kind of, perhaps as viewed by some people, unflattering statements she made. So, Adam, we have a video from Adam here. Yeah, full screen.
Alright, so Logan Paul has an upcoming boxing match against this Dylan Danis guy. And Dylan's been going on a little bit of a campaign trying to embarrass Logan by pointing out all the guys that his now fiance has spent time with before Logan. This is Ja Rule. Dylan, I don't know how hip-hop fluent you are, but this is one of the GOATs. What's love got to do with it? Huh? I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. Dylan, this is one of the GOATs. If his girl has actually spent time in the presence of Ja Rule, then he should be proud of it. Personally, I think the more men that your woman has spent time with before you get her, the more desirable she becomes. How about that, Dylan? Also, why was Dylan Danis like the first guy in my girl's DMs as soon as she started to go viral with the Jason Love thing? I guess he says he's Armenian or whatever, but you're a perv, so let's just throw that out there.
Can I just say something? Wait, wasn't Ja Rule the one that also went with the Fire Festival thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for posting.
Okay, yeah, that's very confusing to me.
It's important to mention that.
It's relevant. It's relevant.
I don't really judge Ja Rule, I'm not gonna lie.
So obviously, you're kind of joking a little bit. You're hamming it up, but
no, but I do like when a woman has some miles on it. You know, that doesn't bother me one bit.
When every photo she's ever taken with another dude means that she's like not worthy of a marriage anymore. Like maybe some of those are relationships, maybe some of them weren't, but like who fucking cares? She's 31 years old. Of course she's gonna have experiences with other men.
I kind of doubt that she banged Ja Rule.
Also, right? Logan has fucked a bunch of my friends. No one's talking about that. Like, I mean, I get that it doesn't matter when men do it, but like, you know, it's like everyone knows that she had a bunch of relationships.
She's witnessed it. She's seen him fuck her friends, right?
I mean, I think, Lena, you're onto something in that, you know, I heard about that whole kind of kerfuffle happening on Twitter between the two, and I do think that it is inconsistent for a man to demand sexual purity from a woman and not demand it from himself. And I think that we're seeing that a little bit because it's like, okay, this woman supposedly has slept with other men. I mean, there's no I don't know about proof of that, but they're saying that she has. But it's not like Dylan is saying, hey, I want to stand for, you know, self-control and I'm going to be a man. Instead of they're claiming that part of being a man is being promiscuous. That's typically the thought process. And I think that's totally untrue. I mean, I think part of being a man and part of being a virtuous woman is total self-control and directing your energy towards good things and choosing good things. And in a relationship that includes choosing fidelity and choosing honor and choosing commitment. So I kind of agree with your take in that I think it's inconsistent of him to be doing that when he himself isn't trying to live that way. At least like he hasn't said that or he hasn't.
You need to kind of date people to figure out like what you are into and what you're willing to put up with and not put up with. I know you said love is a choice, so in your position, there could be an arranged marriage at 13, and those people just need
It wouldn't
to
be a choice,
figure out.
but it wouldn't be a choice if it was arranged.
But if they committed to get married to each other and they do get married, then they have to still choose to love each other,
If
right?
they fully choose it, I don't think they could choose at 13 or 15.
Okay, so
That's
let's
too
say it
young.
was 18 and they like, let's get hitched because we want to fuck.
Yeah, well, I don't
What
know about
happens then?
if you get hitched just to have sex. I think that's going to be a problem for you. You should get married to, yes, you want to be intimate with the person, you want to give your body to them and receive their body, but it has to be more than just physicality. It's about your spirituality. It's about your lifelong plan of what we're going to do together. We're going to create something beautiful together, a family. So marriage isn't just about sex. Sex is super important, but it's not just about sex. For example, like if one of you had an injury, right, and you, God forbid, couldn't have sex, would that make you, the other person, love the other person less?
No.
Would you still stay together?
What kind of injury?
An injury that prevented, at least for an indefinite amount of time, you being able to.
Here's the scenario.
I'll give you at least 6 months.
Here's the scenario.
But after 6 months, you'd better off.
I am out of here. No, I'm old.
I have a flashlight.
I have a scenario for you, Adam.
But that's beautiful. You mean you stay together regardless of like your physical problems. You would be committed to each other.
I think you'd leave me if I got fat.
Hell no. We got a baby together. I'm sticking around no matter what.
Credit to Patrice and Neil on this. Let's say Lena is on a train, and there's a terrible train accident, and she loses the pussy in the train accident.
She's
catastrophic train accident.
I mean, luckily for her, she's got a mouth, she's got an asshole, and she's got the, like, especially, when she's great arm.
For the meal.
She's
Lena is on a train, and there's a terrible train accident, and she loses the pussy in the train accident.
She's
catastrophic train accident.
I mean, luckily for her, she's got a mouth, she's got an asshole, and she's got these great armpits that, like, realistically, they secrete a lot of fluid throughout the day.
Right
I know, I just found that out the hard way. But, no, yeah, for sure, like, especially, when she had a baby, and, I'm watching the fucking doctor slice her stomach open, pull the baby out like the Lion King, and I'm just witnessing that and just realizing, like, oh, I am sticking around. Like, it does not matter that they're ripping her apart. I can see her intestines. They're pulling the child out of her. I'm on board. Like, and that was, an important moment for me to realize, like.
Have you thought about, like, it sounds like you've got a beautiful commitment for each other. Have you thought about retiring and not continuing to stick with other people and just being completely exclusive with each other, not just in your emotions, but in your body, which I think is just as important as emotion?
I think probably within, let's say, like 3 to 4 years, that's probably quite likely that we might
but I think even if we retired with having sex on camera for money, we would probably still explore things in our personal life, because that's kind of how we got into the porn. We knew that we liked sharing our energy with a third person, and that when that person even left the room, our energy between us was actually a lot stronger.
Yeah, and I figured that out when I first moved to California. I had this girlfriend that I was seeing, and we drove down to Tijuana, and we ended up, like, banging some of the strippers at the strip club called Hong Kong. And just us, like, we had that communal experience of banging strippers together. And I swear to God, the rest of our time together, we were so close. And then once I started seeing her, and we kind of started having those experiences, like, I think you would really be surprised at how the level of trust that it takes to involve somebody else in your relationship. Now, I'm not saying it's always
Wait until I finish reading
obviously sometimes you'll have girls, lying on you, or, like, creating weird narratives, or just doing strange stuff in general. But I do think that when it works, it can be, like, a very transcendent.
I think you're kind of making the point, which I agree with, that it's very high risk, right? Like, it can get very toxic quickly. Like, even the guy that you were talking about earlier, you're not really sure if you're texting with him. Like, after the scene that you did, there was
it's not for everybody. I think, like, we don't walk around talking about what we do with sex and trying to encourage other people to do it. Like, I'm not saying go let your wife sleep with someone else. It's really good for your relationship. You definitely do it. I don't think it's for everybody. I don't think everybody can handle it. We can only do this because our relationship is in a really good place. If our relationship was in a bad place, threesomes, everything's off the table because we're not connected.
Yeah.
So we can't open up ourselves to somebody else.
But your most important, I'm going to guess, your most important sort of focus is protecting a relationship.
Yeah,
is that
absolutely.
the case? Okay. So if that's the case, why would you kind of constantly put your relationship on the edge of the cliff again and again and again?
The reward is like the risk is there, but when you actually have the experience, it makes our connection stronger when that person leaves.
What
so
if
it
you
adds
just,
to our experience.
what if you just fully invested in each other? And you're like, we're going to find the highs and the lows together and keep this exclusive to us. Have you considered that and tried that?
7 years, I feel like we probably felt a large percentage of the highs and lows, you know? But also, like, what we do...
Conceptually, like, keeping that intimate for yourself. Like, have you given that a year? We're just going to be together, cut out other people. This is just for us again. Or maybe for the first time.
Not for the first time. I mean, we've gone many months without doing things with other people.
Yeah,
but
it's not like a huge deal to us at this point. Like, honestly, even when I met her and I was still single, like, I was first starting to sort of, like, get to the level of clout when I started seeing her, that I was having random girls come into my DMs and want to, like, come over with their friend and hook up. And, you know, when I started seeing her, it was almost, like, kind of hard for me to let go of the filthy lifestyle that I had been living. But now the perspective I have on like group sex and stuff is that I absolutely don't give a shit. I would be totally fine being in a relationship with her.
I've offered him to go sleep with girls without me. Like, if I have a sore throat, I'm like, I don't want to go to set today. And he's like, no, let's just cancel. Like, I'd rather do it with you.
I'd rather play Pokemon Go or something, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the statistic is over 90% of non-monogamous relationships end up in separation or divorce. 92%. So, you know, it's kind of that edge of the cliff thing, right?
But it sounds like they should have gotten married.
It sounds like you really value each other. You've got a beautiful trust and like love for each other, and you have a child and you have 4 children. So have you thought about, you know, even separate from the straight up morality question, which, you know, we're on the side of like, this is not moral, this is hurting other people actively, the addicts, the young kids, the broken couples, but even just for the sake of your own marriage.
But
have
okay,
you thought about we want to protect
we
this
put so much stress on our relationship, like in the sense that us or her sleeping with another guy was like basically one of the biggest stories in the whole country or world over the course of the past couple of months. And I can say that it put very little stress on our relationship because it just really wasn't that big a deal to us, especially just because, you know, we do porn. It's business to us. You know, it was decided upon in a business sense. I do think that honestly, it might put more stress on our relationship if we were to have just done some sort of like sex party hookup thing. That might be a little bit more treacherous in terms of our relationship. I think the reason why we were comfortable expanding our relationship and that we can do 4G type content and all that kind of stuff, and it's not that big a deal or that intimidating to us, is because I've been with her for 7 years. I have no doubt that she's never cheated on me. I have no trust issues with her at all. You know, we're like completely comfortable with each other. So that's why we felt like it wasn't that big a deal. And that's probably why we feel comfortable doing it again, even after having been so massively in the news over the past couple of months.
And you don't see the increase in opening a relationship up to the risk, though. We're just giving you statistics, 90% of relationships. You guys are functionally in a non-monogamous relationship, even though privately you may not be. It seems like you guys have something special, and it seems like you guys have a child and a beautiful family, decided to get married, decided to say the vows, and it seems like there's this roaring going on inside of you guys where you have certain values and you have certain things that you want for your kids in this unit, yet at the same time, I'm just perplexed by the motivation.
I don't see those things to be contradictory, that we want to have a great life for our kids and stuff, and that we also are willing to...
I'm talking about for your own union. Like it seems like this increases the likelihood of this potentially ending, which I don't want for you guys.
We've never really discussed it in those terms. I don't think of it that way, and I think if anything, it kind of made our sex life a little bit more exciting for a period of time. Just the fact that I had a little bit of competition, a little bit more of a reason to go hard, you know? And I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing.
I do have a question though. So if like
Last thing on this, because I feel like we've been dogpiling a little bit on Adam here.
if like going off and like sleeping with other people is not out of bounds with your marriage, what would you consider to be out of bounds with your marriage?
Well, it actually is out of bounds with our marriage. Like we only have sex with other people on camera. But I think if we ever opened up our relationship to anything more, like we want emotional monogamy and physical non-monogamy that we have. And like, so for us, cheating would be like dating. other people, but also doing something that we didn't previously discuss. Like, we have a calendar of all the girls we're gonna have a threesome with. Fat decided she's gonna go fuck a girl that wasn't on the calendar and I didn't know about it.
Thanks, buddy.
100%. Yeah, like her doing that scene with the other guy, like there was no betrayal of trust. It was just content, which I feel like those statistics of like 92% of people in polyamorous relationships or whatever they break up, it's like it's probably not necessarily including, because like we know a ton of porn couples who do stuff with other people and they do it on camera and it either helps their relationship or it seems like it's just kind of a non-factor, which I would kind of put us not long.
I've only been married like 50 years. You didn't even make it that long.
I mean, there's not people who are 70 in porn, so.
But like after,
You
we
can
have.
never say no.
I don't think you have to be in porn.
I know
that lifestyle.
at least a few couples who are in there.
Here comes the pain.
Many kids and happy marriages.
So let's try to bring it back to the Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis thing. So I guess a couple questions here. One, do you guys think that Dylan has gone, and I would like to go around the table fully so we can give everyone a chance to answer. Do you think that Dylan Dennis is going too far by posting these photos of Logan Paul's fiance with various other men? And do you take quarrel with Dylan Dennis is saying that she's been with 75 guys before Logan, and a lot of people are arguing, well, he's a successful guy, attractive guy. Could he get somebody who's had less previous sexual partners? Maybe that's not part of the calculus for him. In any case, thank you, Plan Life, appreciate it.
And with that, our mission is complete.
Matters.
Wait.
So we'll start with you, and then we'll go around the table.
I think when it comes to these fight promos, there's probably nothing off the table. People are free to promote however they want, but I think it's kind of stupid that he's going after his fiance instead of him for the fight. I don't think her value isn't at all diminished by 75 or 100 or 1,000 guys. I believe Logan is a smart guy, and I believe he's dated many women, and he's decided, like, this is the woman he loves, regardless of any of those factors. Like, okay, let's say she's a virgin, she has, like, a super shit personality. Like, you know, who's to say one is better than the other? I don't think body count should matter, even though people place so much importance in it.
Yeah, like, I like Dylan doing it from the perspective of like promoting a boxing match, trolling, that kind of stuff. I've been enjoying it. If it wasn't in the lead up to a boxing match, I would just think it was just gross and just really misogynistic and just kind of lame. For me though, if I'm Logan Paul, I mean that girl, I don't know anything about her besides the fact that she's very beautiful and it seems like she's quite successful. And I mean, there's probably a reason why all these other successful dudes wanted to spend time with her at some point, aside from just her looking good. I don't really like see purity as being a big part of why I would want to be with a girl. Like now I can understand the awkwardness of the fact that, you know, if you're in the same world as someone and you start dating them and then, you know, they've had sex with a bunch of your friends or whatever, that could be kind of awkward. But at the same time, I mean, you got to look at all the successful dudes out there. Like if you're Travis Scott with Kylie Jenner, who at the very least has had sex with Tyga, shout out Tyga, and, you know, probably dozens of other dudes, and it's like, he didn't choose as like the most successful dude in the world. He didn't choose to go out and wipe up some girl with, you know, one body or two bodies or whatever. He went out there and got a girl that actually been really like living her life and having experiences and stuff. I think that the sort of traditional, you know, like red pill idea that you want to find a girl that's got, you know, less than 5 bodies, like, I feel like most successful dudes don't actually seem like they invest a lot of mental energy into that, myself included.
If I'm dating someone,
You have to take care of yourself.
Fuck someone else. You're not gonna fuck anyone but me. Like, I am totally into monogamy. But like I said earlier, it's about the ratio, not the number. And when it's people in the public eye like this, they have a lot of opportunities, and their number might seem higher compared to a lot of people. They don't have nearly as many opportunities. So I don't think it has anything to do with your number. It has everything to do with your ratio.
Are you suffering from some sort of
and the
ailment?
opportunities that you're choosing to take for nothing. But if you are in a relationship, yeah, like If I'm dating a man, he's not fucking anyone else. That's my deal.
Do you do BG content on your OF?
Yeah, I do.
But it's only with whoever
we broke up pretty recently, but yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't, for example, if you're in a relationship with a guy, you wouldn't do content with another guy?
Never.
Got it. Okay.
It was only like me and him because we were in a relationship.
Gotcha. Do you take quarrel with men caring about women's body count?
No, because I said this multiple times. It's about the ratio.
Good. I will suffer you
So
no longer.
I'm super hot, so a lot of guys want to fuck me, and I don't fuck a lot of guys.
Hit it with everything you've got.
Goodbye. But if a girl's not that hot, and a lot of guys don't want to fuck her, that number might be kind of high. She doesn't get a lot of opportunities. She doesn't get as many opportunities as I get. That's a ratio.
But okay,
Taking opportunities is like cool.
The ratio.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is basically if a girl is very unattractive, then she should have a low body count because she's presumably not having as many opportunities, whereas if a girl is very attractive, then
she probably has had more opportunities, but it still depends about the ratio.
But how are we even going to know?
It depends.
Now's your chance.
Well, that's why a number does not actually matter. Because my 10 and her 10 might be completely different.
This is what being a royal knight is all about.
You go to the club every night.
Right. If you live in Miami,
I never leave the house. You know, I'm not like, that's why I have
My victory is as certain as your defeat. It's relocated.
I'm shocked at this ratio and how is it calculated?
This is the thing.
Numbers on the screen
You could tell though, like, it depends where you live, it depends what you look like. If you're out in Miami, Las Vegas, New York City, partying every night, you probably have a couple of guys trying to take you home. And if you go home with 10, over living there for 3 years, that's not a big deal.
What's the difference between a number and a ratio?
Because of how many opportunities you have. If you live in like Ohio and you've only had 10 opportunities to have sex and you chose all 10, 10 is a big number for you. 10 isn't a big number. If you have had 10,000 opportunities and once an opportunity that you said no to.
Thanks,
buddy. Because it is about ratio. Because it is. Because it actually is. Anyone with body sex is actually.
The rate? I'm so confused by what the rate.
I don't understand what you're confused about.
She keeps track of how many guys want to phone her. Okay, and if there's 100 guys and she only sleeps with 2, that's a great ratio.
Right, exactly.
So in her mind, she can know who wants to smash.
But someone else.
It's like a slut ratio.
Yeah, it is.
It's like temptation to action.
Some girls might say 2, but only had 2 opportunities. That's kind of funny. But if you had 100 opportunities, only choose 2 men.
Yeah. I get it. I just
not
think
funny at all.
It's still
very virgin-like. Very biblical. Very biblical. Yeah. Completely. Choosing opportunities, choosing people. Yeah, 1,000%.
But you think it actually shows.
But you said you should choose to love someone, and I'm saying you should choose to have sex with them. 2 might be a big number for someone, and it might not be.
But doesn't this contradict your...
So is 10.
Hold on.
So could be 100.
But doesn't this contradict your point earlier that we are just supposed to be in caves, sleeping around like rabbits? But now you're saying...
Oh, I know. I didn't say we should be
restrained. Hold on. Containing your body count based on the ratio is a virtue which is inspiring.
No.
That's not what you're saying.
No.
That's
I said we were all supposed to be naked because Eve ate that. No, I didn't say we're... I never
said
we're
supposed to be in a cave naked.
I said... No.
I'll show you what I'm really proud of.
I only have ever done stuff with my boyfriend on my only.
Okay.
And if he didn't eat apples, I would be naked in a cave doing stuff with my boyfriend. There's no doors on caves. Everyone will be just walking around. If animals fuck, it's not weird. They're in the wild.
Yeah, but we're not animals.
We are though. We actually are.
I think more than animals.
The reason why we're not is because society has built us up such a horrible thing that we're not supposed to be. Like, you can get into like why we wear rubber shoes. Like, we're supposed to be grounding off the universe. first.
I think
we
the
are
question was
animals.
if body
Completely
count
are
matters.
animals.
Body's the
Yeah.
body,
And it's
we're
about the
not
ratio.
yes or
The
no.
answer is the ratio.
What is your ratio?
Very, very, very
Our
low.
fight ends now.
Compared to how many people want to fuck me,
Howard,
how many
stand
people I
and
fucked,
What's the ratio? Yeah.
1 to 1,000.
So 1,000 dudes want to fuck you.
More than 1,000, but I'm
Oh,
just choosing the ratio.
Excuse me, I
The
apologize.
ratio is like point 0.00003. That's the ratio.
Do you keep a notebook?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. 0.00003.
Tally.
Okay. Good times. Good times. So, your take on the Logan Paul Dylan
Oh.
situation?
So we're talking like numbers? No, not ratio.
Well,
I'm thinking about it. I don't know why people are so confused about math. No one has common sense.
I just been thinking like a number for your body. I don't know my number.
But this thing, but you've
Your
lived in
number?
a bunch of
Are you
cities,
talking like? Are
so
you
you've had a
talking
bunch of
body count?
opportunities.
Yeah.
You don't know your.
No.
But this is the thing.
I don't keep
Me
track.
and her have had a lot of opportunities that we said no to. And that should be very important in the number.
Everyone has a lot of opportunities.
Madison, your take.
I think it was very humorous. I don't think you had to bring the whole wifey into it, but
That's the whole humorous part, right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, he didn't have to go that far, but it was funny. It was humorous. I absolutely understand why body count matters. Yeah.
Don't waste this opportunity.
So the question is, why does body count matter, or does it matter? I think that it's completely understandable for someone who has tried to choose virtue and self-control to want that in their future spouse. I completely understand that. I think for anybody who's lived sort of a more promiscuous past who chooses virtue and says, I don't want to do that anymore, I want to change my life, I think there's a future for that person. So I don't think having a body count in your past means that you can't have a future, but I also understand and appreciate that people that are trying to live virtue want to be with somebody who shares the values.
Make me proud.
Yeah, obviously body count matters. Obviously it's harder to pair bond the higher the number of partners you had. Obviously you're more likely to get divorced the higher number of partners you had. This is all proven through and through. So yes, it matters. The double standard of propping Logan up to be some playboy while making her seem like some slut, I think is a bit weird and kind of one of the non-helpful aspects of our culture. And yeah, it's not the most classiest move, but if they're trying to sell fights, my guess would be as Logan is in on it, he's okay with making as much money as he can. But yes, it matters. Yes, there's redemption. Yes, there's an amazing story arc if these two were to repent and change and go a totally different direction in their lives, which I think is beautiful, that there's always redemption.
Yeah, I mean, I probably agree that I don't agree with, like, dragging the whole wifey into it. I mean, at 31, it's kind of expected that she's obviously going to have already slept with people. But I do, in my opinion, I think that body count matters, but I think it matters for the person that you're with and the relationship that you're in. And I find that oftentimes people who think that body count doesn't matter is usually coming from people with, like,
I've been waiting for you.
But that also has something to do with the ratio.
The ratio doesn't exist.
Bro, what the
If someone's like famous, I probably have like a lot of people that want to fuck them, so their body count's gonna automatically be higher because they had a lot of opportunities. Then normal people wouldn't.
I don't think that's
1,000.
Because I think there's a lot of people. Yeah, but the DMs don't mean anything. And I think there's a lot of people who can.
Yo, please stop cutting people off. Go ahead,
I think
Isabella.
there's a lot of people who are attractive and good looking that you can still like refrain from promiscuity and hooking up with people. And there's people who can be like, I guess, super not attractive, but it's like who's like guiding that scale? Like some people find certain people attractive, some people find the same person like super unattractive.
But that's actually my whole point. Like, it's about the ratio.
I think it's about the ratio.
If you fell in love with a guy, but you found out he had slept with 10 other girls, would that be like a deal breaker?
Hold on just a sec. To the blondie in the back right, your body count is higher than the amount of brain cells you have, and you sound like a 90-year-old chain smoker.
Your response to Bender the Offender?
To the blondie in the back right, your body count is higher than the amount of brain cells you have, and you sound like a 90-year-old chain smoker.
Your response to Bender the Offender?
Yeah, I naturally do have a very raspy voice. I actually used to work as a receptionist. My first job ever after college was a receptionist at a law firm, and everyone that I answered the phone to would say, I hope you feel better. And I was like, yeah, I'm not fucking sick, but thank you. I'll transfer you now to the lawyer that you are trying to talk to.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just a question out of curiosity. If you fall in love with a man and then you find out he's been with 10 other girls intimately, would that be 10? Would that be a deal breaker? I want to know, like, I don't know. I'm not into it, so I don't know. If a guy checked out all the boxes for me and he was like no longer in that lifestyle, but something he did a little while ago, then but if he's been with like 100 girls, then yeah, I feel like that would be like.
What if I change my way of talking? I'm a man of God, and I decide that I want to be trapped on and guys, and that I'm gonna like totally change my whole life, rebrand as a man of God. But we would disciple you, and whether you're married to
So 10 is long. I thought 10 is the first one. I don't know. I do feel like I do genuinely I feel like guys would go for friends. So I feel like 10 for girls is a lot, but also like for a guy, yeah. I do think that if you guys did that, I'm not more girls. I know, and I'm gonna be like you said, a man of God, stay with me on that. Yeah, of course. You're married. And really focus on your family because that's incredibly difficult. You probably help many people realize that the lifestyle they're in is more and it's more fulfilling to believe that in the dream they know we're gonna build something beautiful and secure and committed together. If a guy was 100 girls, we was 300 before I started dating him. That's why I'm like, there's something fucked up about me that I literally care this much.
I was wild, yeah. Like in retrospect, I was just really trying to build this whole art with this fucking random girls I could. And once I got into a relationship and felt like I kind of shook off that whole mentality, I definitely did feel a lot better. My thing is that I think the average guy might need to catch 50 bodies before he realistically has like a real perspective on the side.
I just the way he talks, so it's like.
No, but like personality wise and size wise, there's just so many things that really wow. So
I disagree with vagina size.
Well, there's a lot of different sizes. I've been with my wife and two other women. I can assure you that my sex life is thriving just fine. I don't think you. No, I know. Well, it is true because you have less knowledge of what is out there, so it's like it's harder for you to have knowledge of what's going to be out there, and which is good. There's a freedom inside of a relationship to try things, to explore, to do things. If you're out here, you're raw dogging it, you don't know who has what, and all these relations that go into that life. There's a freedom you have, there's a protection you have, there's a trust that you have in a relationship with just you and the person. And that's why I do think that the sexual revolution has overall been probably negative for most women, because the truth is that as a man, you can have sex with any woman and, bust a nut in 5-10 minutes and you're good. You just had a good time. Whereas for a woman, realistically, the first time you have sex with a guy, you have like a infinitesimal percentage chance that you're going to orgasm, and you're realistically only going to end up having positive sexual experiences by sleeping with the same guy over and over and really learning how to connect with them.
It's called marriage.
Totally, and I get that. I also just think women, should feel free to do what they want to do, but I also, in terms of what I would tell, any woman in my life, what I would recommend for them, I would say, hold your vagina in high esteem and don't just be handing it out willy-nilly, because realistically, the most leverage that you have to get a guy to take you serious is by holding out on sex and forcing them to show some serious amount of interest in you before you give into that. That being said, if a woman just wants to have sex too, I'm not opposed to her.
Adam 22 promoting abstinence. I love it.
Well, I do think it's just, as a woman, that is like the sole superpower that you have. Now, we had sex the first night that we met and it still worked out, but I do think that there's been many times in my life where a girl might have made me wait like even 2 weeks to sleep with her, and in that 2-week time period, we were texting and going on dates and hanging out, and it kind of forced me to take her serious as a.
But what happened after she fucked you? Did you stay with her?
Some of them, I stayed with them for a few more weeks.
So But do you think that experience says something, like even the way women are wired, like you said, like a woman needs to really typically get to know the man, like, and I mean, that's the power of a marriage, is you're really committed. You're going to see what works for each other sexually. So there's this like hedge of protection around your sex life, which is this beautiful thing. It opens all these opportunities for you to explore together. But don't you think that says something about morality? Like our bodies say something actually about morality, meaning women can get pregnant from sex. Women need to really be known and feel close and comfortable and be able to be vulnerable in order to be even able to orgasm typically. And so there's something written into our actual bodily design for monogamy.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I take it that serious that it's like, hardwired into us. I think so much is just that's the bargaining chip that
Marriage
women
doesn't
have.
guarantee an orgasm. I mean,
well, of course not. You've got to work at it.
Adam, you just said that when you just said that when you slept with those 300 women, you said, I had a hole in my heart. You know that's like one of the most evangelical Christian things people say, right?
Well, you told me I didn't know that. Yeah.
That they're trying to fill something, and so they're going out and they're trying to fill that void with something that could only be filled with God.
But the truth is that I had to sleep with some number of women in order to feel like I had enough life experience to then settle down. Like I can even rewind my life to when I was, in my early 20s, and there was a girl I dated for a few months, and she was awesome. She was like, we still are friends, we still talk here and there. She wanted to settle down with me, and I just kind of knew at the age of like 23 that I just had a lot of living to do and that I wasn't going to be able to really settle down in a relationship, even if the girl that I was with at the time was pretty great, just because I didn't have enough life experience.
But why do you feel that way? I got married at 23, 19 years later, we're great, we're doing well, we have 2 beautiful kids.
No, and there's part of me that kind of wishes that I had been mature enough to have been able to like accept that relationship for what it was, but I think I would have cheated nonstop. I think I would have been a total piece of shit. I think I needed to like kind of get some of my wild oats out there before I was able to settle down.
You need to have a hoe phase.
I think everybody needs a hoe phase. The question is just how long
have a hoe phase.
Even those 2 bodies you got, that was a little bit of a hoe phase, right?
I mean, before Jesus.
Yeah, all right.
Let's get a
Can I
couple
say
chat.
something? I
Go ahead,
completely
really quick,
agree with you, and actually you too. Like, I completely agree with you. I'm not talking about having one-night stands. I don't have one-night stands. I meet guys that I think I might date, that I think potentially might go somewhere. We hook up, we date, it maybe only lasts 3 months. But I'm not doing it like for a one-night stand. I'm not doing that. I'm being very, very, very careful. I genuinely am interested in them. I genuinely think it might go somewhere. And my parents are divorced. I'm very, very careful of who I'm going to settle down with, who I'm going to have kids with. So I think that, like, there's a point that's misunderstanding. Like, I'm super Republican, I'm super traditional, but I'm not going to settle down with the first opportunity because I will never put my kids through a divorce. I will never put my kids through watching a family fight or parents fight. So I think that's where I misunderstood. I wish that I was, how old did you say? You were 23?
I'm 38, got married.
Yeah, I wish that I met my person at 19 and married at 23. I wish that, but that didn't happen for me. But I have to vet that. I'm not just like fucking people to fuck them. I'm dating them. I'm dating them. I'm genuinely being super careful. I believe in what you believe in, but I didn't get as lucky to just meet my person at 19. You know what? I had my whole life planned out with someone who I thought I was going to marry, and then it didn't go the way that was planned. A lot of people,
It sounds like you want marriage, like a beautiful.
Yeah, 1,000%. But I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to settle.
I don't think you should settle, but do you think that you're maximizing your opportunity for a loving, faithful, committed marriage by doing OnlyFans?
Well, I mean, that's how me and my ex got to our strongest point ever.
Your ex. Hey, I don't do
OnlyFans. He's my ex. He's my ex because I wanted him to be my ex and not the other way around.
Why? Why did you want to?
But, like, we were already doing videos and stuff for each other just because we were into it. And then I was like, hey, we can make a lot of money doing this. I got into it on my own without him. But, no, I actually will completely say, when I committed to OnlyFans, me and him were not officially together, and I said, this might affect my dating life, but I'm single and I need to live a certain lifestyle, and I'm going to do it regardless. And I didn't expect it to get as far as it did, But I also got into a relationship that I never even thought would be a true official relationship ever. It didn't work out, but it's not because of the OnlyFans thing.
Yeah, I think
it has nothing to do with the OnlyFans thing.
I do have to move things along, so we have a couple chats here. We have Puffy Vegas. I'm 100% straight. I've been 7 stars all women. I'm 5'8" tall, but 9. Oh my god, 9 inches long. I've not played videos. Puffy, my dude, you should. Okay, since 1990, Adam22, have your wife rate my Instagram. Puffy, you gotta hit the threshold, buddy, if you want us to. You gotta do it through Streamlabs too, if you want us to do a rating.
I like how he tells me to rate his dick.
9 inches is pretty long.
Yeah, he's totally lying. 9 is so big. I didn't realize until I measured mine, and I realized that I wasn't even 7, and I was like, damn, 9 is serious.
You're pretty good at it. It's okay.
Thanks.
Good times. Okay, we have Hearn. A few things. Where the fuck is Mike Davis been? Also, from listening to Adam, it is clear to me he is an ideal... Come on, be nice.
Saying I'm an ideal candidate for a lobotomy is if to say that I'm already... Well, he's saying I'm like sick in the head, so I need a lobotomy. But he's not saying I'm dumb.
In regards to other super chats, to find out... Oh. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Juice box emojis in the chat.
Mac, thank you for the 100. Appreciate it. And then we have a couple.
But he's not saying I'm dumb.
In regards to other super chats, to find out. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Juice box emojis in the chat.
Mac, thank you for the 100. Appreciate it. And then we have a couple here from Streamlabs. We have... One sec to get this triggered. Oh, Valdiv. Keck W. Olay girls don't know how much military and law enforcement play games. Question for the panel. How do you think the cardinal sins being commonplace in our society and how it affects dating in particular? Lust, envy, sloth, and pride. Deus Vult. What are the other 7? There's gluttony, wrath. What's the other one? No, there's lust, envy, sloth, and pride. Gluttony. Oh, gluttony, greed, and wrath. Yeah. So he's asking. Cardinal sins being commonplace in our society and how it affects dating in particular. Wait, do you think there are cardinal sins? Here, I'll pull it back up.
I think he's saying that like the proliferation of this stuff is leading to the downward turn of society.
Just a failed society? Okay. All right, Valdi.
I think there's a lot of things going in play to the downfall of society, and it's way bigger than OnlyFans. Like Joe Biden, for one.
Okay. So I think what he's asking is, do the 7 deadly sins have an impact on dating? Lust, greed, envy, sloth, pride, wrath, gluttony.
Of course they have an impact on dating, but I think the deeper issue is the one underneath the surface, which Christy is kind of hinting at, is that we have an entire society that's upside down, and we're wondering why people are getting divorced more likely, why there's more self-deletion, why all these things are happening in school with the Transformers. We're seeing all this stuff proliferate, and it's like, where is this coming from? As society gets more and more secular and removes God from everything, all of a sudden things go bad. All of a sudden there's more STDs, there's more STIs, there's more deletion of babies. All of these things are connected. So those are just the manifestation of some things. But I would also go back to something. You guys are all into fitness. You're a fitness instructor. If you know that eating in a caloric deficit, having the right amount of protein, being active creates certain results, most of us will implement said results. For whatever reason, we compartmentalize relationships and marriage, and we don't look at the best practices of people who are doing relationships, marriage, staying married the longest, thriving, having beautiful families, and we compartmentalize and we always want to be the exception to the rule.
So me and you, I actually think we're on the same exact page, but it's like, yes, I would have loved to meet the love of my life at 17 and marry them by 23. I didn't. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna marry to marry and then either be unhappy or divorce.
I don't think anyone's prescribing that. I'm saying every moment passing is another chance to turn it all around. Like every moment
okay,
that
but
passes.
God created me, right? Like, do you think I'm a sin? I'm one of God's greatest work. We're all God's artwork.
We're creating.
I'm not like against God. I'm Catholic.
That's awesome.
Like, I'm super spiritual. I'm super religious. I don't think God doesn't like me. There's so many things in my life that I know God is with me every single day of my life, and so are all my spirit guides. So I think maybe. I think we have the same core values.
Yes, I think we do. But let me
we really do.
What about the ratio?
The ratio is different.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
The ratio is different.
I think God loves
That's
you
so
much
bad.
that it's this sort of love where He accepts you right where you are, and desires so much more for you. I think it's the way that Adam loves his daughter. It's such a love where I love you right where you're at, even when you have a poopy diaper, even when you're making a mess of your house. But yet I want more for you, and that love is.
But that you have to trust that the universe will give you what you need, and everything will happen to you when you need it.
Like, well, I think especially you being Catholic, like that whole idea of like the universe gives you what you want. Like you said, you're Catholic, so I'm bringing this up because you said that. Like, no, Satan gives you what you want in that moment.
No, I'm not. I'm completely against Satan.
Yeah.
I'm not
Forgive
a
me if I'm
transgender
wrong.
liberal.
I
I'm
think
not
the key
Hillary
is,
Clinton.
I think the key is like back to the original question is that, you know, it's not easy to choose virtue. Like what Ruslan was saying, like choosing a workout routine, choosing to eat healthy, like that can be difficult. But the more you do it, the easier it becomes actually. And there's still hard days, but the more you choose the good, the more you build a habit of virtue of doing the good. And so I think that's the same is true with relationships and with sex. The more you choose to do what is good, like choose to save sex for marriage, or choose to not lust, or choose to not engage with lustful behavior, like the more you're acclimating yourself.
How is me doing something with my boyfriend that I only did something with him that's sacred? How is that bad? I never did it with anyone else.
Are there any Bible verses on this?
Well,
Sex is sacred in a marriage, not just in a relationship that you're in.
Okay,
So
you had sex before?
I'm not going to answer that. I was engaged before, if that's your
Right.
question.
Actually,
I was engaged before.
yeah,
So
you
there was
had
there was
sex
a
before.
ring, there was a
So-
commitment, there was a ring, there was a commitment. Let me finish
We
my
had
thought.
a commitment too.
Let me finish my thought. And we worked together for a long time. So
did we, though. We worked together for a long time, and we had a commitment.
but no, to answer, I think what Lila is saying is just that it's a commitment thing within the bounds of marriage, and it's the commandments in the Bible and the verses that are there. They're not to like hurt you. They're there for protection. And I think that's just all. You don't have to get defensive. I think Lila's just
I'm not getting defensive. I say I completely agree with you. I have a Bible in my house. I'm very spiritual. I'm very religious. I have a very, very good connection with God. God loves me no matter what you think. I know. So, but like, I think we believe in the same things. But I think being an accountant's a boring job. Just because you don't like my job doesn't mean you should bring it up. I don't bring up your job and say I don't like your job.
Well, we're here to talk about dating and relationships. So
that's my dating and relationships are fine.
But I'll just say say this, that, you know, God does love you. He loves me. He loves us all so much. I totally agree with you on that. And these laws about morality on sex, and like just all the 7 sins you brought up earlier, Brian, there are laws that God gives us. Like the 10 Commandments, there's some no's and there's some yeses of what we're supposed to do. But it's not crazy. It's like, yes, it's a narrow path, but it's doable and people can do it, especially with God's love, right? And so the idea is, I want you to be happy. You know, I want to be happy. Ruslan, we all want happiness at this table. And the rules about relationships and sex and marriage, these rules, there aren't a ton of them, but there's basic ones of fidelity and commitment. They're to make us happy in the end. Like, they're not to be a burden for you.
When have I been infidelity? When have I done anything that was infidelity?
She wasn't talking about you being.
I'm talking generally.
Okay, which one of the commandments have I broken?
So can I read you a verse?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Matthew chapter 5, verse 27. This is Jesus speaking. It's in red. He says, "You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart." So Jesus is saying, society says adultery is wrong. You guys have heard it said in the law.
I've never committed.
And he's saying that it's way worse than that. He's saying that even if you've lusted in your heart, or you've created content that causes other people to lust in your heart, that it's the same as adultery. That's what he's saying. So he's saying the standard is so much higher than any of us can admit. That's why I think this whole, like, she's bad because she did this, but Adam has to her body. Like, I think we're all jacked up. We all need grace and we all need mercy. And that's the point of the gospel. That's the point of the good news, is that Jesus is saying, you can't do it on your own. You're incapable. That's why you need Jesus.
That's not what I get from that at all. It's saying that if a man, I'm saying what it says too. If a man lusts elsewhere, that's when he's doing wrong.
Right. So
I'm not doing wrong. Men would lust after me, whether I had OnlyFans or I was a lawyer or I was a real estate agent, just because of how I look. That has nothing to do with me.
Could you run your business?
Sorry that God made me look this way. God made me look like this. That has nothing how I look. That has nothing to do with me. It's going berserk. Sorry that God made me look this way. God made me look like this. That has nothing to do with a man lusting after me and their decisions. I cannot choose their decisions for them. It's not my fault God made me hot, dude. It's not my fucking fault.
But can you run your business?
God made me look like this for a reason.
The point here is because you're saying you're a Christian and you want to follow.
I'm a Catholic.
That's a Christian. But you're saying, but can you run your business without lust?
Wait, hold on, let me just think.
Can you have your business?
K. Jane.
I'm just doing what I do with my boyfriend.
Something big is coming! I got your name wrong. Thank you for the raid over there on Twitch. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, guys. Here, just to keep things moving, I do need to get a couple of our other chats in. We have Zeki. Brian, can I get a salute to my man? Me and my girl love watching your show. This episode is incredible when those two girls sharing a brain cell in the corner are rambling about libraries ruining humanity. Big labia matter based. Okay,
I heard about your nonprofit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't mention it today's show, but I do have a nonprofit, LM, Big Labia Matter. We're getting started. But
I've always felt,
I didn't mention it today's show, but I do have a nonprofit, PLM, Big Labia Matter.
Excellent navigation.
We're getting started. But
I've always felt like I was pretty open-minded about the size of the labia, and I thought that was cool to know that
I'm a fan, which is why I was taken aback when you mentioned the Venus flytrap. I didn't know if that was, but the way you described it, it was much more than just a large
Positively
I
unstoppable.
haven't really heard a lot of girls admit to it, but I've heard that the labiaplasty surgery is pretty popular, which I find kind of disturbing.
There's like 10,000 a year in the U.S. that people get labiaplasty. I'm very much against it.
I mean,
Ladies,
there
don't.
are some ugly ones out there, I guess, but like,
No,
it just seems like
they're all great.
Yeah, but it just seems like a strange thing.
But do you think that's happening because there's so much porn out there, so women are constantly comparing themselves?
Yeah, no, I mean, probably.
Well, I mean, one of the arguments is that, and I think that's changing because, if you look, there's definitely certain adult actresses that have large labia, but in the past, typically in print, I think back in the 90s, I think there was definitely talk of like airbrushing, or they would select women specifically who were not at innies, let's say.
I love my wife's labia.
Because I think if we live in a society that's like heavy objectification on women's body parts, it's understandable why some women feel so insecure about their body parts, and that goes back to the kind of our whole position on sex is just for two people in a forever, lifelong commitment. Because then you're not comparing. You're not constantly comparing your body to
We're all artwork. We're all God's creation. Just because I didn't find my soulmate yet doesn't mean I'm not his piece of art or creation or anything less than that.
He's probably watching right now.
He is. That's why the power
You
is
are God's work of art.
I know.
I know.
But look, I don't need you to tell me that.
But that's part of why.
We're on the same side. It's just like, it's not my fault that you got to be your husband for pregnant.
I mean, we're saying it's his fault. I think we're saying there comes a degree of
you are judging my life because I didn't meet my husband as early as you met your wife.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
It is. It's just a conversation.
All right. So
We actually all have core values.
Video raspy. Oh, hold on, let me pull it
You're
up.
fine. Get back to
Hey,
do
yo,
not fret.
Raspy.
I am
I still
here
don't
for you.
understand the ratio. Please explain. Oh, and I remember my first beer. Chill on the alcohol. Did you have Christmas to plan life?
If you
Oh,
don't
you're gonna
understand
love this
ratios,
one.
I like literally can't help
big
you.
is
Like
coming.
you learn ratios in 4th grade.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of
It
work.
sounds like a lot of math. Oh,
All
did
right,
you get through elementary school? I didn't even pass through middle school without knowing what a ratio is.
Time to surge ahead.
Very kind of you.
Okay. We have Bender the Offender to the blondie in the back right. Your body count. Oh, this one already came through.
I don't actually
I apologize.
have a body count.
Thank you.
Just higher than the amount of brain cells you have, and you sound like
I don't smoke at all, though. I don't vape. I don't vape. I don't smoke. No. Isn't that a lot of actually
getting away that easily.
It's a very sexy, raspy voice, so I don't really give a fuck.
Some guys are into the raspy voice. All right, we have Lila should cover up. Donated 100 to the blondie. Oh wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know why.
Mine
Oh,
now.
1 sec. The Christian wears a bunch of makeup, and I can tell what her boobs look like in that shirt. She's only a few degrees separated from Lena's fashion sense. Cover up woman.
She talking to
How much more does she need to cover up? Like, if you can see her
She doesn't
elbows.
even have any cleavage, and she's pregnant, so she probably has a lot if she went to gym.
Oh,
really?
Congratulations.
Sorry, was I not supposed to say that?
Wait.
No, it's okay.
Wow. Congrats.
That was just
But I
completely
appreciate the
uncalled
feedback.
for.
Lila should cover up.
I mean, you couldn't cover up more, though.
You're dressed pretty modestly, man.
Yeah, that was fucking
All right, well, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. We have Mount Whateverest. Adam 22 out of 100 and his quote-unquote wife are absolutely having a threesome with Smoker Voice in the blue tonight. Confirm or deny, is this the case?
I've never met them
the door
before.
on anything. No, never know.
I've never. This is the first time we met, so.
Never say never.
I would be on your podcast.
Oh, all right. There you
Our
are.
podcast is a porn podcast. We always have sex.
So, okay. So we've never talked about it. We've never talked about it.
Are you
Nor
guys,
discussed.
is this something I could
We
arrange?
it's never been suggested before.
We might pass her to the team and let them have a review.
Suggested.
But no, it's kind of funny you say that because I actually was telling her the other day that I think I want to try out this fetish where she actually like whispers to me in an RFK Jr. voice while we're sleeping together, and I feel like that might actually help me to achieve
Ask me about that.
erections. Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna.
So you might be able to pull it off a little easier than her.
TBD, TBD.
All right, we have Hint Duncan. Hey, thank you, man. The girl talking about a ratio. Average dudes would F anything. It ain't no flex. Adam, would you really have done a threesome with Tate? Also, Brian is Natch coming on in the future. Not sure about... I still need to look into this Natch guy. I'll check it out. Adam, would you do a threesome with Andrew Tate?
Well, for the sheer virality of it, if he was willing to participate in a pornographic movie and allow us to release it, I don't know how we would turn that down. I'm sorry.
If we could get the model release form, yeah.
Yeah, but generally speaking, you know, us going outside of our relationship is pretty much reserved just for, you know, adult performers, since it is like a content thing. But if Andrew wanted to enter the game with us,
I'd
be open to that.
Where do you draw the line with this stuff? Like, honestly, it seems like you've opened Pandora's box. I mean, I know you're joking, kind of trolling about this stuff, but are you guys talking like penetration and you? Like, where is this going?
No.
I've only slept with one other guy besides him, and it was like 2 months ago. It's not like.
But you guys are like very open-minded about all this.
But we
stuff,
haven't even
and
like
then-
planned the next thing. Like,
Okay,
we're
but
all
you
taking
want to
this
do it with
slowly.
another dude in the thing.
That is something that we will.
Doing your
Why?
first in porn is like a big thing. Like
Yeah, and
a lot of
I just
money.
think it's hot. Like,
And it is
realistically,
hot.
yeah.
You think it's hot?
We did it actually once in our personal life.
Long
What did
time
we do?
We got
when
married.
we first
yeah.
met. Yeah. Not when we
It was
first,
like
but
really fun.
first couple weeks or whatever, we were at a party and we ended up hooking up with my friend.
So that doesn't feel slightly, you know?
Well, once I started dating her and we fell in love, it was kind of like, oh my god, yeah, I can't believe I let my friend fuck you that one night. But
While other people were watching.
yeah, but then once we really kind of accepted our love, it was not a big deal.
But yeah, like he was always turned on when we talked about it. So I was like, okay, clearly you're having like a physical response to this. So
I
like,
just
why are
grew
you?
up running trains on chicks with my friends, and then it kind of became weird to like end up in a relationship with a girl that I essentially kind of did that with in the
It
early
was a
days.
threesome.
Yeah, it was threesome, but still, you know, it's like you kind of like, even if you like doing that, if you could get down with running the train, which like a huge percentage of dudes that I know at some point when they were younger, they did that, but then like, you know, you just don't wipe up a girl like that, right? Well, I'm proving that you can. You should.
What? You guys have a daughter? Is that right? So I've got 2 sons. I hope we have a daughter. We'll see what God does. But I'll see. But what do you think for your daughter? Like, would you want your daughter to go down the path you've gone down with porn?
No.
Why is that?
Because I feel like she should choose whatever career or pursuit she wants to pursue. If she found herself as an adult one day, having explored a variety of different options, was what she ultimately wanted to do, it wouldn't really be my choice at that point. But for sure, I would rather her pursue, art or music or
But like a
business.
lot of daughters like admire their mothers and want to be like their mothers. So let's say she's 17, about to turn 18, and she's like, I want to be like my mom. Like, she's successful. My dad seems to really love her and, is committed to her. I want to do porn. How would that make you feel?
I mean, I would want her to do it in the safest way possible, and I would want to make sure that I could help her if she needed that help. But I'd like Adam, I would rather her do something else. Like, when I got into porn, I had already had a degree, I'd had multiple different jobs, and I was super broke, and this wasn't my first choice, but I was like, okay, I'm just going to take photos, and then I'll have the freedom to do whatever else I want with my life. And that is how it started. And then we started dating, and we were already like making porn in our personal life. Like, we'd fuck and then we'd film it, and it was kind of just like,
But
why not?
if there's nothing wrong with porn, why would you want her to do other things first? Why would you have any issue at all with her going into it?
I just think that it's kind of limiting for the future of your life afterwards. We don't really have any doubt about the fact that her degree would be kind of useless to her at this point in terms of getting into another career. You see girls dealing with that all the time. I just don't think that it's necessarily a good thing for a girl to get into because she's 18 and she doesn't feel like getting a job. It just is not, the reason why me and her got into it is legitimately because, well, especially in her case, she had a super normal, regular job, and she just wanted to achieve some degree of financial freedom and to be able to do what she wanted with her time. And, I got into it not really necessarily having to do it, but just because I wanted to, make content with her and we enjoy it,
But porn aside, if my daughter was
I'll send you to Kingdom
wanted
Come.
to explore her sexuality,
Don't give
I
up.
don't think
You
that's a
can do
bad
it
thing.
all.
I don't think that's unethical.
But you guys just both acknowledge you wouldn't want your daughter to do that.
It wouldn't be
It's
my
not my
ideal.
first choice, but
So
it's
isn't that
also
a bit inconsistent, though, to create something we wouldn't want? Like, we want our kids to be better than us, so why would you want them to do that?
Feeling
They're aspiring.
I feel like what I'm doing allows my
Let's
daughter
really lay it
to have
on.
a better life. I am able to, we're going to be able to put her in private school because I have the life I have now. I wouldn't have been able to give her that without that.
My dad was a social worker, and for sure, he wanted me to be something bigger and better than a social worker. You always want your kid to do better than you would want to do. I would love if my daughter was, some famed, artist or something. That would be amazing. Do I necessarily think that that's in the cards? I mean, that's kind of a roll of the dice. You never know what your kid's going to get.
How much is enough, financially? At what point does it just I feel like you guys intrinsically know this isn't helpful.
No, I think it's as long as you're having fun. Whenever we go and
Is there a
porn
dollar
in a day, it's basically just I look at my calendar and we're hooking up with a couple of chicks that day, and I'm like, wow, what a great Wednesday.
Yeah,
Very
it's
profitable
if it didn't
fun.
feel good anymore. There are times
meth feels good.
Sometimes we have more sex on camera than we do off camera, and those weeks I don't feel like as connected to them. I'm like, wow, we've just been working so much. I don't feel like fostering a relationship. And in those weeks, if we didn't take that break and that pause and talk about it and connect, then I could see myself being like, I don't want to do this anymore because it's interfering with our relationship.
And meth does feel good, but the downside of meth is much worse.
Do you think there's any
Having actually done it, it's not that great. Whereas the downside of having a threesome with some girl on camera is that at the end of the day, you get a bunch of money in the mail. So to me,
In the interim,
very different.
you guys don't know potential consequences down the road.
I mean, we've been doing it for a long time, and I wouldn't really say that we've encountered many negative consequences from it. Just
But I guess-
fun and
Hold on,
I guess
I do have to move on.
This hunt is
Sorry,
almost
we have-
over.
No, it's fine. So, Puffy Vegas, this is the truth because I had no clue that 9 inches was something different. I'm not lying at this. This is no BS. Women will tell you the size. I didn't even know that I was different. High school? Okay. We have another one from Puffy. The threshold of 500. I think this is 500. I want Adam 22's wife to rape me. All right, Puffy, we'll do you a favor. We'll do you a favor.
But do we know how old he is?
I'm not sure, Puffy.
Not a
How
valid
old?
point.
I don't really want to
$500
comment
though.
on him. Well,
If he has $500, he's probably of age. But I also want to say that, like, he's saying that his penis is 9 inches long and he never thought it was anything special. I'm sorry. If you watch porn, you're seeing a lot of penises that are far shorter than 9 inches.
But
so doesn't that stand out to you that maybe you are a
maybe
little
he's not
above
watching
average?
porn.
Well, that would be. And why the hell is he
We've
here?
met men in the adult industry who said the same exact thing to us in person. Like, I didn't know that I had a big dick.
That is true, yeah.
So.
Do you have it ready?
Sweet, mine now.
Oh, whoa, close. You gotta close that out. It's just like a search tab or something. You got it? Just reload the page. You got it? Okay. Alright, this is Puffy Vegas. Scroll down. Jeez, you post a lot, buddy. Hold on.
Oh, Black, you got a 9-inch dick? That's not bad.
Let's scroll
Why
down.
is there like all girls on his page? I'm so
That is a... pause. Right there. Pull up that one.
I feel like a lot of black guys
switch
got 9
us
inches.
over.
It's like average for black dude.
Can you switch us over?
Pretty small.
Pull up,
9 is small?
pull up the photo and switch us over. Like the camera.
Right on.
Wait, what?
That guy just hangs out in Vegas on the street.
No. X out of that. Get out of that. Jeez. Okay.
Wasn't really attracted to him. Is that all I was supposed to say?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we have Martin. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Blondie, you're so annoying that you make porn stars uncomfortable. You said you're hot. You're a 4 if you don't speak.
Thank you.
Non-stop interruptions and screaming into the mic at 2. Also, I enjoy leftists' alternative lifestyles. Please stay in California. I'm sure it will all turn around.
I live in Miami. I live in Red Sea.
There you have it, Marquavius. She lives in
I don't live in LA.
Do you have a rating for Puffy, by the way? Do you want to give him, like, on a 1 to 10? All right, Puffy, you asked for it. There you have it.
It's
All right,
infuriated.
like 50%. We have Brandon else here. Viewers would rather see me be quiet on the podcast again more than listening to Miss Raspy any longer. Crap. Also, hi, Lila. I'm a big fan. Thank you, man. We have another one here from Mr. Doc.
You're a lifesaver.
Hold on, waiting for that to clear. That might come through twice. One sec. Doc Vanablis, Lila, you are a gem. Unfortunately, trying to convince the S-workers about monogamy is like trying to sell an alcoholic on sobriety. It will take a miracle, so keep at it.
Can I say something? I'm a monogamous. Like, I only have done this ever with my own boyfriend. I'm Republican. I'm not into sleeping around with people that aren't my boyfriend. If I have a boyfriend or my boyfriend, fucking girls that aren't my boyfriend, that aren't hold on. Wait.
That's not what it was about.
Positively unstoppable. Thanks.
I think that,
but he said the blonde and the right.
I think the point is so much.
He's talking to me.
The point about monogamy is more about marriage in terms of your body is sacred and beautiful and reserved for someone else, and that would include not just actual sex acts, but it would include showing your body, pornography or sending sexual videos or things like that to anyone else outside of the marriage. And I think monogamy, the research proves that people who are sexually intimate before marriage are more likely to divorce.
If you look at the history of
we're
porn,
sharing
it's all girls being naked. And then, the history, the research is all, COVID being real.
Shut up. Okay, that's gonna get us in trouble.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, it's not.
It's true.
It's the.
Me and you have the same core values.
Inspire me to improve my skills.
We don't see it the same way.
Well, I think that would be different core values.
Thanks, buddy.
No, it's not, because
Gonna need some of your parts.
We just move on. I don't think it has to do with who we vote for.
Because we voted for the same person.
So you guys don't have same values because you believe in something.
She just doesn't understand what I'm saying.
There's a difference between politics and core values. There's a huge difference. You can vote. You can be a Republican and not have traditional core values.
But I do have traditional.
But you don't have traditional core values.
You don't know.
I do know that. You do OnlyFans.
That
doesn't make you have traditional core values. That's not what you could be a Republican.
I'm not judging you based on your job.
I don't do
valuable item indeed.
Your job doesn't make you a traditional.
Well, doing OnlyFans doesn't make you
And here's the thing, like, I could never, and I would never judge your heart. Only God can see the heart. But what we're talking about is actions and, dating and relationships. That's what this podcast is about. And the point we're trying to make here is that pornography at large has been a menace to society.
I don't consider myself a porn.
Finish for a second. It leads to divorce. It leads to addiction. It has led to the proliferation of like a lot of sexual brokenness and deviancy, broken relationships. And so, part of the message is like, let's be the change we want to see out there in the world. And I want happiness for you. Like, I want you to have that marriage you dream of. I think that many people want that. And the path to that, I believe, is pursuing virtue and love. And that's a choice that includes self-control in not just like how we behave with other people, but how we make money. Because if we're making money through selling pictures of our bodies to incite lust in other people, that's going to ultimately, I don't think, set you up for happiness. And I want you to be happy. I want you to have that future marriage that you desire.
Well, I'm sorry that you don't think I'm a happy person.
Well, I think what you're saying is you want to be married.
Yeah, because you said you want me to be happy.
She's just giving you like
says
sound motherly advice.
I understand that, but like, I'm gonna listen to God and I'm gonna follow my own path, and that doesn't have anything to do with your path. But that doesn't mean I don't have a spiritual connection with God. That I'm not Catholic. But like, you're debating me because of like, oh, I hope happiness for you in the future. Like, I'm good.
Well, I think you want to get married.
We're on different paths, though. We're on different paths. It doesn't mean that I'm not a child of God, or I don't pray, or I don't have a connection with God.
Of course you're a child of God.
And it's a little bit judgmental.
Yeah, of course you're a child of God. I'm speaking to, I think what you're saying is you desire marriage, right?
But I will not settle for marriage. That's the thing. And I don't care if it happens tomorrow at 47, as long as I'm happy in the long run. And it's not about what I'm doing, it's on my path that God put me on. And you are on a completely different path that God put you on.
Christy, I don't think anyone's saying any of the stuff you think we're saying about you.
Okay,
God speaks through people. Okay. It's possible God may be trying to speak to you through Lila, who's married with kids. You said that's something you desire. And I think you're doing a lot of projecting of what you think we're saying, and we're not saying 95% of what you think we're saying.
I actually think the opposite.
I think she's just
kind of you guys are projecting on me.
Yeah, I think everyone just has their own opinion.
I think we have all the same beliefs.
I think
and you're projecting on me because of my
loves
job.
everyone. I think Lila
Jesus loves you.
Can we just
I
think we need to wrap this up. I think Lila just coming from a place like she desires marriage, you desire marriage, and I think she's just giving you like motherly sound advice. I don't think anyone here is like attacking you.
No, and I don't think Christy thinks anyone's attacking her. It's everyone has her own spiritual path, and she's my best friend. Like, I know what she wants. We meditate together. We talk about God together. Like, everyone's on their own path, and
it's true.
And I think like you're kind of projecting your path on me. And my path is completely different than that. That doesn't mean I don't have a godly perspective or connection or anything. Yeah. So
I have a question. I've got a question for you two, maybe you three. Is it a sin to shoot porn? Is it a sin?
Yes, it is.
Which commandment is that?
Sins?
I just read.
Wait. Well, sins can be forgiven. You just go to church.
Of course they can be. Thank God for that, because I'm a sinner.
I actually don't think it's a sin. I'm just shooting a reality show with my boyfriend that people are paying for.
By reality show, do you mean like porn? Like, what do you...
People are paying to see what me and my boyfriend, he's not my ex-boyfriend, but me and my boyfriend are doing behind closed doors. People are gonna pay. People pay for the dumbest fucking things ever.
But that's porn, that's not reality TV.
So the reason
it's the reality of my life, and if people want to pay to see the reality of my life, I don't care.
The question is it a sin?
Yes,
is what he asked.
And
sins can all be forgiven, and
Yeah, but don't you need to, like, if you're trying to be a godly person, don't you need to make
No,
stop
but if
sinning?
you're... How am I sinning if I'm only hooking up with one man?
But
Let
me just explain, because I think it can be maybe confusing, especially our society is so pornified, and like sexual objectification is everywhere. It's in advertisements, it's in movies, it's everywhere. But the reason looking at porn or making porn is a sin is because of lust. And you're either...
I'm not in porn, I'm in OnlyFans.
Let me just finish really quick. And you're either intentionally creating content to get someone to masturbate and lust, or you are doing the masturbating and lusting.
They're already
And
doing that.
the reality is, like, the design, like God's design, is that sex is for unity and procreation. It's for unity between two people to be emotionally bonded, pair bonded, in love, connected, and then in addition to be able to bring life into the world, because sex can do that. And one of the reasons, you know, Bruce and I kind of mentioned this earlier a little bit, but one of the reasons, this statistic hasn't been shared yet at this table, but there's 2,500 abortions a day in this country. The reason we have this sky-high number...
I've never had a pregnancy scare in my life.
The reason we have this sky-high number is because people don't take sex seriously enough. They think sex is just like a recreational thing they'll do. It doesn't have to do with commitment and marriage. And so people get pregnant because they're having sex when they're not committed, and then they choose abortion. So it leads to all these other problems. Yeah.
That's not what I'm doing at all.
Porn is a sin the way cocaine is drugs. The cocoa leaf is not a drug. They use the cocoa leaf in South America to make tea with it. The moment you take it and you add all the gasoline and all the other junk to make it cocaine, that's the moment.
And I think comparing porn to drugs totally makes sense, because it's like, I've been able to be a person throughout most of my life where I can have a couple drinks and I just don't have this like strained relationship with alcohol. I've also gone through periods of time where I was getting drunk every weekend and it was clearly having a very negative impact on my life. And I have friends who died or, you know, ended up in the hospital and stuff from doing drugs. Myself, masturbation to porn in my life is something that I've never really struggled with in any way. I've always had this like completely kind of take it or leave it attitude. I've never like yearned to be seeing it when I, you know, didn't have access to it or anything like that. But I have known people throughout my life who clearly had some kind of weird relationship with porn where they needed to see it on some kind of consistent basis. So it is hard for me to imagine somebody having a sort of like unhealthy relationship with it. But you know, I smoke weed. I know people who basically kind of ruin their life because of smoking weed. I know people who ruin their life because of alcohol. And so I don't doubt that there are people that have terrible consequences from porn. It's just, I don't think that porn is necessarily the problem. The problem is people with mental illness or with some kind of hole that they are trying to fill through porn. And obviously that alone is not going to help people to, you know, stop their addiction to porn. It's just like anything you make, if it's good enough, whether it's coke or porn, it's like it has the potential to take over somebody's life. Myself personally, I don't really see that as being something that's so common. We go to these porn conventions and we meet, you know, a couple hundred porn fans, and I mean, are there weird ones? Sure, sometimes, but for the most part, they seem like kind of regular guys that I don't think would seem that different than if you went to like a comic book convention or a baseball card convention. These are just guys who are super into this one thing.
Sure. We're going to move away from
Can I say one thing?
No. We're going to move away from
Can
the porn
she say one thing then? Because she isn't really got it.
Is it the same thing you were going to say?
No.
That you can't say.
But people ruin their life by having kids and getting married with the wrong people also. So.
Yeah. No, I will say with the abortion context, I feel like sometimes you could be in a very committed relationship and it's just maybe you don't have the funds or it's just not the right time.
Wait, hold on. Are you both conservative?
Yeah.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
Yeah, but it depends.
What do you mean? You're either so you're pro-choice?
I'm pro-life. I've never been in a pregnancy scare. Never had an abortion.
Yeah, but you were saying.
I feel like it depends if you're in like a relationship.
The people who get abortion also
aren't married and thriving.
No, but you were making a financial.
There are people who are married and thriving.
They're the outliers. They're the outliers.
She's not talking about people.
Hold on. You were saying.
Well, a lot of things happen. I agree with you that there's
But a lot of times there's also women who already have children and just can't take on the.
most of them are single moms who are really struggling.
I'm saying people
But
in
in that context,
a
it's okay.
covenantal marriage.
I think there's never a context where it's okay to kill an innocent child. Never. No matter, like, if you have an abusive partner, usually it's the abusive partner that wants to kill the baby. Actually, a lot of abortions are coerced when there is an abusive partner, statistically. But the reality is, like, if you, no matter your circumstances, if you're with an abusive partner, if you're, you know, you don't like the guy at all, that doesn't justify taking a life of a baby.
I never said it did.
Well, continue with your point. You were saying what?
I mean, I'm very conservative. I've had opposite views on this kind of stuff, but I've also been in a very abusive relationship where.
Well, let's not shift the goalposts. You were saying that you were saying if people were financially they weren't in a good position. Do you feel that that would be a circumstance under which abortion is acceptable?
when they can't afford to have a child.
Well, you mentioned something about finances, like if someone's not in a good financial position.
Yeah.
You said that
They don't have insurance. They don't have a job.
But yeah, under those circumstances, do you feel that that's an appropriate, like a good reason to get an abortion?
I do. If you can't afford to give this
Well, then
child
you're not pro-life.
Well,
That's a pro-choice position.
And there's two things with that pro-choice position. Like, first of all, if you're really struggling, a lot of people are struggling, right? And they get pregnant, they're like, what do I do? First of all, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of families that really want to adopt, and they can't because they're on these long waiting lists to adopt. Second of all, there are resources that a lot of people don't even know about, which is so sad, right? That people don't know about them. There are thousands of pregnancy resource centers in this country that offer free care, prenatal care, care for after the baby is born, help with housing, help with financial assistance. So I think the pro-life message is there's always a way. You know, there's always a way.
This is not the message that you're putting on me, and like I didn't talk about this.
Well, I'm kind of trying to look at your friend, but I apologize. I'm not trying to look
She's looking at the direction. Let's.
But there's always a way. There's always a way to choose life.
Sure. Body count conversation, or did you have something there?
No, I thought we were talking about porn. I
think we maybe on from it, but so I think we just really quick around the table once more. Just maybe a show of hands. Does body count matter?
Yes. Ratio matters.
It matters in some sense, right?
I don't know why it's so hard to
I have to kind of halfway raise my hand because I definitely see the context in which it matters. That it seems like as a guy you can withdraw some kind of conclusion based on the number of sex partners. I would just say I'm much more open-minded now. If I met you and you told me I have 3,800 sex partners, then okay. The body count definitely seems like it matters if you have some astronomical number. But
then should I have heard about you?
I mean, personally, I don't think you should have, but I also wouldn't understand if a girl was going to judge me if I met you in a bar in another world and we're both married and you said, oh, you have 600 sex partners, I don't want anything to do with you. I totally get the
Wait, in another universe, are we shipping Adam and Lila?
Wow,
in
another universe.
And just to clarify, too, I do think body count matters with the clarification that I believe, what you were saying a lot, Chrissy, about God's love. I do think that in God's universe, when we say sorry sincerely for our sin, and I'm a Catholic, so you go to confession, you sincerely say sorry for your sin, you say, I'm not going to do this again, and you commit to that, your sin is wiped away. So even if you had 1,000 sexual partners to God, He has can wipe you clean because that's the power of God's grace and His love. And Jesus Christ's death on the cross is wiping away any sin. So I think that's an important clarification in the conversation of does body count matter. There's a spiritual reality that's so beautiful because no matter what you've done, you can change and you can be redeemed, and that's incredible. That's saving grace for me personally, and saving grace for everybody that's too.
And just one caveat, everything you said is fine, but I would just say the only caveat is sometimes we don't get to choose the consequences, and sometimes you can make bad decisions, give your life to Jesus, and then there's still consequences.
Sure, natural consequences.
But I'm not giving my life to Jesus. It's just because I'm a here.
I just want to. I have to ask this on behalf of the chat. Is it true that you were arrested for attacking a police officer?
No, it's not true.
It is kind of weird that they made that up.
Okay, so there actually was a whole Google thing about it because I'm a Trump supporter, and I actually had multiple flags out on my balcony in Nashville.
Not very conservative. Not really back to the blue. Of a cop, right?
I didn't. And if you actually look, I don't have anything on my record, but there was an article written about me about that. And yeah, I don't have any charges against me. I don't have my record.
Well, that doesn't mean you didn't do it. It just means you got out of it.
No, I didn't do it. I don't believe it. I got the blue. It just means that
she's not 53 years old.
We know.
She backed the blue and slapped.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. People make up a lot of things. You guys don't even think I'm a conservative traditional person.
Don't worry about it. Okay, so
controversy's not a bad thing, but I know who I am. I'm 33. I'm pretty sure I'm not 53.
I see a 67 in there.
Yeah. I mean, if I was 67, I'd be like, hell yeah. I mean, that would be a compliment if I was 67. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for thinking I look like
body count. body count matter?
It's about the ratio, Brian. She said it so many times.
Why are you asking her that? If you date a celebrity or a reality TV star, don't want that like a big deal. Your body count is gonna be higher naturally because they had opportunity. So, but then if you date like a regular random person from Wyoming, their body count and opportunity are so different. No, body count does not matter because ratio matter. I don't understand why you guys don't understand math. Don't ask me again because it's like literally common sense.
No, but okay, excluding the whole ratio thing.
It depends on who you are and what opportunities you have in your life.
What about you? Are you also on the ratio?
No, the number thing doesn't matter to me.
The body count?
Or the body count.
Like ratio. Okay.
Stop.
Madison.
Yeah, I think it matters. I completely understand why it matters too. So does everyone go and like keep a journal count every time they sleep with somebody, like write it in their journal? I think if you're count in your head. I think if you're not being promiscuous.
So I think it might have been not enough that many opportunities as that.
So if someone asks you on a first date what your body count was, would you be offended, or would you think it's a totally normal way to get to know each other?
I feel like it depends, honestly. Like, I feel like I've never been asked that. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's a weird question if you don't have a commitment to each other yet. Yeah, I don't think it's something that you should just be randomly asking strangers on a first date. I think once there's like an established relationship and connection, I think it's
Because for someone maybe in your space, like it matters a lot. So then, wouldn't you want to know like right away? So wouldn't it be like a perfect vetting question?
I would ask pretty quick.
Yeah.
Me personally, yeah. First date.
At what number are you like, fuck out of here, I'm leaving?
I suppose it depends on what they are. If they're older,
25.
Because that's the whole ratio thing.
Honestly,
I don't know why you don't understand that.
I think we all intrinsically know it matters. I think trying to pretend like
I don't think you know my much.
You know what?
I know, but like we just haven't talked about it. Ever.
It's whatever exclusive.
No, he's always like, I don't want to know, and I'm like, whatever, okay.
Because it matters. I don't think it's fully matters.
It matters.
I think you actually did tell me once something you just don't know.
It definitely matters.
We can have that conversation later.
And it matters because our bodies are just like fourth to physical orgasm. Our bodies are sacred and our spirits are connected to our bodies, and so we are human beings, not just animals. And that's why the body count matters. We know that.
But I can give you a situation in my life in which body count definitely matters. It's like, I think I was probably 26 and I was dating this girl who was like 22. And I knew for a fact that she had dated the same guy from like 15 to 19. So she had only been like she had had one body her whole life up until she, like, it was 2 years. So like, and then she one day just mentioned that she had fucked like 40 dudes or some shit. And I just immediately was like, oh my God, that's like 2 a month for the entirety of your sexual career besides this long boyfriend phase you were in. So I definitely felt like I gleaned some information about how she was living before she started dating me. That number definitely made me think that she was giving it out a little too loosey-goosey, to be honest. Yeah, so I see where you go.
Wait, Adam.
I've had so long relationships and I'm like fucking everyone around. Like,
So what if she was making a ton of money each time she did that? Would that have been okay with you?
Oh, I mean, if she was a porn star, for sure. Like, we know porn girls who are...
You dated strippers and porn stars, so,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's like in some context it matters.
I mean, we know girls who are 21, because that's the thing, when you do porn, you end up fucking the same 10, 20 dudes over and over and over.
But just to clarify, I'm trying to understand like your worldview on this. If you're making it so it makes you kind of uncomfortable. Can I ask?
It's being really safe.
It's okay. No,
I think Adam can see it.
Body count matters.
I think it matters a lot more.
Adam, what's your 600-ish? Okay. All right. You don't want to share, correct?
I would share it because
Many dozens.
You would share, but
Adam would advise me not to, and that would probably be mad at me
I
for
told her a long
sharing
time
after
ago,
that.
I'm like, don't ever go in the back number.
I don't even think it's that high.
It's range.
Less than 100.
All right, there you go.
Mine's probably, I'm 33, I'm single, mine's probably
If I met you,
it's a pretty low number, and I think that's
if I met you and that was your age of body count, I would do it. That's super. That's actually very low for my.
I think everyone cares that under. It is the count.
I'm not trying
Everyone
to
doesn't get that I'm a Republican, and then I date people, and then I don't fuck around because I have a job.
Okay. Okay. Is it
I don't.
range? Do you want to do range?
She wants to do ratio. Just kidding. She doesn't want to do ratio.
I don't know.
You said you lost track.
I don't know.
And so you lost track.
30-ish.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Multiply by 3, and that's the number.
For everybody?
Dad.
I'm gonna get bullied again, but it's 8.
See, 8 at 18 is.
My left you won.
Just couldn't work.
I mean, it's just my husband.
It's
1. Okay. 3.
Just 1.
Okay. There you have it, folks.
A little bit of nervousness on
There you have it. We have a chat here from Rippy. If 2 men could have a child, and those 2 men are RFK and Steve-O, I think we have a rear view of what their daughter looks and sounds like if she was going through
Thank you.
major identity
Thank you.
system.
Who do you think would care?
I think we have a rear view of what their daughter. 2 men could have a child, and those 2 men are RFK and Steve-O. I think we have a rear view of what their daughter looks and sounds like if she was going through
Thank you.
major identity
Thank you.
crisis.
Who do you think would carry the baby? RFK or Steve-O?
If they had
Were the house with a gay child.
Steve-O would probably be
I think you're beautiful, so don't listen to the chat.
I already know that's why they're chatting about me.
I don't think it's about appearance. I think it's more so to do with the voice.
I think it's that I'm hot as fuck and people are haters and they're hiding behind a screen and I'm probably getting a lot of fans that actually like me and think I'm hot. So
Haters
I
are
don't
gonna
really give a
hate.
fuck.
Haters are gonna hate. There you
Yep.
have it.
Hi, hater.
Controversy
Hi,
does not
haters.
bother me at all.
So we have a note here. One of it's Bren, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said in your pre-show information that you sent us that you had a story about something on a highway. Can you tell us that story?
Shoot out.
That's actually really good.
Okay. So, one day, I'm driving down literally the highway, and I see this guy pull up in a truck next to me, and I'm like, oh, he's kind of cute. And he's like, call me, and the number was on the side of his truck. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to call him. So I call him, and he's like, hey, I think you're cute. I'd love to take you out sometime. Sure. Want to take me out next Tuesday? And I was staying with my parents that summer. I was on college break. So I'm getting ready, and my mom comes upstairs. She's like, Bren, your date's here to see you. And she looks like a little confused. I'm like, yeah, my date. Like, I'm really excited. And I walk outside, and he's a legit midget.
I believe the correct term is dwarf or little person.
Okay, I don't even know what to say. I'm like, what's politically correct?
Okay, so it was a dwarf.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a dwarf.
Little person. Okay.
Yeah. So,
You went on the date.
no, so he's like, I borrowed my brother's sports car for the night, and he like pulls all the way, like, to touch the brake, and he's like, I thought we could go to the beach for the night, which is like 45 minutes away, and I'm like, oh.
To get dinner, right? To get dinner.
How was he gonna drive a sports car with his little leg?
No, he like pulled all the way, like,
Oh, he was all the way up.
yes, all the way up. Yeah,
There's
yeah.
also like things that
Like special pedal extender.
Yeah, and like, he's like, all right, we'll go to the beach, and I'm in my head, I'm like, I can't do this, so I text one of my girlfriends, and I'm like, oh my god, you have to, like, call me and say some kind of emergency happened, so she did, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, like, so-and-so is in the hospital, we gotta go home, and he
So
took
you
me
lied.
home. I did. He took me home.
But like, haven't you ever been asked out on a date with a guy who, say, wasn't a dwarf, but like you kind of knew that maybe like you weren't really feeling it, but you just went on the date
No, I wouldn't waste my time.
So if a guy asks you out on a date, and then, like, I think the polite thing to do would be go on the date, but then just not.
Yeah, but I didn't want to waste any of our time.
Well, that's how a villain's created, but
You could have told the truth. You could have said, "Hey, I'm not into little people. Bring me
I
home."
think he knew from her facial expression.
Yeah, so then when he dropped me off, he sent me a text and he's like, it happens to me all the time.
Oh, poor guy.
So okay, just for clarification, you were driving on the highway.
I was driving, so I couldn't see what he looked like.
You couldn't tell that.
I couldn't tell that he was like, what, 4 foot? I don't know.
But couldn't you just? I mean, like, what else were you doing that night? Couldn't you have still just gone on the date, and even though you had no interest in them, just had like a pleasant? Haven't you ever gone on a date with a guy like?
She didn't want to lead him on. She didn't want to lead him on, which is very respectful. You didn't want to lead him on.
I didn't want to lead him on. Exactly.
But I think like I don't know. Like one trick I've learned is before I obviously got married is like, if you're not attracted, just be like, listen, I really appreciate you putting yourself out there to ask me out, but I'm just not attracted, but I really wish you the best. Yeah, it hurts a little bit, but it's respectful, and in the end, that's.
I'm just not into
it is what
wasting.
it is.
Would you? What would you do?
Let me give you a hypothetical.
Well, I'm down. Like, I'm actually down to date a dwarf. So like.
Oh, we saw one the other day.
Back in the day in New York, I'm in a bar and I'm like, I sit down, full conversation, and she seems great. We get each other's numbers. She invites me over to her house. It's pretty obvious that she wants to sleep together because she's invited me over to her house at like 3 a.m. And so I ride my bike over to her house in the cold, and she's sitting downstairs on the stoop in front of her house, in front of her apartment, which I thought was very strange because any normal person would probably want to stay inside as long as possible. And I go, she's like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "You want to go upstairs?" She says, "Yes." And she has this kind of like walk, and like, like her legs are like clearly like not moving properly, and like I guess I lurked her Facebook, and it seemed like she was in some horrible car accident or something like that. But like she clearly thought we were gonna sleep together, and I don't know, there was just something about her walk that just turned me off so much that I just couldn't do it at all. So I've been there before.
She had a limp.
She had like, you ever been like, see a girl with like a horrible car accident, and her legs are kind of like moving in this like, crazy direction, and
you're gonna get canceled, Adam.
Right, I don't care.
Okay.
No, but then what's crazy is that she starts dating some kickboxing champion, and I kept seeing him around town, and he kept looking at me like he was gonna beat the shit out of me, and I'm like, "Are you gonna beat me up because I didn't want to fuck your girlfriend?"
Did you kind of, knowing that she was able to snag that fighter, did you have second thoughts about?
It did make me think like maybe I was a little too close-minded, but honestly, it just sucked the wind out of the room. Like I couldn't, and we were outside, but I could not find myself attracted to her at all. It just, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think it would have been polite to still have gone on the date, because he drove to come pick you up, he got all ready. I think it would have been polite to just, obviously not, have a polite, platonic conversation with him, and obviously you don't have to go on the second date, but...
It sucks though because that's more leading him on.
That's more leading him on, that's what I'm saying. You're just leading him on even more, and he wants to go to the beach and have a romantic beach dinner.
Once you agree to go on that date, it's like there's going to be a moment of cruelty here, whether it's you rip the Band-Aid straight off or you do it like really slow,
Yeah.
It really sucks.
And then getting ghosted is even worse. You might as well just be honest. It's true.
Didn't you also have a ghosting situation?
Yeah.
What was that?
So I dated my ex for 2.5 years, and we lived in Atlanta together. I was in Nashville for work. I came home one weekend. He was gone. All of his stuff was gone. And then his dad reached out to mine to tell me it was over. And I haven't heard from him since, so...
Nice.
Yeah. Hi, Brian.
His name's Brian, but why?
Why? The worst.
Have you checked on Facebook, like what he's
doing? Oh, I didn't mention this. He got back together with his ex for the 3rd time.
That sounds like some shit a guy would do if he found out. Like, that's what I would do if my girl was cheating on me.
No, she wasn't.
I wasn't. The complete opposite.
Sure?
Some guys are just cowards and they can't say what they're
Yeah. I would have married him. Like, I would have done anything for him, and...
Just,
if anything, he might have cheated on her. Because she found his phone.
No, I swear, like, it was, like, 2 days prior to that, he's like, "I can't wait to marry you," and it's like, when you know something's going on, like,
I don't know. I had an intuition.
It's very possible, especially if her boyfriend was already seeing the ex. Then yeah, of course it would have been way easy for him to just cut her off and not say anything.
Yeah,
super
that's rough.
painful.
I'm sorry.
It
It
was
was
so
so
painful.
The worst pain I've ever gone through. I had to take leave from work and all that fun stuff, but
You better know.
it makes you realize what you don't want, and yeah.
But we
People
live in such a
lie, though.
weird
People
world
lie, yeah.
where people just will like walk away from a situation
Right.
and not even have the conversation. Like the ghosting thing is
Yeah.
so common, and it's just like, I mean, I kind of like got into a relationship like as that was becoming more the norm since we started seeing each other in like 2016. But that just is kind of terrible. I feel like if anything, if you want to be a good guy or a good person, always be down to give somebody an exit interview.
I think
you
just
know?
being honest, even if it's the worst truth you have to give, is way better than making someone just wonder like a million different things.
And then his dad to reach out to mine, tell
what
me
the
it was
hell?
over.
That is some pussy ass shit.
A lot of
Yeah.
men just avoid that because they don't know how to properly like communicate.
Yeah. Yeah, like, and especially like firing people. I've made this mistake a million times, but if you fire somebody and you really like give them your time and explain to them why this job was not going to work out or why they fucked up so bad that you can't continue to employ them or whatever, it's probably going to go over okay. Whereas if you just kind of like let somebody go and don't really tell them what's going on, a lot of times that becomes like the angry ex-employee, you know?
Ghosting happens, man.
What, there's more stories?
That's a good one, though.
Here, I'll read these. Martin, for Blondie, I'm having terrible difficulty conceptualizing ratios. Could you please tell me, what is the ratio for a delusional woman who believes she's hot and interesting to the desperate men who lied to her for sex? Please feel free to be as scientific.
Can you ask him to send us a selfie?
Mark Wavius Martin.
Because I want to see what he looks like.
She
Because
wants
he's
a
hiding
selfie.
behind his text messages and behind his screen.
I don't know if he's down to send selfie,
He
but
probably
really quick,
isn't because he's
Yo.
probably super ugly.
guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a
Send a
follow.
selfie.
Drop us a Prime sub. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Thank you. Oh, actually, let me shout out. Yo, Hobo, thank you for the Prime. Buddha, thank you for the Tier 1. Steve-O, thank you for the Prime. Mr. Steak, thank you for the Prime. Panda, thank you for the Prime. I was caging. How do you pronounce that? Caging Karen. Thank you for that raid earlier. And then B-Star, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Wait, okay, so I'm still caught up on this dwarf thing. What if
Honesty
he
is
was
the
slanging?
best policy.
What if he was slanging like Puffy, Vegas? Like he had just a meat cannon.
No.
No, okay.
That doesn't.
He was a Dick Smith, like Adam.
No.
Have you guys done any
When you
shiny
know, you
thing
know.
with the little person?
No, not yet. Although I'm totally open to that. People always ask if I'm into the trans thing or if I'm going to go gay. The answer is no. But the midget or the little person, I could definitely be open to that.
Okay. All right. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't know. You could have gone on a date with him. That's all I'm saying.
I think I saved him in the long run.
I wonder what would have been like. You could have just told him. Was it better to make the whole excuse about the emergency, or would it have been better to have just said, "I didn't know you were dwarf"?
I know. The moral of the story is don't go on a date with a guy that you meet driving on the highway with a number on the side of his truck.
I wonder if that's his move because
Probably. It probably is his move.
Okay, what if you end up going on a date with a girl, like, same thing, but she's 400 pounds and you don't realize it from the way she looks in the car? Like, 'cause
Yeah.
I have had that happen to me where I showed up to meet a girl off MySpace back in the day and she was massive. And I still banged her. And, you know, like, I just did it anyway because I was like, what else am I doing?
Yeah.
But for sure, I wasn't
that's
proud
a fair
of it.
point. That is a fair point.
Ratio at all.
No, yeah. That's how my body count got so high. But
I try to do my due diligence though when it comes to. I'm pretty sure I would avoid a catfish scenario.
yeah, now, knowing what I know now, it's like, I know exactly what girls are doing to make them look like something different on
That's a
social
fair
media.
point, though.
But, 2003, I definitely did not know what the hell
That is
they
a
were
fair
A
doing.
lot of girls don't look what they look like in the pictures and stuff, so.
That is true.
A lot of filters are being used on dating apps. I think it should actually be a crime
So do I.
to use a face filter on dating apps.
Well, doesn't TikTok like suggest it now too? So a girl doesn't even have to like seek out a filter. It's just right there.
But it says when a filter's being used, like on all the apps.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys, even the ones who are kind of paying attention, probably don't know that there's like video filters as well. So like in general, if you look at a girl's Instagram and it seems like all of her photos have weird effects and like shading and everything was kind of like blurry or soft, you probably can.
I guess that's kind of similar to like, what about a guy who's wearing a hat to cover up?
He might be bald.
Tim Pool?
Oh,
Yes.
That's all over Bumble.
Hat and sunglasses, that's the worst.
Holding a fish, usually.
Yeah. Or hunting with a deer, like.
They're always the ball.
But that's like, well, I have a hobby. I'm a hunter. That's cool.
And I love not to
That's
remember
fine.
I need a guy with long blonde hair past his shoulders.
Yeah.
Long blonde hair past the shoulders, very specific.
She's all about the blonde man.
I'm actually pretty biblical and I love Jesus. Even though they don't think I do.
Wasn't he an Egyptian?
I mean, I think there's someone for everyone.
Yeah, and
Who's
mine
called
is
to
a
marry,
long
so
black.
that's the hope there for anyone.
But like the
Hair past the
sunglasses
shoulder.
with hats on Bumble, it's just and you know what I also don't like is when they pose with a hot friend.
Wait, do you have
and
Bumble
you're like,
on your phone right now?
I have Hinge.
Can I look at your profile on your phone?
Oh,
I won't show it to the camera. Can I just see it?
I thought we were allowed to
I
use
literally
it.
just re-downloaded it the other day.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait.
Definitely.
It's not horrible, but
It's not, yeah.
her Wi-Fi has been a little fucked up when we were
So she
here.
has to swipe like 8 times before she gets it. And then she has to search for it.
Yeah. Okay.
I've never been on Hinge.
You're missing out, Adam.
Yeah,
Good
but
stuff?
you guys were in a relationship before
Yeah,
Hinge
yeah.
existed. You're lucky.
I was a Tinder guy.
You're lucky.
A little bit of Bumble in there.
I'm convinced that dating apps don't work, so prove me wrong. Okay.
Oh, I love that.
Conservative Christian looking for a life partner. When I need advice, I go to Taylor Swift. That's an L.
Oh my God. You just made a friend.
Yeah.
Wait, every single photo here on your dating app is either filter and or makeup.
I don't
Now we're
think she
making
has
makeup.
filtered photos.
I think makeup's
I don't think so.
You brushed your hair and put product in it.
What's that?
You brushed your hair and put product in it.
This is a little maple syrup.
It's product.
I like to put a little maple syrup. No, I don't put anything in my hair. I just don't shampoo for 3
Yeah,
weeks. How about that?
I don't even think you have.
Are those not good photos?
No, but you do have like a filter on every photo, like it's 2013, and you just got
Filter, but not
Instagram.
a
That is
face,
pretty
yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think there's anything wrong with filter,
That's
but it's
black
not
and
like
white.
a face filter. Like her face isn't changing; it's just the shade of color. Yeah.
No. Filters are misrepresentation.
She's not using
if you
face
use
app,
filters
though.
on dating apps, it is
She's
wrong.
not using face
It is you are misrepresenting how you look.
Really?
It should not. Yes.
I think your profile's
You need to have at least
Yeah.
one photo. No.
I think yours is
One photo.
one of the most real ones.
Yeah. I don't think I look that different.
no, those filters are OD.
No. Needs to be one photo without any makeup or any filters.
Yeah, because having a bunch of crazy filters and Facetune going on your Instagram is one thing, but as soon as you put that on a dating app, it is kind of like, I feel like on a dating app, you should try a little bit harder to like be representing what you actually look like. Not that you don't look like those photos, it's just like the filters and the Facetune.
Let's go.
People actually tell me I look
All right.
better than what I look like on my dating apps, even though these trolls don't believe
Do you have a
it.
dating app right now? Can I look at yours?
Yeah, but I have 2 phones and I didn't bring my work phone because my purse is so small today. But I'm kicked off of them on this phone. But I do have Coffee Meets Bagel on this one.
You got banned from the dating apps?
Yeah, you got banned.
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Promoting my OnlyFans.
Yep, there you go.
So they blocked this whole
I've heard a lot of girls say they got banned for that.
But I do have Coffee Meets Bagel, and I actually
What is
read it
that?
to her. It's a dating app that I
I'll
wasn't
take a look
from
at
on
it.
this
Coffee
one.
meets bagel.
And
Take a look.
I mean, my profile is like a little bit aggressive, but like,
Oh yeah, that's great. I'll read it.
and this was before I had boobs, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
updated it.
Wow, that's a bit misleading.
Well, that is my picture though, but I think you should really read what the profile itself
Maybe
says.
fake breasts are a deal breaker for a guy. Maybe you should.
Maybe they are,
Are they
maybe
a deal
they're
breaker
not.
for
Maybe
you?
I did it for
They are.
myself.
You don't like them?
I
I'm not
like
a fan.
Damn.
What if they look really natural?
I'm not
What if they
dating
feel
you,
super
bitch.
soft in your
I
hand?
can tell.
No, but I have plenty of girlfriends that look super natural. But if
I
they,
can use.
I got these 6 weeks ago. They haven't even dropped. I can't even actually work out yet.
You don't like them?
What's that?
I can't even go into a hot tub right
No,
now.
I just don't like it in general. I'm not in favor of plastic surgery in general.
I think you should read
So
like what I
you don't
wrote.
like, not the appearance.
Both, yeah. And I'm so fervent. I have my nonprofit.
If you lost all
Big
your hair,
labia
would you get a
matter.
hair transplant?
No, I'd probably just go bald. Just
I got 2 of them.
You say it until you've been there, though.
I'm probably only a few years away from that. But so okay, you're a Pilates aficionado. Let's go, Brandon. Okay.
Obviously,
Let's go,
I have to weed out the weed.
I already knew that was in there.
I have to weed out the weed. I
Want a
can't.
partner in crime to conquer the world with.
Yeah.
Who should pay on the first date? The man. I hate feminism, and I love toxic masculinity.
In parentheses, toxicness.
We are not equals. We are equality.
Equally the same.
Okay. Men and women have opposite strengths and weaknesses, and that's why together we make a whole.
She's really reading
deep
out all the
profile.
liberals.
I am on purpose because I'm not dating a liberal.
Interest
for sure.
or whatever pod.
Call me Nate.
Let's see. Oh, let me look at the photos. Oh, here's the photos.
Read the rest of it.
What? That's pretty much it.
I think there's 2 other questions that I answered on there. The one is like, I don't think anything.
Every single photo on here, it's either face filter and or makeup.
And I don't have.
You're
even
misrepresenting your physical appearance on the dating app.
But like, how many girls actually
My
do
hair
that?
is blonder than no.
Exactly, they should.
That's my dog. This is my dog, dude. That's not filtered. Are you kidding me? This is not.
She looks like that in person.
Not exactly.
Yeah, she looks like this in person. You guys fuck
I
off.
don't have tits and my hair is blonder and longer. This is not face app. This is with my dog.
But every
This is
single
my
one of those
dog.
photos is you wearing makeup.
Can I tell you something?
What girls don't have makeup in their
Yeah,
photos?
but you know, but
Online.
straight
There should
up,
at least be
straight
one or
up,
two
straight
photos
up though.
without makeup.
I feel like you're gonna hate on me and us and whatever.
Go ahead.
But straight up, when guys meet me in person, they always tell me that I look better than my photos.
Do they want
Always.
to fuck you?
Yeah, it's because they're trying to
Yeah,
get
no shit, they want to bug me because I'm hotter
Yeah, of course they
in
do.
real life than in photos.
No, what they're
And
doing
then
is they're
these
lying
trolls.
to you to get laid.
No, they're not.
That's kind of what
Bro,
guys
you're
do.
never gonna tell a girl that you think she's unattractive if you're trying to fuck her.
Yeah, but
I mean, I suppose that some guys might employ that strategy.
why would they
You guys
want to
should try.
fuck me if I were ugly? I mean, like, I know you
Because we're
did
men,
it. I know
yeah.
you used to do it, but
I fucked the
still do
morbidly obese just because they were there.
I'm not dating that type of people. Like,
Oh yeah, you are. You just don't know. Maybe not morbid. I went morbid.
You're down for more.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I was just
morbidly
young and
obese.
horny. I just did it. I don't know. It's kind of shameful in retrospect, but I did it.
I know I look better in real life, so I don't have to, like, worry about
No,
it.
look, you can move however you want. I just think it's, for example, if
This
every
is not
single
moving,
photo,
though.
if a guy who was bald, say, if in every single photo he was wearing a hat, I think that
I
would
look hotter
be unfair.
here in real life than this. I haven't even
you?
updated. Yeah.
That's like Tim
The whole
Pool
thing
saying
I
I should
wanted
look
you
better
to
without the
see
beanie.
was to read literally like, should your partner share your beliefs? Yeah. Mine needs to believe in freedom and MAGA with a American flag. Like, you didn't read the actual part that mattered.
I read.
Yeah, but you only read a little bit of it because you didn't want me to look good on my dating app.
What are you
You
talking
want me
about?
to
I
look
wasn't
bad
gonna
because you
read.
didn't like my pictures. You didn't like my answers. My answers
Well, yeah,
are real as
because
shit.
the conversation was
My answers
about-
are real as shit, dude.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
The
thank you,
the
thank you.
conversation was about you were talking about makeup and plastic surgery.
The only plastic surgery I've ever had are my boobs that I got 6 weeks ago. I haven't
Cool.
had anything else besides for
Sure.
that.
That's great.
And yeah, a lot of my boyfriends didn't want me to have them. And then I decided to just do whatever the fuck I wanted to do and not care about what they thought. And I don't regret it.
Take that,
That's cool.
Brian.
I love them, okay?
All right. Wait,
But
Lena,
Mom!
we were having a little bit of a back and forth there. You were kind of questioning my take on plastic surgery.
I was just
Which is-
curious
that's
about
fine.
if it
That's
was
totally
like a political or like just a belief you had, or if it was like based on the appearance. Because I've seen a lot of really natural looking fake breasts, so that's why I was curious.
I don't think there's.
What if you fall for a girl and her ass looked really real, and then you find out it was fake?
Oh,
What do you do then?
with you.
What?
Do you have a BBL?
I have a very subtle BBL, I guess you could say.
He
So
waited
that's why
6 months to tell me.
Yeah, he was like, I have fake hair. I was like, well, I have a fake ass.
My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe it.
So that's why I'm curious. Like, what if you fell for her and then you find out?
I mean, how would I? I don't think I could fall for a girl without
I have a
having
rhinoplasty.
explored.
What if you she changed her nose? Like, who cares?
Well, I mean, I think there's degrees to plastic surgery.
That's why I'm trying to get down to the
Yeah. Well, I think some procedures are more invasive than others. I think, for example, like if I had to list it out, for example, I think a BBL is much more invasive than lip fillers, for example.
Yeah.
Or like implants are more invasive than lip
but
fillers.
But is the degree of I don't know, invasiveness on the body, is that why you care, or is it because she's trying to make herself appear more sexy and maybe
Well, I one, from a purely aesthetic, I don't find it attractive.
But I'm saying it because there are a lot of girls who are 110 pounds who actually do have BBLs and you just can't tell.
I've got a good eye for BBLs.
But when you think BBL, you're probably thinking Nicki Minaj BBL. You're not thinking of a very subtle appearance.
Sure. Okay, even a subtle one where it's kind of, I'm not in favor of it.
But if you fell in love with a girl and then you found out it was fake.
How would that? But I would know.
You would not know. That's what I'm trying to say. There's the plastic surgery.
She wouldn't tell me?
Yeah. Why would she tell you? Especially in the beginning. I didn't tell him for a long time. I'm just saying the surgery is getting very, very good.
I would have to see an example of one of these realistic.
Okay, I'll show you a million.
What if I was on steroids and I never told you? The Liver King.
It wouldn't be a deal breaker for us, but
I just think it's a bit of a red flag. Let me just finish my point. Look, bro. And there's
that's fair. It's you might not do. There's
I mean, big tits, I gotta
big tits is one thing, and there's
you can
feel it, but there's a lot of surgeries you can't tell.
I don't know. It's just I don't want to date a girl who has acted upon body dysmorphia.
What is a mommy makeover body dysmorphia? You have a diastasis recti, so all your abs separated, so then you need to be back together.
Oh, but I mean, I'm not familiar with that procedure, but perhaps there's.
It's aesthetic still, but it's also
there might be some functionality there. I don't know, but let's take a woman who's never had kids. Well, I don't think I would ever date a single mom, so there's that. But it's alright. It's alright. But okay. Maybe this is going to sound kind of cringy or sicky or whatever, but I think women are just beautiful as they are, however they've manifested. So I think they're just beautiful without the need to undergo potentially dangerous, expensive, and unnecessary cosmetic surgery. And in my view, I think it actually makes a lot of women look worse. And, obviously I think you should take good care of yourself, fitness, diet, hygiene, etc. But, for example, let's say a girl who's just totally flat, had no boobs. I would prefer that than her perfect, big, fake tits. Same with BBL.
I mean, but you know what? I went 33 years of life like that, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna actually just do what I want to do.
What
I don't regret it. And I'm not trying to attract the guy. This is better.
I'm not saying this to take shots. I'm just talking about my preferences.
And I'm talking about mine.
What if she has breathing problems, so then she had to get a rhinoplasty?
Well, I think that's actually I have a deviated septum. I got that.
What if she has a penis and she has to get it removed, and also
that's a no.
Breast
that's a strong no. No, I think functionally, if you're having breathing issues, I think that's totally fine. Maybe if she aesthetically fixes it along the way, fine, whatever. Rhinoplasty is the big thing. Big tits, BBL, lipo, labiaplasty. That's.
How many girls do you actually know who have it?
But this is the thing. It's because you have many times said that you don't like a big bodybuilder with an ass dude, and you don't like a guy who looks like he puts too much time and effort into his body, which a lot of girls have said that they we're kind of why can't, like, it's kind of almost like the same thing, right? It's like, you don't want a guy who looks like he's, like, spending all this time.
But I wouldn't
you don't
put it
like
off.
something. He's kind of saying the same thing. He's not attracted to a girl who's on
But he's saying he would never be with a girl like that. He would know right away. Like, if I fell for a guy who had that, like, 5% body fat steroid look, then I would just be like, all right, well,
I'm sure deep down inside, you would probably allow him to awesome.
Yeah,
like, you would never go for a girl a certain way, but she would never go for it before. So why can she say she would never want to do that and want to get off the unit? You can say you would never go for a girl that has surgery. You can't.
Oh, that's
you can't leave the date early.
She can do whatever she wants.
I know, but it's like she has her never, then you have your never. So I don't understand what like the whole thing is.
Well, it's just a different assessment.
Yeah, but everyone has their never. Everyone has their never.
It's just a difference of what you as perhaps doing the polite thing. I think, hey, look, if she doesn't, and I definitely actually see the argument of, hey, if you're just not interested, maybe just cut it short and save both people time. Me personally, in those circumstances, I would just, go have a nice night, go get dinner. But I can also see the other side of it too. But just bringing it back to plastic surgery, I'll take small boobs over fake tits. Even like, for example, lipo. I don't like the lipo belly. I prefer a girl with a little belly fat.
Right side clear. Left side clear.
Flat lipo belly. I'll take a flat ass over a BBL, and I'll take a small upper lip over feelers. Just not into it.
But guys having preferences is quite often looked at as if they're being like hateful or negative towards women, where women are perfectly said that they hate midgets, they don't want anything to do with a fat guy or a short guy, whatever. But like, I don't know, it is kind of like a weird thing to do where when a guy has a strong preference, it's kind of like
I don't actually
anyone who doesn't
care. I just want to know like the root of it, like why like you got less of those women for some reason.
Right side clear.
I think partially this aesthetic thing. I don't think.
Yeah, you're just not attracted to it.
I'm not attracted to it. I do think it can be a potential indicator of some sort of, not always, but it could be an indicator of like I don't want to date a woman who's like deeply insecure to the point where maybe she wants to do it to level up. Who knows what the motivations are? But I do have a suspicion that some component of undergoing these invasive, dangerous plastic surgeries is you're insecure about your physical appearance to some degree, to the point that you're prepared to. Also, I mean, this is someone you want to build a life with. There's certainly an argument to be made. Is this like, if you're going to be sharing your resources, sharing your money, joint bank account, is she going to, in 10 years, have to redo, because you have to redo the big breasts, for example. I don't know what the case is.
It's actually like
you have to redo it.
You have to do it after 10 years. Like, to, but you have to. I'm not for plastic surgery, by the way. That's one thing.
Yeah,
I think that's a good point. I think if there's something like physically wrong with the left lip, or you mentioned like a condition after pregnancy, and there's a correction that needs to take place that involves plastic surgery, it's totally understandable. But generally speaking, I do think body acceptance for bodies that are striving to be healthy and care for themselves is a good thing. Everybody's different. And I think there's someone for everyone that's called to be married the way that they are, provided they're striving to be healthy, sleeping, working out, eating healthy, things like that. So I think it's a good thing in culture to, not to be judgmental of people that choose that, but it's good to celebrate natural beauty. And I do think that, unfortunately today, because of porn in part and also just, digital media and all this stuff, there are these sort of inflated beauty standards that are not just not realistic, but they're actually not the only kind of beauty. There are all kinds of beauty. And my opinion is that any woman who is seeking to be healthy and personally living a beautiful interior life is beautiful. Like, she has a unique beauty, and there's someone for her, especially if she's called a marriage. So that's the hope for all of us,
I completely agree, and all of my OnlyFans videos actually, I look like this, and I didn't face off.
And I think you're more attractive like that.
Thank you. And you know what? A lot of my fans said, don't get can't just be against surgery, dude. Like, yeah. I know I'm hot as fuck without it. I get it. I just want to do it myself.
Comparing medically indicated elective surgery to
Well, you're
cosmetic
saying like
plastic
surgery is a big deal, and I'm not pro plastic surgery, but like most, yeah, I understand where you're going.
Object to it.
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of hypocritical because like, so many people that I know actually have had to get surgery for like health reasons, and I only got one surgery in my whole life. A lot of people have had multiple surgeries. A lot of people have broken legs, arms, whatever.
Let me just address one thing real quick. I'm not opposed to medically indicated surgery, but the fact of the matter.
We can agree that you think I looked hot without tip.
Sure.
Let's agree to disagree. I was hot as fuck without this. I just wanted them.
Sweet, but okay. Why are you comparing, like, someone who needs to undergo, like...
There's so many people that have had surgery. And they want
I don't object to appendectomy.
surgery.
I don't object to appendectomy.
It's like not a big deal if someone wants one. There's a considering that there's a difference between the life-saving surgery and like I'm not pro surgery.
Basically, like she got one surgery, but she could have got a lot of surgeries, so her ratio is really good.
Right.
Alright?
And I could have got a lot of surgeries because I was in a car accident.
Alright, all of this sounds extremely complicated. Where the line is, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. Like the French procedure, just saw the young lady who has to do a mommy makeover. It's all over the news, super sad, left me out of home.
Kanye West.
Kanye West mom, right? So all I'm gonna say is that I genuinely I'm not trying to troll.
What Kanye
Finish my
Stop.
What Lila said was a beautiful picture of this acceptance in a marriage, and also desiring to take care of yourself for your partner, to serve your partner, right? And I've been with my wife 15 years. We've both weight, I've been obese, she's had kids, we're in better shape now, we're lean, it's something that's valuable. My question would just simply be, it seems like we've all tried all of these things, tried all of these ideologies, all these puzzles that we have to piece together, being a conservative Christian, and still being about all these other things that seem to work. Have you guys ever genuinely considered, like, trying Jesus, repenting of your sin, and really applying God's wisdom?
Yeah.
For your life. And that's not just
so much.
I'm genuinely asking. You are Armenian. Our people have a beautiful rich history. We're the first Armenian nation. We didn't have a written language, so we translated the Bible into a written language. We have an amazing, most persecuted church, right? So, like genuinely, like it seems like we've tried all these other things. We've tried doing it our own way. We've tried all this ideology. We've tried all these. Here's the line. Have we genuinely ever looked at the scriptures and considered that maybe Jesus is wisdom, and maybe he is God? He's not alive. Maybe he's not willing to give a medical prophet. And genuinely repented of our ways and tried it God.
I 1,000% believe in God and Jesus and know all of that shit.
That wasn't
but you don't understand my point of view.
You're
acting like I don't pray every day. You're acting like I don't have a Bible.
I asked you a genuine question.
My answer is yes to your question.
Do you consider your sin in relation to your beliefs on the church and lived your life with God?
1,000%. I can't do what you're doing. That's your opinion. Are you God? It's not my fault that you ate the apple.
What are you talking about? It's literally in the
First
Bible.
person who sinned, God wanted us to all be naked and free. It's not my fault that you ate the apple.
Right.
You keep thinking you know God's opinion.
God gives us the Bible.
I have an emotion of spirituality. Yeah. I understand. I have a Bible. I understand.
Like, what would happen if all of society actually implemented? Like, genuine question. If people waited until marriage to get married, wait till marriage to have sex. If people didn't go to sleep around
I think people would be way more consumed than they are now, and I think what we see in society, specifically like with our generation, is a lot of people try and fill these voids that they have with so many other
destructive things that leads them down a path of further destructiveness. They're not happy, and they keep doing like worse things to kind of fill that void.
But the problem is,
I don't
you
think-
weren't made to live like this. Society was built up against God empowering.
Like I don't think someone wakes up one day and says, "I want to do this."
No, but that's not what happened.
And I want to finish my thought.
But
Someone wakes up one day and they say, "I want to do porn. I want to do porn." It kind of starts off with like dabbling in things that you shouldn't, and then it leads more down like this path where you're now invested in what you're doing now.
That's what society did. I don't believe in societal norms in general. Societal norms are not godly. Societal norms are not what God intended us to do.
But
You're not supposed to live. No, not.
You're
You
doing
don't understand
exactly
it.
what society wants you to do.
No, you don't understand. We're not supposed to be living in cups like this and wearing shoes. I think I'm supposed to be naked and free and connected to the universe and having a relationship and loving someone. You think God loves you? I don't think God gives a fuck.
You don't think God
No.
cares?
I don't think he cares what I'm doing for my life because he knows that I'm connected to him. I don't care that you think that. No, what's the wrong question? I don't think God doesn't love me because I have a job. We're not gonna agree on it, dude.
Listen to me about Jesus. About edging your faith on the resurrection of Jesus. And living your life.
I'm a man of God. That's all I
I'm
can
a
say.
woman of God.
Yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that.
Believe me.
I
God
am a man
knows
of
the
God.
truth.
Personally, I've done quite a bit of research and digging and trying to convince myself that Jesus was a real person or that I should be invested in his teachings. Haven't really been too convinced, so I'm still kind of waiting to be convinced that this is something I should put my energy into. The vast majority of thinkers that I respect or read or listen to are atheists. So for me personally, it's not really an issue. Like, it's just not enough to me that a value to offer Christianity. I think that if we were to be looking for a book that we could kind of base our morality on, I don't really think the Bible is the best book to live our lives based on. It just seems like even within the Ten Commandments, there's a lot of important stuff that's left out of the Ten Commandments and a bunch of bullshit that really doesn't seem like it belongs there. So to me, it's definitely
Let's just try to back to dating, and let me do a couple chats here. So I have Puffy Vegas. All women I have never met. Women, hello? Seriously, call me a whore. Every woman I've ever interacted gave me a 10 out of 10. Lemon on Puffy Vegas is very upset.
Like all his photos were women and naked.
He's very upset at you.
He's paying for their time.
Every woman gives him a 10 out of 10.
Might have been paying them.
Would you like to apologize to Mr. Puffy Vegas?
I would like to invite him to come onto my live stream.
Oh,
donate it tonight because this guy's
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings, but I just be honest with you.
Honesty is the best policy. We have Alpha Sigma Mindset. They love the show. Keep it up. Londo F Chick is so delusional. I'm creating a new brand to help men survive in the world. Q for the panel. How do we make men great again? Hashtag Alpha Sigma Mindset. Go around the panel on this. Why don't we start with Lemon and go around? How do we make men great again?
Man, it's so hard to think about how to answer this question.
You just killed that one.
Actually, let me think about it.
How do we make men great again? I think what's important is guys like me and Brian who are out here bucking the liberal establishment and creating raw content for men, teaching them valuable life skills that will allow them to excel in life, not caring about what Anderson has to say about it. I think that's how we're going to make them.
No Jumper Podcast, go subscribe. Just there you have it. All right. What about
Men are natural providers. They're natural hunters. They're natural protectors. make family. You make men great again by being protectors, by being providers, by doing those masculine things that society is pushing against us. Society is trying to make males take on feminine energy and females take on masculine energy, and they're doing it so that no one has an identity anymore, so they can control them.
So how do we make it?
Be providers, protectors, and caretakers.
Do you think men should stop watching content to be great again?
I think men should be fucking their wives so no one else needs to watch it.
Wouldn't that become a detriment to themselves?
But I wouldn't have been in the situation that I'm in if men were taking care of their women and women were taking care of their men.
Oh, so you're saying if you were married?
I'm saying our jobs wouldn't exist if men and women were living the way God intended them to live.
I'm just curious about why.
My ass?
Because the nails are...
Girls don't poop. You know that, right?
Is this true?
Yes.
Is this true?
You pooped in front of me on my
We don't fart either. We don't sweat. We listen.
Wow. I'm learning that.
Tano, wow. Did you not do science?
Just kidding. I don't know. Okay. But I've heard the strategy is you have to wrap the toilet paper.
How do you wipe?
You get some toilet paper.
I've never taken a shit in my life. I don't do anal.
You can still do.
How do I have these white nails?
Left side
It's not so
clear.
much color nails. It's just like this doesn't make it. I'm just thinking the logistics of.
Yeah, but you don't think a lot of people do.
What do you mean? I think. What have I not?
Okay, so I do pee and I do wipe myself and my nails don't get in my way. You know when nails actually like this get in your way? Or when you're wearing very thin leggings, you try to pull them up and it pokes holes in them. That's the only time it gets in my way.
You've poked holes in some leggings.
When it was back in the day and the sharp nails, this was in like 2014, when the sharp nails were in, yeah, it was a lot of.
So you never got any
No, except for my dog. Not of mine.
How do you make that great?
No, I just feel like the apps have hurt us more than they help us. So it's like these guys just think the next best thing to swipe away.
Isn't that what the women think too?
Not really. I don't know.
I feel like it's women who want their relationships, and it's really up to the men to determine if they want to then go ahead and pursue. Like, what I hear from my friends, it's always the woman who wants to like have the relationship, and then it's the men who's like
Too many options for men.
Women overwhelmingly
Yeah.
Women are, I mean, they've done this. Well, they have studied.
Yeah, where did you get these stats?
Well, okay, let's be about married women are more likely to initiate divorces. Also, I would say that this stays true even in relationships. But of the women here at this table, let's just more often than not, when you're talking to a guy, whether it's you've been on 1, 2, 3 dates with them, or you've been in a long-term, multi-year relationship with them, more often than not, are you ending things or is he ending things? Let's maybe start with you.
Right side clear. Left side clear.
The girl.
Good to go.
But
Maybe the guy, let's say.
I guess in the dating space, I feel like it was pretty split, but I feel like the guys, they just ghosted.
Yeah, the guys want to play the game and bang every single girl that they can, and the girls are, kind of begrudgingly giving her some pussy so that they can try to get the guy to take them serious as a
I think it totally
girlfriend
depends.
candidate.
It totally depends on like what your dating pool looks like based on what you allow.
I think that's kind of described in LA for the most part,
There's a lot of crazy people everywhere, people who live crazy lives, but there's also a lot of people who are trying to live good lives. And I think the key is just people finding each other that share the values, and that can be really hard. I know a lot of people complain like it's so hard to find somebody, but I think if you're putting yourself into places where there's other people that share your values, then you're more likely to find them, and you're not just going to find the people that are living fully together, are just upset with you.
But I do feel like with the dating apps, like I think both parties feel like the worst disposable. Like
that's so sad. Yeah.
And I remember, like, I used to, when we meet a girl who's just going to bars techniques and tactics on like how to communicate with people in my life through that, and then at some point it kind of became like Tinder and Bumble, and the game for me in my head of like, you know, just sort of the mentality of trying to get some new girls every week was just like, oh, I'm gonna sit here for a half hour at a time and swipe on this app and write the same message over and over, and it just started to feel kind of gross. And that's why I think I was kind of primed to get into a relationship around the time I met her, because I had sort of struggle, unhappy with where I was at in the relationship.
Well, I think it totally depends on your goals going into it. If you're going into like a dating app experience with, okay, I want to have a hookup, or I'm expecting sex or more commitment or things like that, you're going to get a totally different outcome, I think, typically speaking, than if you go into it saying, I'm dating to ultimately find the one to marry, and that's the person who shares my values, I bring kids with, you know, I want to like build a family life project with. So that really, I think, is a natural filter when you look at who are the options. And then you'll also find, like, yeah, dating apps are powerful. And I know a ton of people who met their spouses through dating apps, so they can be really effective. But then couple that with you, are you putting yourself out there, like going to places that you think you can meet that future spouse too? I think that combination can maximize success. But if you're just getting together with people and like having sex on that first date, or just, you know, sleeping together before marriage, that's a different value set that you're engaging. And that, you know, what is the goal? What is the goal of your dating? I think has to be the question that every person looking into.
I actually completely agree with you and Stella. I think I've been misunderstood by both of you, but that's actually how I go into every single potential date and person that I give a chance to date. And I'm very, very picky. I have my intuition, but like that is the mindset that I go into everyone that I give a chance to and attempt to date, whether it lasts a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, etc. But and then going back to your point, I do think that the female naturally does want the relationship more than the man, and I don't think it used to be that way. I think the dating apps created like the fuckboy, like it gave guys too many different options.
No, but that's biological. The guys have always been able to create a child or something. It has to deal with the long-term ramifications.
Well, you said too about like the chase and how men are hunters. Like believe that, and I think that the dating apps, both for men and women, makes it really easy for women to not be pursued and men not have to chase. And I think people think that it's men that are just really wanting to, but women are just as bad too. But at Adam's point, like you said earlier before Lena, like you were sleeping with all these girls and you were unfulfilled, and that experience of realizing, hey, this isn't fulfilling me. Like hooking up with all these girls is not fulfilling me, and then you fell in love with Lena and you want to build a life with her alone. I think that shows like men are. I know this is unpopular, people don't like saying this, but I think men are made for monogamy. I do. And I think that, you know, Ruslan, my husband, there's a ton of men living that. Maybe they're not on social media talking about it all the time, but I know dozens and dozens of men who are living that.
Yeah,
and they're happy that way. You know, they're fulfilled that way.
To piggyback that, monogamy is in demand best interest. We're talking hunters and gatherers. Who's going to take care of the kid? Your offspring will survive. You're going to stick around. Right. The second thing I want to say is we're talking about what would make men great again. I think ultimately is the ability to delay that. And if you don't have that, you're going to just run through as many girls as you can. More women will have body counts, more unwanted pregnancies. So I think men, to be the priest, provider, protector, got to get back to learning how to delay gratification, not just get into all the fleshly desires.
Lila, what can we do to make men great? Did you answer that?
I haven't answered that yet. Ruslan had a great point just now. How do we make men great again? I think men are already made to be great innately. I think they're made in the image of God. And I think that men pursuing virtue, and you can't pursue virtue if you don't ascend to a higher morality. Like if you say, I get to decide whatever morality is and I'm just going to do what I feel like, you're never going to be who you're made to be. You're always going to be limited by your next impulse, your next lust, your next immediate fleeting desire. Lifelong happiness, and then all the social data proves this too. Lifelong happiness comes through growing in virtue and having, for those called to marriage, that lifelong committed exclusive monogamous marriage. And I want that for men, I want that for women, and we just have to say this openly and like not denigrate men, say, oh, men can't do it, or women are, you know, or sluts and can't do it. No, we can all rise up and do it.
Yo, Matt.
Emily Megan.
Oh, hey, guys.
We love being with you. You two are an inspiration.
worse. I mean, for us being people that do porn, it's something where we kind of just have to navigate it with sort of part of the job. But I mean, even I feel like a huge percentage of people that I know in relationships, you know, I have a friend who I seen him like, you know, get into an argument with his girlfriend because she went to the store with a sports bra on just to like buy something, and that kind of like clicked in my head of like, oh, every guy dealing with jealousy to some extent, you know, like something way more minor than the stuff like I might be able to think about. I don't know what about for you.
I feel like in the beginning of our relationship, when I wasn't really sure where we stood, where we were dating, and I wasn't sure like how much Adam really liked me, but we were having threesomes, I feel like I got like a little bit more jealous because I felt more in competition with the other girl, even though I was like really enjoying the experience and it was bringing us closer afterwards. But as we did more and more threesomes, I got more desensitized to seeing a woman like it didn't like really do anything for me, but once in a while, like I'll get like a little.
Because the other day we did a book talk episode where we interviewed a girl and sleep with her after. It's a genius podcast available on booktalk.com.
She was like commenting on certain Instagram pictures she had, like, oh, I see this one picture of you, you look really hot. I was like, hey! Like,
and she told me afterwards,
and I got like annoyed.
Yeah, she felt a little jealous because she was able to actually be looking at this girl and seeing her in a certain pose, a certain picture, and being attracted enough to follow her back and DM her and ask her if she wanted to come on the show. And so I say that to just say that I think some degree of jealousy is totally normal. Or even like while she was pregnant, there was one time where I did a podcast with a bunch of drunk girls, and one of them was like pawing on her, just grabbing at me and stuff, and being way too extra. And she was like very jealous afterwards, and it was like almost like a reminder to her of like, oh, I do care about you. Like after the pregnant, or while pregnant. Yeah, but like you thought like in that moment you said that you were kind of lost jealous because you were so. Well, to be honest, it was like a sleep deprivation.
But do we feel like jealousy needs to exist now?
I just think it's kind of that's something.
But if it's not there, is the relationship
not necessarily, but I think it's kind of like a sign of a healthy relationship. But also, if it takes over your relationship and you find yourself like obsessing over it, especially when the girl really hasn't done anything wrong, or vice versa, I think that's probably a sign. I don't think me and my wife ever like are in self situation where the other one is jealous or has to. We just have boundaries.
Well, and I think like another thing is like being. I think you used the word desensitized at one point, Lena, and I think that we are sensitive as women and as men until when we're in a marriage, especially, or any relationship, really, to that other person being with someone else. Because I think again, back to monogamy, like I think that is we're naturally wired to want that, and so the thing is like what Ruslan is saying, and like in our marriage, it's like how do we respect and like protect that vulnerability? Yeah, because we don't want to make the other person jealous. You know, we don't want to create space for that in the relationship, and that's where fidelity and boundaries can be so powerful to protect that really precious thing, which is your intimacy. And there's nothing more precious in my life besides my faith than my intimacy. And I know that you know you've said that that's really valuable to you guys too. So.
Okay, Madison, how do we make it happen?
Oh gosh, I think that in this world, in modern day society, a lot of men have very high expectations, or just people in general have very high expectations of men. And to truly make men great again, honestly, just truly discovering yourself, finding your unique purpose in this world, like societal norms aside, like don't try to be someone that everyone wants you to be, just trying to find yourself and trying to be something that you want to be.
Beautiful. Isabella, what about you?
I would say probably adding on to what Lila had said, just by embracing their masculinity. I think society puts down men a lot of their intrinsic biological natures, like competitiveness and, you know, all these things we want to be a provider as individuals is toxic. And so I think that men can feel free to actually be men. And we can put embrace in that security.
All right.
And I completely agree with that. Me and you are actually on besides for my job. Besides for that, we're on the same page.
She concurs. All right, we have more quick story. Try to just send my picture to your email. Pull it up on your phone and show it.
Let's make sure we do a Google first.
Wait, do they not know my name?
This is really it.
Then after she's in love, I can reject her. Please do not show it to the audience. You know I need to keep my hand on dignity because of my covenants. So I'm just going to show it to you here.
You know this guy in real life?
Wait, why don't you know my name? He looks kind of hot. He looks kind of hot.
Wait.
Maybe you'll know
saved me from a shark attack. We were out surfing together in Malibu.
Wow.
One time in Hawaii.
You're more of a VFX guy. You still ride? No.
It was time for a podcast.
Well, he saved me. We were out surfing Malibu. There was a shark. He just like punched the shit out of the shark.
Wow.
Saved me.
Are you making
Oh, his secret. That's, yeah, he was on it. He scared the shark away and it right in the nose.
Why
Also,
does it need to make
he's a very wealthy man. He owns like 3 jewels.
Is he a friend? You really know this guy?
Yeah, he's legit. I think we're legit. Sorry.
My name is Christy. It's not Monica.
Oh, sorry. Waffle House. Waffle House.
I don't know. Your friends emailing photos on Sunday. I don't use seed oil.
Alright, we have a big 5 super chat on X5 podcasting. Lauren's voice sounds like she needed.
How come no one knows my name is Christy? I'm not the only one.
It's weird how we all know it's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why don't you call me by my name? It would be more offensive because it's good.
I think they had started wanting to use that pod, and now it's just
I mean, I like being on.
I'm just curious, how many would eat concrete patio?
You know, patio?
Yeah.
A patio?
Take the rest of your life.
I think it's put enough tea.
Oh, it's
right
gravel.
now, or maybe maybe like 20.
that's a lot of money for a feed filming instructor.
Thank you, but can you just call me Christy now? That's what my parents
Did
name.
Oh,
you ever hear about that guy who did it for?
Name's Christ, actually. So I'm biblical.
He like took every single different part of the car and like grinded it down into like tiny little chunks and progressively ate it.
Died?
No. Grinded it down to such small tiny
Everything? I think so, yeah. Isn't there like names, chemicals and shit that like engines?
Well, probably didn't do like the metal.
Yeah.
There
Okay.
used to be like a TLC show on that was yeah, where they would like eat like dry things. There's like drywall, a mattress.
I don't know about the last two, but
We should call the arrows.
it's about someone eating doll head.
I think that's okay. That's all.
Okay, so my ex-boyfriend, he has a lot of doctors in his family, and one of them, he had this patient that was a male patient repeatedly eating Barbie doll heads, and he kept having to give him surgery because he kept repeatedly eating the doll heads. And finally, he was like, I can't come, you can't come back to me, but the only reason why he was eating the Barbie doll heads is
Sounds like a well-adjusted guy.
I think that's worse than porn, I'm not gonna lie.
Only being able to come people by the shitting.
I don't know why he didn't just put the doll on the back instead of eat it.
And the doctor's like, I can't keep recording that time.
The doctor had to refuse to keep it.
Yeah.
Nice. What the fuck?
I think that's a little bit worse than only
Okay, alright. We have SoCal Surfer 805. Wrote a question from gals. I love smashing girls, and it's a hobby to make girls come for vagina.
Got rid of the pussy.
That's not. With that said, Fat was, bro, hello? Why you make girls come easier? What do the girls think about penis enlargement surgery?
No.
I have 7 inches, but want a fatter body. Thoughts?
If it's really 7, that's pretty solid. You know, it's really fucking just like God or whoever gave you.
Yeah, don't get.
Maybe use some vibrators too.
Well, so show of hands with girls being the dude who.
No.
You gotta take that to the grave.
I would never. I don't think that's what you're actually.
Is that a double standard?
Yeah, see, girls are inherently turned off by guys who have. When I'm talking, why are you talking? Like, I already started talking.
Adam was
like, yeah. It's the whole, like, not interrupting. But, like, why is it that everybody was talking about Brian like he was some sort of sick fuck because he turned off by girls with that surgery? Whereas, like, every girl seems like they inherently have it within them. They think a guy who puts a little too much together. It's kind of an oddball, right?
Well, I think we all agree that we don't want
No, That's my thought
And
process.
even a guy who spends a ton of time in the gym is super serious about his fitness, his food. Like a lot of girls are gonna look at him.
Oh, Adam, did you see that? This was like MTV. It was like this weird MTV.
The calf implants. Such a legendary part of my childhood. I was seeing that a bunch of times. Yeah, dude, calf implants. And that was like the moment for a lot of us where it seemed like we realized, like, oh, now in terms of their body too, because this guy was so clearly like deranged and just thought his calf was it was a watershed. Yeah, no, that's how it is a good use of that. But I think in general though, like a lot of guys have sort of calves. And the steroids that like us.
Do you think part of it could be that the guy isn't willing to put in work to actually get it?
Well, that's the crux though, right? Neither side is really put in work to get it, and that's why we frown upon it.
But the calves in particular, it's such a genetic thing, and a lot of guys can go crazy on their calves and will never grow. So I guess that's why.
But also, like, to make a happy relationship, like, there's way more than physicality. Physicality. Well, I mean, physicality obviously matters. It totally matters, but there's a lot more than what you say.
I've done a lot of calf races in my day, and I'm not sure there's much. But it might be my genetics just.
All right, we have a chat here from Puffy Vegas.
Oh,
I dated. Yep, I dated thousands of women of beautiful women. I want on your channel now.
That was the guy that you showed us.
The guy get up on third.
Not this guy.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, come on. Yeah, love to meet you.
Not on the show these days. All right, I think we're caught up on chats here. I'm trying to think where we have gone. You were saying something about in one of the pre-show messages, chivalry is dead.
Yeah.
You're upset by that. Chivalry is dead.
Yeah.
So, like, what's an example of guys that are chivalrous?
Like opening the car door.
Oh.
Yeah.
But what
The
about
sidewalk rule?
The sidewalk rule.
Sidewalk?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like the sidewalk rule? Yeah.
I think it's better for a woman to be closer to society, like for the closer to cars, because, you know,
Why?
well, just like,
Well, maybe the air conditioner is gonna fall down and hit you. But also, how likely is it that a car is gonna come onto the sidewalk and hit us and somehow only hit me and someone else up and not hit me? It seems like you're preparing for something that's incredible.
Takes her a little bit more.
See?
Yeah.
So you could like angle this a couple different ways. You could say, well, like, let's say you're walking past an alleyway. You want to be, because the alleyway is going to be closer to the house.
Yeah. Okay. I actually have an example of this. For my boyfriend of 2 weeks ago, we were actually walking down an alleyway, and there's this homeless man. He's gonna be walking right by him, and in my head, I'm like, wouldn't you just go on the other side? No. Naturally.
So he let you be closer to the same kind of classes here, but
Sure, they would have done it.
how do you know he was crazy? Or is it
The
just because he was
homeless
homeless?
man?
He was homeless, therefore he was crazy.
No, he was like,
Oh.
he was crazy, like,
Yeah.
like screaming out.
It was like,
Jay,
sounds like a good time.
It's not that hard to figure out. It's crazy.
yeah, and I felt uncomfortable.
Chivalry.
Yes.
Like what?
Like, I look at my dad and how he treats my mom. And I talked to them about this the other day. Like, I'm going to be 35 in December. I thought by now, okay, I know. Gotta be, like, married, but it's like, I have so many girlfriends that are in the same boat. It's just like, men aren't built the same way like our dads were back in the day.
But are women built the same way?
I mean, I think men and women are both alike. Like, I feel like I also look at my parents' relationship, and like my mom and my dad have been together since my mom was 6 years old. They had me when she was 21. So like when I turned 23, my mom was like, "Oh, I already had like 2 kids when I'm at your age." I think times are definitely different, and I think that like, yes, I don't think men are as chivalrous, but I also don't think women are what they were.
But I think it's because they started having to actually work. Like, I don't want a job, I want to be a mom, but they're not chivalrous men anymore, they're not going to settle. But also, like, I hate working feminism, and feminism means women have to start going to work and like pride themselves in that. I don't want a job.
Well, I think
I don't want to be poor. I want to live a nice lifestyle. law of attraction, I believe in on a physics.
I mean, like who you are in the season of life that you're in, your character is going to attract that type of person.
Yeah, but why do you think that character got with my childhood?
I think that he's just saying that. Like, I think
I would love to attract who I am because I'm super funny, I'm super smart, I'm super patriotic, I'm super witty, I'm super fast, I'm super duper hot. I would love to attract who I am.
I think he's just saying.
Yes, that would be amazing.
You're also
I think that's the reason. That's what I'm waiting for.
No,
I would love to attract them.
I think he's just saying, like, if you're demanding, like, not demanding, but you're saying, okay, well, marriage, I want kids, like, how can you kind of justify wanting those things without bringing anything to the table? Do you know what I'm saying?
I have a lot of
Because how can
things.
you demand something like an educated, when you demand things from men, like, I want to be single, I want to be self-sufficient on a salary, I want children, I want to be like young, I want to live like this stay-at-home life. But then what do you bring to the table besides, like, okay, I'm hot and I love me? Like, what do you bring?
Actually, I make like more money than usually everyone that I see.
I don't think men are attracted.
I don't want that, dude. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna settle down and I'm not gonna be bored. I'm not gonna live not like I'm living like on vacation every day in Miami until I meet that person.
I think
I don't think you should be judging me. I think we have the same beliefs overall, and I think we're on different paths. And
I want you to watch this.
I don't.
I
get it.
I think
I'll watch it back.
the lifestyle that you're living isn't in line with what you're wanting.
That's nice. Thank you for thinking that.
But in your dating profile, you did say something about like wish like that. Guys, it was men should pay for the first date, right? That's kind of like a chivalrous thing.
Yeah, of course they should.
So that's like kind of a traditional thing. Guys should pay for the first date.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know.
Well, okay, like, what in the traditional, like,
ratio.
Yeah, I'll explain.
Right side clear.
So,
Left side clear. Good to go.
you do BG boy-girl content, right?
Only with my boyfriend at the time.
At the time, but it's still online, right?
Yeah.
So isn't it kind of like us? She was that one videos and you get fucked by another kid.
Guys don't seem to give a fuck. They actually, I mean, it's
But
not
the kind of guys you want to marry.
Like, I don't think you can really be, like, you really be sure.
I don't think they care, to be honest.
Guys don't care?
Yeah. Some guys might, but it has not affected my dating life. You've been dating a guy for a month, dude. I've been talking to people longer than that. Stop judging me.
I'm not judging you.
Yeah,
But
you
you're
are.
also how old you're not.
Yeah, but I just got out of a long relationship.
Okay, but you're saying that
Because I don't want to get married and get divorced.
But that's not what
Divorce is also a thing.
It is. That's not what any of us are saying. I think we're just saying that you're demanding traditional things from traditional men, but you're not a traditional woman, and you're not offering anything that's traditional in any aspect.
For your opinion.
I think to like with
For your opinion.
I think with the chivalry thing, I hear people complain a lot like, oh, men are chivalrous anymore. I also hear men complain that women aren't being ladylike or feminine anymore. So there's like all these complaints. Basically, I think in some ways, especially you see this on the internet, but the sexes are at war, right? Like we don't know how to be harmonious together. And I think the through line, there's two through lines: morality, like those guardrails, like what is it to behave well towards each other is one thing. And then the second thing is growing in virtues. Like how do we grow as human beings so that we can try to behave well with each other and love each other well? Because otherwise we're always going to be fighting, and there's always going to be either competitiveness or anger or just always this disunity. But the unity can be found, I believe, through appreciating men for being like truly great men, which would include self-control, honor, humility, drive towards what is good, service of others. Women, similar things, but also nurture, love of children, love of family, eagerness to serve other people and love other people instead of just being concerned with ourselves and our own ideas and goals. And if we focus on those things as men and women, we'll be much more harmonious together, I think, and have a much happier society.
I think that love is unconditional and we're all attracted to completely different people. We're all very, very different people. So, like, my person that I end up with is going to be completely different from you guys end up with. And that's okay because we're all completely different. We're allowed to be different. That's why we're going to end up with who we end up Love is unconditional.
You think love is unconditional?
Yeah.
You think there are no conditions in which you fall out of love with somebody?
I think love is unconditional. I think if you love someone, you love them. Like my parents love me.
There's no conditions to love.
I think you can know that you're not meant to be with someone. That's not based on conditions. That's because you know that you just aren't meant to be with them. There's a difference between intuition or being on the same wavelength and conditions. Like if I'm genuinely in love with someone and I'm married, whoever I decide to marry, yeah, it's unconditional.
It's not.
But that's why I'm so single. You're like, why are you single at 33? You know, I'm waiting to meet my person.
You said you've only been in a relationship for. I'm also 23 years old, so I don't think that has any relevance to what we were talking about at all in terms of traditionalism. But I do want to talk about what you said between like harmony between the sexes. I think women have kind of found themselves in a place where they almost have to be like men and manly like and protect themselves and defend themselves and provide for themselves. And so yeah, I think it's hard then for women to be in these relationships and they have to like tone that down when they're not in an environment in the first place where they can even be feminine.
Okay, unconditional love. I mean, in your dating profile, you say that you think the guy should pay for a date. That's conditional.
That's like me not wanting to go on a date with anyone. Like I don't want to go on a date with someone that it's not a condition. Okay, love is unconditional. Like my parents love me no matter who I am, no matter what I do. I mean, if I have kids, no.
Parents love me.
I mean, when I have kids, love is unconditional.
Are you gonna still love your husband if you start to beat the shit out of you? It seems that that's probably like
Well, the way to love him would be to separate from them, to protect.
I'm not going to marry someone to get my husband.
That sounds like a condition.
There's no such thing.
No, it doesn't. It's not a condition.
Yes, not being an abuser sounds like a condition that you need fulfilled in order to be in a relationship.
Goes into the relationship knowing he's abusive.
I know for a fact. No, that's not what I'm talking.
So
we're just trying to explain words.
Thank you.
What? Okay.
Please mail me.
I think I have. Okay, I'm moving on.
She got the ratio.
One knows my name. But
what's your ratio of picture books to chapter books?
0.
But okay, you at least admit that there are some conditions under which, like in order for you to fall in love with somebody, there are probably certain conditions that need to be met. Like
standards and conditions are two different things. Love is unconditional.
So there are no conditions.
Standards.
So if you start
cheating, date someone, to even get to the point of marriage, it's not a condition.
What are you gonna say?
I promise you, I'm not trying to.
I really don't give a fuck. We're just not gonna agree on it.
I'm just telling you, you're making it happen for I love your dad as your wife. Stop. You just
oh my god.
Thank you for the $500 spelling me really wrong. I know that. I get it. I'm literally helping him. This little thing is making so much money because of me. I made you the most money tonight all night.
Wait, so but if you got married, right? So you would, the person you marry, you would have
it's KRS, but
bro, what's your deal? You just chill? Like we've told you multiple times to not interrupt people. You're literally doing it right now. Do you just not have any social grace? Like, can you just not interrupt people? You've interrupted. I look at you. You're like, you're kind of. You've interrupted people so many times. You've interrupted Isabella. You've interrupted everybody here at the table. I know it must be difficult for you. Can you stop? Okay.
I'm shaking my head.
I know, but it's like passive aggressive the way you're doing it. apology accepted. There you go. Okay. We're all a happy family. All right. I think you were saying something.
You were talking about your mom, and I was just curious, like, do you feel like your mom, because you live in Europe, carried herself maybe differently than most moms? And I don't want to use that term in a loaded fashion, but like where's that give and take? You're saying men are built the same, or women are carrying themselves differently. So then, so it would be within uneasy to expect men to act in a way where women aren't acting in a way that's attractive to them.
I think this generation of guys just.
But what about this generation of women?
I think that. Yeah, my mom did her mom that all the coordinating. My dad was a pilot, but like I don't want to be a stay-at-home mom. I don't know. I guess I have a different view on relationships because of my parents, but it's also just hard maybe because of my dating past. So you're saying you don't want what they have? No, I definitely do want what they have, but you don't want to live the way they live. I mean, it's just different.
Get your last in the chat, so we're gonna wrap up.
My wife is a stay-at-home mom with kids, and works part-time to keep her works.
Yeah.
It is different. Technology is different. Dating apps are different. But all my wife's friends are stay-at-home moms.
Yeah.
I have side hustles and are amazing moms, teachers, educators.
I just think it's so different. Like I was saying earlier, the social media aspect of things. Like my dad was a pilot. I uncovered their box of like love letters to each other. Like it was just so different.
Left side clear.
Then like, but I think it is possible today. I think it's hard. I do think it's hard. I think there's a lot of people that are, because of social media, because of the sexual revolution. Yeah. I know we talk a lot about porn. I would say because of porn, all these things, it's a lot harder to have striving, but it is possible. So you guys give me hope. but we're not like just lucky. I think. Yeah. I mean, we were very lucky. There's like people. I think it's that is a which I have. Yeah. But I will also say like it is possible for everyone, but we just have to be that change. We have to choose it. Like we want to be that with a man who's going to be that provider, that protector, who's going to be a man of honor. Then our role will be to be that woman of honor who wants to charity motherhood, and not prioritize careers over it, and who's preparing for a life like that. I also will maximize that opportunity. I also would add that like the reason that a lot of my friends are already in their 30s, and the reason that they say is that they feel that like at this point in their lives that feminism can have a big impact on them, not in the way that it is now, but more so that when they might go to 31, the whole 20s, time to settle down, family, and now like I have a friend who's 34, just into their relationship, and she's like, I spent my entire 20s thinking that I had time, and now here I am. Yeah, but I also want to like revert back to because I was seeing comments earlier, like she has 2 eggs left. Like, don't just assume that. I mean, the truth is that women are the biological cause of the genetics and the way that you take care of yourself. Like they shouldn't just automatically assume because I'm 35 and I don't have a husband and a wife that can fence. Like, there's nothing wrong with my best friend's 34. My mom had me when she was 40, and they said her like that. No one's saying that you, me, I mean, I'm 34, or actually I'm 35, but you're 35, but like, no one is saying that anymore. Yeah. Like, we're doing very I just think we have this, like, as older women, I don't want to consider myself that, but you just have it. And I think seeing the comments, I'm like, well, don't look at the comments. I know. I think the key is, the point or the key here is we're just dating podcast. Like, okay, what's the way to maximize dating towards your goals? Exactly. Yeah.
Are you in Miami too?
I'm in Nashville.
Nashville. So you're in a major city.
Yeah.
So just something to consider. We're communicating selection bias on both fronts. You're in Miami, you're in Nashville, you guys are in the Hollywood city. That's very different from the way the rest of the country is.
Yeah.
Right? So if you come to visit California and go to church, meet all my friends, my wife's friends, and meet a dozen stay-at-home moms.
Yeah.
Right? My world and so my advice would be maybe be open to as friends, not like to date, but and that'll show you that like, oh, no, there's actually a lot of people that still do